Okay. We're on. We're on. Okay, good, 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 good. Look, look, if there's one thing that is very African of every one of us is to be always just slightly, you know, off time. I don't call it late, I call it off time. So there are people who are on time, time is on them. And there are people who are just a little bit off the time. That's okay. But before we begin, as we always do, let us start with a prayer to the ancestors to guide the conversation, to share knowledge, information, wisdom, experience, to receive guidance, and to share our insight and to have a good conversation. And with that, let us begin. Yes, yes. Welcome, welcome, Jose. Time is indeed on our side. So let's look at it that way. Time is on the side. So Oni says, late to my show, already say that. Time is on our side. Yes, indeed it is. So it is on our side. We will use it as we can. So, okay. Look, I am not usually, you all know me. I am a nice person. I like peace. I like quiet, tranquility, tranquilo. That's me. But, things have to be said, and we're going to say them. So, the topic of today is this whole thing of morality. What? There you go. Um, Morality. Welcome, welcome, sister. Dada, habari,
Hello, Tanzan. How are you?
habari. That's supposed to be mzuri. If you're on, I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me, Tan?
Yes, now I can. My. It was my mistake.
Okay. How are you, sis? I'm good.
I'm good. Yes, I'm good. And you?
I'm great. Thank you. Thank you for having me on.
You're most welcome. See, I am learning to make small talk. Hooray for me. Um,
You are. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you.
Okay, okay. So, having dispensed with the small talk, we shall delve right into it. So, I think let me summarize the basic, you know, gist of the discussion today. So, we are going to be talking about morality, the vanguard of morality. Who is leading the charge? Vanguard is basically, yeah, the forefront, the frontier. So the first question to ask is, no, I think we have had the complaints on both sides. I will try to summarize both equally, trying to be as non-biased as possible, although not completely avoiding it, because obviously I am fully and totally like a woman. So everything I say will be, obviously used, for and against me. So
Yes.
yes, so
This should be interesting.
so here goes. So on the summation, and for me, when I say man and woman, you know who I'm talking about. I'm going to do the classic universalism and assume that it's just us in the room and nobody else. So for this instance, we're talking about a certain group of people. So have it continuing. So the basic complaint with the women, let's start with women, is that the women are just completely out of pocket. They've just gone all the way across. Welcome, Izuli. Okay, let me try to multitask here a little bit. Welcome, everyone. Yes, Izuli, you're welcome. So as I summarize, welcome. I see. Okay, please do it for me. Welcome, Jose, Ezuli, and obviously Oni was here. Oni should know some Kiswahili by now. A little bit anyway. So So the basic complaint about the women has been, okay, the women are lazy, shiftless, disrespectful, um, just angry, hostile, mean, defensive, not nice to be around. How will I say it? Just not nice to be around. People who are just not nice. And as for the men, Habari, Sankara, Patrice Bishop. Okay, I see Ori is already starting. No, not Oni, sorry. I said Ezuli is already starting on Oni. Um, okay, so yeah, he was making fun of me about, and we were talking about time. So time is, look, Gaston used to say time does not exist. So for me, I say time is the enemy. Um, so yes, Jose was, time is on our side. You know what? I ought to be wrong about that. Sankara, Patrice, Bishop, Karibu, Karibu. uh, Describing yourself, no. This is not personal. This is, we're not going to be to get personal. We're just going to state it in a general fashion. So like we say, it's not aimed at anybody. We're not, look at Bwana Haguziki. Okay, yeah, let's entertain, I suppose. Let's entertain. So Barry, okay. You can jump in. Oh, no, it's still my turn. It's still my turn. Sorry. Okay, I'll try not to get distracted. You see how easily.
It's okay. Take your
Yes.
time, Dan. Take your
No,
time.
I'm trying to actually make it brief. Okay, so those were the main complaints about the women. As for the men, you know, what have been the men accused of? The basic summary is they are not anything. And this is where it's difficult. Now, this is a little bit of a linguistic problem for me because, you know, for us, we're used to saying things, spelling it out, enunciating it, avoiding contractions as much as you can, and saying things properly. I'm talking about, the Kenyan English, how we were taught in school. So when we hear Black American English, it is just very difficult. Even not even Black American English, even American English, because Americans also say a lot of gonna and wanna, and how all those things where you'd say I want to go to school. We wouldn't say that. We'd say I want to go to school. People used to laugh at me when I came here because I would say everything one by one. So this, what I'm trying to go all around and saying is this. When Black American women say that the men ain't shit. So this word "ain't" is very difficult to put it into Kenyan English, because you're saying, okay, the men are not shit, but shit is good or bad in that context. So the men, so shit is saying if the men are not, shit is good, the men are not good, then shit is good. But if shit is bad, you're saying that the men are not bad, which is to say that the men are good. Do you understand?
Really?
Well, I'm just trying to understand it, but you understand,
I don't think
the
so. But
predicament. Yes, it's
yeah,
being shit, good or bad. Let's just get that outside the way.
it's bad, Dan. It's bad.
So shit is bad. So if
Yes.
somebody says you are not shit, it means that you are not bad.
No, it just means that you're. It's like a lingo, basically. When they would say, "Oh, these men ain't shit," basically mean like, I guess, like they're worse than, sugar honey iced tea. I don't want to curse on your show.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's almost like a upside down type thing. Like they're saying, oh, they ain't, shit.
They are
So
not good. They are not good,
right.
basically. Okay,
Yeah.
I got it. So the reason why the men are not good is, yes,
Almost like they're worse than the
oh yes,
shit.
oh mambo, feet. Mambo, you can say feet or paw. So Solomon, Eden, Karibu, Karibu, feet sana. You should know that one. Um, yes, feet sana. So we are apparently as only saying that we all like ADHD. Oh wow, look at Azuli. he's just calling me all kinds of,
Don't
the,
pay him any
the,
mind. Just do what you you know Zuli's here to press buttons.
man. Now, okay, you know what? Let's proceed. Let's proceed. And men are mean. Men are mean. That's why they're just one letter away from the word. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oh, that's a good one.
Mm-hmm. See. Yeah. Yeah, and then yeah, see, it's not just me with that. Okay, let's call it the S word so we don't offend some people's ears. So yeah, Black Americans also say he is the S. So S can be good or it can be bad. It's just me. But let's continue. So, what would you say are the main complaints of the women about the men? Or to summarize,
What are the men's complaint about the woman?
the main
The
MAI.
main.
Yes.
Oh, it's the same complaints that we have about them. I think it's just it's all around on the same playing field. You know, just the same basically.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You know, it can't be the same because remember what the complaints were about the women.
Of course. But
Okay,
I can say easily it's the same thing about men. Men are
that
very
the men are
emotional.
aggressive. The
Yeah,
men are
the same thing. Yeah, they're emotional creatures also. Sometimes they don't even realize that they are, but they are. You know, they get very disturbed with sometimes the simplest things that's said to them or towards them or whichever way you want to have it.
okay.
So,
So emotionalism and what else?
um, I guess it will be the cheating. The women cheat too. It will be the not listening. The women don't listen also.
Okay. Can you say, okay, let's try to be specific. Can you say something that is specific to the men that is, not, that does not apply for the women? I would give you one that for the women may not apply to the men is I don't think that Black American women have said that Black men have attitude. That attitude is specifically a very Black woman kind of thing, unless you're talking about a certain kind of, Black man. So but for the most part I don't think it has been that. So I would say that that's one thing that's specific to the women. The other thing that is specific to the women, which we'll come to not now but later, is this whole fakery stuff, this whole thing, but we won't come to that just now. So let's look at the men. I think one valid one would be that the men are not um, economically providing. Would you say that's fair?
No, I don't say that that's fair.
Okay. So not that. What about that the men are not doing as much as they could be doing?
I say that's fair.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. What could they be doing? What more
Well,
could they be doing?
I think that they can be getting their house in order. That's number one. And getting their house in order definitely means having a wife, children, being a devoted father, husband, and yeah, I think that's like number one that I think that they should seek and try to find. But for the most part, a lot of men nowadays they're not interested in family, so that's a big issue.
Wow, we're not going to win with the men tonight. Oof.
It's all
We're
right.
being
We
roasted.
never win. We never look at Zuli. Zuli told me I'm capping. Get out of here,
I'm
Zuli.
capping. I'm capping. Yes, we're capping,
Get out of
projecting.
here.
Apparently, wait. Kenyan slang for high. Fit sana. Fit sana is just, yeah, it's Kenyan for look. You see, I can't even say that. One time I said that phrase to a group of Black Americans, and they gave me that white person treatment. You know what that is?
What is it? What is
What do
it?
you mean, you people?
That's a good one.
Ooh, I'm like, look, I don't mean it in a bad way. What? I just meant okay. You okay? The okay. Okay, okay. How would I say it nicely so I don't get into any trouble? How do you refer to the people who are here?
I mean, listen, you're going to get into trouble whichever way that you do it because you can't please everyone. So you just say what makes you feel comfortable. That's the beauty about America. It's like F everybody else. Like, I don't care. Me, I don't care. So I know you very polite. You should, I am too, but I live in New York, so I don't care. I offend people every day because it's too many people. You can't win. So
Okay,
just yeah, you'll be
okay.
all right.
Oh, wow. You know, when you're a comedian and then you're like, you go to a room and they're like, "Oof, tough crowd. We have the toughest crowd tonight, Yona."
We ready. We
Well,
ready. It's okay. We ready for you guys. Bring it on. We ready.
whew, like, we're trying a gentle nudge over here. They're just, they're not just shutting it down. Like,
And we
no.
haven't even started yet. Can you imagine?
Ah,
Come
my
on.
goodness.
Come on.
Wow. Yes, mambo just means um it means mambo is mambo like matter like mambo ni nini like mambo is like an how are things like what's up that's the closest I can say to it like
Oh,
mambo.
really? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, it's Kiswahili or
Nice.
mm. So mambo, and then you say fit or fit sana. Fit is is cool. That's English probably derived. Or fiti, it's actually fiti, and then fiti sana. Sana is very, so it's like how are things. So mambo literally means things, and then you're like things, and then you're like yeah, good. So yeah,
Oh,
that's
that's pretty cool. In Jamaica, of course, we say wagwan. So I
oh,
guess,
yeah, I've had that one. What does that one
yeah,
mean?
it means the same thing. What's up?
Mm.
Wagwan, you know?
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And now I have another, um, how do you say them? The up, another one called Solomon Eden. If I want money, go to the state, if there is any there. Is that the state or the bank? What is that? The bank?
It looks like the
Mm.
bank. Yeah.
Well, the bank, the state is the bank or
If you want money, go to the bank. I guess because so many
something.
banks are going
Okay,
belly
okay,
up.
okay, okay.
That's what
Yeah,
they're
and
saying.
of course, we're also not good about that because being the devils that we are, and you're not even good as shit. Okay, so yeah. How often were you divorced? I turned my voice into wow. Yep, tough crowd, tough crowd. Okay, the beauty of Jamaica.
Look at Azuli. Azuli is so silly.
God, I haven't even gotten there. We need to try that out. Let me get the coffee. Whoa. People are lively tonight. No,
I'm not messing with Azuli today. I
you're all
can't.
on that coffee already. You're all on that coffee, Jose. Like you guys are up, all the way up. Whew, okay. Um, the beauty of America. I have to catch myself from saying that. Don't feed the gorillas before the fence. Yeah, we're not trying to feed the gorillas. We're trying to just be chill. Power, yes, power is also chill. So things, how are things is power. Power is cool. Um, fit is cool as well. Autocorrect is like coat of the beautiful. Oh.
Boana, you see it right, Azuli. Boana said nobody understands that Jamaican gibberish. Man, listen, everybody understand the Jamaican gibberish. Where ya chat sewa? Come on now. Don't bother with it. You hear?
I still
Don't
is
bother
like
with it.
autocorrect is choosing sides. And
Yeah,
Jose.
Azuli is. Oh my God. Y'all need to stop the
Okay,
chat.
okay, look, yeah, we will try to keep it brief and then let everybody just come in and air their tough grievances. Okay, so in summary for the men, I think the main complaint has been, the has it been the lack of support with the men? Would you say that?
Um, I don't think it's so much so as a lack of support. Um, I think that's a part of it because generally speaking, men don't support, especially black men. Black men don't support other black men, but that also means black men don't check other black men. Just like they want us to check our fellow females.
Shoot, shoot, shoot.
And
There you go. There you go. Okay. See, see, see.
yeah, they need to check each other too,
Let,
and
yeah,
of course
yep, yep,
provide
Jose,
support.
Jose, we are going to get down because Yona finally got to the point of where I was going. See, I was too scared to get there, and then she
Oh
finally got.
boy, Tan, come on. I know you a Cali girl, but come on, Tan.
Look, that's what they told us. You know, if you get in trouble, just make sure you're not the last one running.
Who says that? What? Who is that a saying in Kenya?
No, 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 no. In California, okay, we don't have bears in
Oh,
California. So,
wow.
if you're in a group, right, and then a bear is chasing you, right? You don't have to outrun the bear. You just have to outrun at least one person.
Oh my. Wow. Okay. Okay. That makes sense, I guess, of course. Oh wow. Listen, do what you
Okay.
got to do.
Yeah, and that is what you have to do. So, you know, um, yeah. Okay. So that's what we're talking about. So, the vanguards of morality. Vanguard is the you can call it gatekeeper or whoever, but basically it's this. When women were saying, oh, bringing all of the complaints that men don't do this and they don't do that and they don't, what is that song? And he don't do this and he don't. No, sorry, that's a different song. He was saying about what he does do, but he doesn't really do
Okay.
it in real life. But women were complaining about the men and saying, oh, a real man should do this and so on and so forth. But a woman can't really say what a real man should and should do. She can say what she wants a man to do for her, but I don't know if women can really, you tell men how to be men. And so is it a similar the same thing with the men? Can men really tell women how to be women? They can tell women what they want from them. They want them to cook, clean, do this and that, but should they tell them how to be feminine, for example, how to wear the hair or do this, that, and the other? That's one thing. So what can we tell or expect from each other, and what should we be held accountable to each other? And the same thing with men. Men are always saying, oh, women are not taking accountability, blah blah blah, or not blah blah blah, like to dismiss it and so on. Yes, it's true, they're not doing that, and women should take more accountability, but are also men following their example? They're also checking other men and making other men accountable? Is accountability only one-sided? So yeah.
Yes, that's a fact. I 100% agree with that. But even more so to it, it's like, our parents,
Oh,
our
okay.
parents, our parents didn't tell us basically how or what we can expect from going into a relationship with the opposite sex.
Mhm.
Okay. When you marry a man per se, or you marry your woman, that's not your husband, that's not your wife, especially if that man is coming fresh out of his mother's house, or that woman, that's their parents' child. That's not your wife, that's not your husband. You have to basically, I'm going to take Zuli's word, impress upon that person, like, okay, you got to pick up your socks. I'm not walking behind you. You hear women say, like, that your drawers, get your drawers off the floor. Who you think you have a maid? Like, you got to pick that up. So it's almost like you have to, I wouldn't say train, but almost like groom or condition that person to be your man or to be your woman. You would see like older men, they go for younger women because they're like, oh, they're more easy to train. That's what they call it, or whatever the hell they call it. But it's not that. It's just that that person, that woman, has not been impressed upon by others. Like a large motion of Tom, Dick, Harry, Larry, Curly, Mo, Sue, or whatever. You get what I'm saying? So it's like our parents never really taught us, like, you have to, you have to basically condition your mate to be your mate, because when they're coming in with a whole slew
Do you mean
of
what is
different.
really saying?
I'm not paying Zuli no mind. Look, you see what he's always. Zuli's just a character. I'm not paying him no mind. But he sees a train. No control. Whichever way,
Okay,
Zuli.
but good question by Jose. Who is they? Who is supposed to control this man? You're talking about, okay, you're getting a man as a husband. He's not a full grown man. He just didn't pop out of nowhere. Who had him before you?
Exactly.
I'm asking you, like, okay, now you're with this man, but who
Well, that's
trained
what
him?
I'm saying. Who had
Okay,
him
go ahead.
before me? If he had like a trailer load of woman, big up to Shabba Ranks with his song. A trailer load of females. That's gonna be difficult. Just like if the woman had a trailer load of males in her life.
That's
The less,
disgusting.
huh?
I said that's disgusting.
Yeah, it well, to
A
each his
trailer
own.
load of dudes, ish. No,
Girl,
no, no
have you
woman is going to
seen
think about a trailer
Instagram?
load of dudes.
No.
Nope,
Some
nope,
some
never.
girls are posting their body count is like
Mm,
69 or 83, and I'm
nope.
like,
Oh God,
ew,
have
what the
mercy.
freak is that?
Or I
But
see Jamaicans say, Lord have mercy.
Lord have mercy. Lord of mercy. Yes, that is so true. That's damn near nasty. But when you getting these people, you're not only getting them, you're getting also fragments of other, relationships that they've been in. So if you're fresh out of your mom and dad's house and you get married to your man or your woman, that's the man, the mother's child that you're marrying. It takes like a good 2 years, 3 years to have
Okay,
that
but let
person.
me ask you this before we get to this man, because as women
Yeah,
now we're interested, you're getting this man. So who trained him? Do you think that is the who has more influence on how a man turns out, the mother or the father? Who do you need to get in there and yeah.
the father. The mother
As
can
well?
do but so much. It's the father. The mother
Okay,
can
look, I'm
the
not going to try to do any accents. I'm sorry, but I have had Jamaican music, and that's what it
Oh
sounds to me.
Lord, Tan, please.
Yes, okay. Let's continue. So who has more influence, do you think? The father, right?
I think the father should, but unfortunately, we already know, like with 85% of the black community having a single mothers, that's where a lot of the problems is stemming from. But the father, after a certain age, the mother has to, have that child come from under her skirt and send him to the dad, like, so the dad can really.
Oh, how are you going to make a man of this mother's child when you're a child of your own? How? Okay, child of your own. The women are children, but okay, now I don't even know where the problem starts. So if the women are children and the children are their children's mothers, then they're children of children. So the problem starts with who is training the women, right? The mother can't do much but
Yes.
talk about men and what they need to improve. So ultimately, it's up to the women. It's up to the women to, to take hold
No,
of.
I agree, but I disagree because it's up to the woman at a certain stage in a male child's life. It's up to the woman in a female's child's life to carry on certain things. But at a certain stage, the boys need their fathers. They really do. They need their dads. I mean, I've advocated for this. I've told this 1,000 times. After my husband and we got a divorce, I came back to live with my family because I have so many brothers, because I had sons. I knew I couldn't raise my sons by my no, no. And luckily for me, thank God, it has worked out. But no, after a while, the fathers they have to listen. They got to father up. Seriously, it's everybody that is needed to play in this game, especially for kids.
Okay, okay. So the mother can't do much but talk about the men and what they did to improve. See that, and that's what I was saying. That who has the right to talk about who? So women should start talking more about what they can do instead of what the men can do, And yeah, so the mother or the son, and I guess the gibberish. Um, why are there so many single mothers? But okay, here's the thing.
Moana.
Yeah, the thing. Before, no, no, no,
Moana.
no, no. Before we continue,
Seriously.
I think that the question should not so much be why are there so many single mothers, are black women so horrible to be? No, but why are, if black women are so horrible to be around, I think that they would not even be single mothers at all. I think they're just horrible to be around for, if that is your indeed your
You don't
supposition.
see
No, no, no,
Moana's
no,
comment?
let me
Go
finish
ahead.
this worst case scenario.
Go
They're
ahead.
so horrible to be around, but only at sometimes not enough, in the sexual way, because obviously if they are mothers, they're having sex, or somebody is having sex with them. So it seems as if that they're only being used for one thing, and one thing only, for children, and not for motherhood. So it's not that they're not so horrible to be around, it's that nobody wants to stick around. So I will say this, that if it was really that people wanted to get rid of single mothers, they should just be, no women getting pregnant at all. They should just leave women, and stop having babies with them. That would be, I think that would be the simplest solution to do that. For the men, that's because women, as we all know, cannot force themselves. Well, sometimes, I'm not making like, but let's just say 90-10 or 80-20, whatever statistics. But the same way that women cannot force themselves on a man for the most part. So these single mothers are being made single mothers by men. In that Greek tale, where the women had they had a, what did they call it? They had a, like a strike, like a sex strike, and say, we're not going to let the men have sex, and so on and so forth, and then until they make peace with the other men. That's what they said. So this is a story. So the Greeks and the Spartans were at war, and then the Greek and the Spartan women came together. That's what the whole story was redone with Shaitan or whatever that nonsense was. But the original story was with the Greeks. So the Greeks and the Spartans came together, women came together and say, we're not going to do it with the men until they make peace with each other, because we're tired of them killing each other, and so on, and losing our men, and soon we won't have any men. And so they got together and said, no, you won't have it. And so on point of forcing it, the men had to concede to the women's demands. I'm not see, but in any case, why can't the men just do the same thing? If you're also tired of this, sick and tired of this single women, why just stop making them? Or start stopping the men who want to make them. It's not like the women are forcing themselves on the men, or am I getting that wrong?
No, I agree. I'm listening to you. I agree. I 100% agree. I 100% agree, but you know that's not going to happen.
Oh yeah, okay. Somebody googled it up. Yes, Lysistrata. Yes. Look, Bona Haguziki, you are the ones who the strike workers called the, what do they call them? Those people who break the strikes. We have gassed them up in the building. Hey, no, nobody is recommending that, you know. No. Or okay, that's another way, just to be single fathers. Although I don't know how you're going to pull that one off, but okay. Jose says a black boy that ever had his mother say black men ain't shit is less likely to kill another black man over nothing. Hmm, that's a good point. That's a
I
good point.
mean, it's a decent point, but I think black boys who don't have their black fathers around are more prone to kill another black man than just the woman. Their mother is saying that black men ain't sugar honey iced tea. But okay.
Yes, but I think also, yes, not having the father around definitely has an impact on a boy growing up, because he doesn't have a positive role model of a man, unless he has other men in his life. But I think at the same time, the mother should not, you know, make him hostile against other men, in the world. Even if she has a bad experience with his father, she should not make him think that all men, because that would also cause him to think that if your father is not good and you're a boy and you're your father's boy, then what does that make you? You know?
Yeah, no parent should do that to the child.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's too many broken homes out there, and lack of accountability, lack of vanguards to morality in our neighborhood. So a lot of foolishness is just going on. It's
Yeah, but
just,
just on a personal level, like, even if you had problems with, the other parent of the child, if you're co-parenting with the child, you wouldn't, badmouth the other parent in front of your child, right?
of course not. I will hope not. But unfortunately, people don't have no boundaries.
Well, that's one thing that I think that when women see other women doing that, they should tell them, they should correct them in that. That however you feel about, the father of your children, you should still think about that boy is also going to be a father of children, and you have to make him have a
Tan,
positive
come
view.
on. These bitches ain't thinking about shit these days. Excuse my language. Let's be
Jeez.
real.
You just got me. I was up there in the clouds just preaching, feeling all good
No,
about
they
myself,
ain't thinking about
inspiring.
nothing.
And
Okay.
they just like, young,
Mm.
calm down from your fantasy. Oh,
I'm sorry, but these heifers
it's
ain't thinking
okay.
about
It's
nothing these
okay.
days. But their hair, nails, Louis Gucci bag, Chanel purse.
Okay, okay,
That's what
okay,
they're
okay, okay,
thinking
okay,
about.
okay, 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 all that, all that, all that, all
Yeah,
that.
they're
So,
not.
so, okay, fine. So, what can we, as women, do for other women so that we help them, for those who can be helped. I'm not saying that they all can. Let's say there was a 19-year-old girl and she's going out into the world and she says, what can you tell me um, about relationships and men? And yes.
Like what I can tell her, me
Yeah.
personally.
Yeah.
Um, I mean that would be a hell of a long, um, you
Okay,
know,
okay, let's start with this. Let's start with it. Okay, what is a good man? Yes, let's start with that.
I
What do
mean,
you,
I think didn't we
what
go
should you
over
look?
this already? What's a good man?
Yeah, we didn't go over. We went over the bad men, the complaints and all that. But let's say,
A good man is basically a man of moral character, integrity, a family man, puts his family first. Um,
okay,
someone who's disciplined.
okay,
That's to me is what a good man is. I mean,
okay, like okay. Let's go for something that we can all relate to. Is there like a movie or a character or somebody in real life that you'd think that is a good man? Let's say,
my father, my
oh,
brothers, they're good men.
okay,
I have good men around me. My brothers who protect me, my dad, my son,
mm-hmm.
he's a good man.
Okay.
So, yeah, of course, there are good men. That's why I
Okay, okay,
advocate.
okay, 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 okay. Okay, so describe him. Just tell this young lady. Okay, well, what do you look for in a good man? What kind of some of the characteristics? What does he do? Okay, integrity, character, all of those are good things. Now, let me bring you down from your clouds. So,
Okay. Go ahead.
yeah. So, what does it? Okay, what does he look like? What does he do? How is he like? How do you recognize him?
No, let
From
me tell you, even with my girlfriends, I tell them this all the time. I
Nah,
don't,
no, 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 no.
no,
Just
no,
is trying to lead the people, astray with all
no,
that worldly
listen.
stuff.
Listen, word up. Let me tell you, I don't care. He could be the
No, we're not
ugliest
doing
dude
all
on
that
this
stuff.
planet. No, if Tan, we as women, we focus and emphasize too much on the bull crap.
Mhm.
Okay, it's not about how he looks. It's not about his penis size. Even though penis size would be.
I cannot keep up. I cannot keep up with these people. Yes. Okay. Let
Don't
them have it. Gas them up is in there, so
Yeah,
we have no
pay him
control.
no mind for a minute. No, but it's I don't care about a man's look. I don't care about penis size. Yeah, it does matter, you know, but not so much. Having a good sex life, of course, that's a good thing. It's a great thing. But if you can make me laugh, if you're just a genuine, kind-hearted, caring person, for me, I'm different. My friends, they're like, no, he got to have money. You know, he got to live
Okay,
some
okay, okay,
certain
okay,
way,
okay,
and
okay. Okay, so at least your friends have a more definite, idea than you. We'd be up here all night talking about, one time when I was in an SNN, we had this whole 9 hour show with, what do women want, what do men want. The men, they were straight to the point. I'll give them that. They said exactly what they wanted, and it was clear as day. With the women, oh my goodness, Yona. One woman said she wanted a man who hunted a lion, who could kill a lion. One woman said, oh, just, somebody who can listen to me, somebody like, oh, he has to be hardworking. But he has to be hardworking, listen to you, go kill a bear, and still, oh, you know what? So I don't know what a good man is. That's why these women are out there confused, because everybody is telling them something different. They have all this, crazy
well,
thing.
no, that's because every woman wants and needs and desires
Mhm.
are different. That's why. Just
Okay.
like every man. Some men would be like, listen, I need a big booty chick. You know, I don't care what she look like or whatever. Some men are like, nah, my woman got to be down for me, you know, for whatever. Like, she's got to ride with me. Some men are like, you know, no, she's got to be red bone and, you know, nice teeth and, you know, nice
Look, I don't
hair.
I
And
don't know why. Look,
it
customer, we're
depends.
not talking about the swallows and all that. We're just talking about,
He just wants to come and change things up. You see?
yeah, it's just what's all this dipping and the swelling in there. You
Oh my
remember that?
God.
You remember that crazy video with that Jamaican guy? No, not Jamaican. It was a white guy in Jamaica into saying the rubbing and the scrubbing and the dipping and I can't remember all the words, but it was this creepy white guy in a speedo where he was just talking about all the women was having in Jamaica.
Oh wow. No, I never saw that
You
before.
didn't see that one?
No.
Oh, it was so weird, sad, fucking disgusting. It was terrible, but also funny at the same time. So he was there talking about, all the black women he's getting in a make, and then he was like the dipping and the rubbing and the scrubbing and the dabbing and the stuff that she's been doing down there. Just a disgusting mess. But
Wow.
yeah.
Well, they allow it to happen.
Yeah, unfortunately. But we're not talking about, all that swelling right now. We're talking about, just us, we're not going over there.
Okay. Oh man, that's
Yeah,
a
that's
whole
a
nother
whole
topic.
other.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but for
Mhm,
me, you know,
mhm.
every woman's want will be different. Every man's want will be different. You know,
Okay.
so and it also depends on the person's age, I would think, because sometimes the younger you are, you know, you're a little bit in la la land, especially if you're not groomed or conditioned by your parents to look for certain particulars in a mate. You know, but if you done go through a whole slew of women or a slew of men and you're in your 30s or, you know, 40s like Sierra's dumbass, did you see that picture with her? She looked disgusting.
Oh
I
my
mean,
goodness. Oh,
and that
no.
man that's her husband, he looks like a whole Riri, like just standing next to her. Just, oh, that was, but anyway, you know, I don't know what church she talk about she
You
goes to.
know what?
She's a
Look,
Christian. Like,
look.
oh,
Let's just give it 10 minutes from now, and then because I cannot take it with all this guy talk in the comments. They're just roasting us, Yona.
it's okay. They could come up on the panel when we're done. It's all right.
Man, look, we're trying to be. Whew, these men are vicious. They are
Yes.
vicious.
And against us ladies, can you
Look, look,
imagine?
look what Gaston is saying. We're jealous. Really, we are jealous. Ah, wow.
Oni's like, what's your picture? Well, you could look at it. She went to the
Nah,
Oscars
well, he will probably, but
in
I'm
nothing.
surprised he hasn't. You'd think that
She
would be
looked a hot,
the picture.
disgusting mess. She looked like one of
But
them
but
whores.
here's what okay, fine. Here's what I don't understand though. She's already married. Why does she need to do all this? Like you'd expect that from somebody. What is she trying to get? Whose attention is she still trying to get? Right?
Well, she's coming of age, so she probably feels the need to still
Yeah, but
show
she
that she
already
still got
okay,
it.
okay, okay, okay. But sex is supposed to be an advertisement for somebody, right? You know.
Girl, let
Hmm?
me tell you something,
Mhm.
okay? Sierra don't want that man. He's a
What?
lackey. He's a lackey for her. She don't want him. She got him after she hit the wall. That's one. Okay. So I guess she's probably like, oh, let me just get this one because he's decent, he's good, whatever. She's a street girl. You can tell. The music she makes.
Really saying
No.
future is the man she really
She
wants.
exactly. She's a street girl. She don't want Russell. So he's her lackey. So that's why she's still
Whatever.
advertising. Like come on. And he's not putting down the law to where he's like, what the hell are you doing? You could tell he's a pushover. Like she probably beats him when
Yes,
she go
yes, yes,
home.
yes, yes. Okay, yes,
Allegedly.
but can we
Allegedly.
just say this? Maybe he's just happy with what he has. What's wrong with that?
Who's happy with what he has?
That guy.
Oh, I'm sure he is. I'm
So
sure
so
he
why
is.
are people still saying that, oh, he's, this and that and whatever? Maybe he just always wanted a Ciara and he's happy to have her.
Exactly, exactly. And guess what? She never wanted somebody like him. So she just have him around just as her lackey. And I'm sure he doesn't mind being her lackey. She's a beautiful woman.
Yeah,
She has a
yes,
nice
she
body.
is.
She gave him some good-looking kids. So she don't care. But look at that picture also with Beyonce and them Cowboys things with her whole ass out.
No,
What is
we are not
going on with these
haters to judge
women?
them up. We're not haters at all.
Oh,
Like I said, look,
please.
what is he saying? I said this, that he should be happy. I don't think that people should say, oh, he's not a this and that and all of that stuff.
You see what Bawada said?
What did you want to say?
Look at what he said.
Man, look,
You guys in the comments need to stop.
wait
Y'all
a minute.
crazy.
You have no business talking about a guy who's just happy
That's
with his
well Ota
woman.
Ada. Oh my god.
Wow, okay, I see Kaizo is okay. You know what, Kaizo? Hi, Kaizo. Sasa Kaizo. Hey, okay. Unajua leo kwa poa, kwa tu poa. Melanated. Hi, sis. Okay. I'm trying to double multitask, so let's just be nice today. And the Beyonce pick. Yeah, there was also a Beyonce pick.
Yeah,
All
she looked
women will be a good
disgusting.
wife. Ciara is proof that all women will be a good wife. Well, man,
What? All women would be a good wife. What?
no.
She's a good all women are good.
Well, you know what though? Let me say this though. Let me say one thing about her, which is not saying much though. She nobody has any incriminating pictures of her doing anything, out there. So I'll give her that, right?
I mean, I don't know. A couple months ago, Future was out saying that he was still banging her, which I don't, I
You
don't
know what?
doubt. But who
He's
knows?
just going to do
Allegedly.
whatever.
No,
Don't listen
listen.
to
Let me
anybody's
tell you
ex on
something,
anything.
Tan. I see Melanated is like, she said, I don't understand why would you say that her husband is a lackey. He's a lackey because she could do whatever she wants and he says nothing. If that's your husband, you are supposed to be mirroring your husband. He's a God-fearing man, he claims, okay? And he's this, astute person. He grew up a particular type of way and whatnot. Why he chose her, I don't know. I guess because she's a very pretty girl. Plus, she had a lot of clout more than he had. Nobody didn't know who he was until really she got with him. So I said he is her lackey because she run things. She don't. Does it look like he tells her what to do? What man will make his wife walk out of the house to go to something like the Oscars naked? She was naked. What man would tell his wife, "Oh yeah, you look beautiful, baby. Come on, let's go." He's her lackey. That's why I say that. Ain't no strong man, no leader of his house is gonna tell his woman or make his woman walk out the house like that.
Okay,
There
okay,
is
okay,
no
okay.
way.
But this is what we talk about here now. Like, should men be able to tell women, and should women be able to tell men, look, you can't do this, that, and the other?
Yes. Why not? Yes. We mirror each other. I'm your reflection. You're my reflection. Yes. Why not? I don't see anything wrong with it.
You know, I think
And
here.
I think that's basically one of the things that we're missing in this society. When back in the day, a man used to tell, a woman or little kids or whatever, like, excuse me, what are you doing? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna speak to your husband, or girl, you can't do that, or dude, like you're my brother. I want the best for you. But
Okay, 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 okay.
Azuli,
I think we have already had all,
Azuli,
the
stop.
vitriol that we can take for tonight. Here we are trying to be nice, where they're throwing water bottles and fruits at us. So let's just go ahead and invite whoever, wants to come up here and throw those, tomatoes directly. And yeah, come on up.
Oh, wanna believe what he said? A woman gotta
Man.
tell her body count before we date. Oh, I hear that. They gonna lie to your ass though. Don't forget.
Look, look, I know you all don't like, but there's this American dad, right? And then he's like, he makes these balloons. This guy makes this balloon.
Men are so simple. She's gotta tell me her body count. Yeah, she gonna be like, yeah, baby, 4 when it was 400. Are you
Hey,
kidding
hey,
me?
hey, hey, forget all that. You know, Imagine that, you were betrothed to be married to this young, innocent maiden, right? And then, a few months into it, suddenly, you see her belly growing larger and larger. But you know that, you were waiting for it until the big day, and you believed in her and so on. So you're both saving yourselves, but suddenly, something is happening. And then she comes and tells you, look, it's not what you think. It's not, it's not what you think. Actually, I was asleep, right? And then suddenly a light came up. I didn't know what it was. Maybe an alien, maybe a god, maybe a ghost, maybe a spirit. I don't know. I don't know what it was. And before I know it, boom, you know?
Tan. No.
Yep.
No. No, sis. See, like how I'm telling you now, like, no, sis, okay? This is what other women need to do with other women, and men need to follow and do the same. No, sis, no. Get from out the clouds, Tan.
Okay. That didn't really happen. That was just, my imagination.
Yeah, seriously.
God didn't come up from the heavens and, in a light and tell you that yeah, no, 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 no.
Oh
Yeah.
my God. I can't take these people in the freaking chat. I can't take this. I can't. I'm trying not to look at it, but they're
Oh,
so
wow.
funny.
All that shit they were talking, and none of them
They
are
want to come up. You see?
yeah.
See how it is? This is what I'm saying. You
Okay.
men, so many of you men, you
Okay,
talk
okay. So,
so
so,
much.
so,
Come on,
so,
come
so,
on up. Come on.
but let me just address Bonahaguziki being dramatic. I'm the dramatic one, right? Not the chick who just made a whole religion out of her mistake. But I'm the
Mm,
dramatic one. Okay.
mm,
Hmm.
mm, mm,
Yeah.
mm.
Yeah. I wasted all that time with my weird Bible story.
Oh my God. Do you see what these men are saying? But they won't come up here.
Okay,
They won't
okay.
come
Here's
up
the
here.
first one up. Okay,
Is it
how do you
Azuli?
say it?
Oh
Brace
boy,
yourselves. Here
Azuli.
we go. What's
Oh,
up,
go
Julie?
ahead.
Yeah, what up?
What
What
do
up?
you do? Mm-hmm.
The problem is, all jokes is that women are, and I say that all the time, and people think it's a joke. A woman can't tell me what to do or what to do, especially black women, because she's state property. She's not talking for herself. She's talking to the men that's trying to dominate me. So that's why I can't really listen to y'all. Even no matter how nice you are, no matter how submissive you want to claim, you're working for him overtly, implicitly, or explicitly. So that's why you can't tell me what to do. And anything that you tell me or you tell your kids is to further the men who's dominating means ideologies. So, and also, yes, I get what you're saying. Men have to get their shit together, but a lot of you are working against him, and he's working against himself too. Most women are state property. A lot of men are state property too. So the
I
problem
was
is,
just about to say. Okay, but go ahead.
so it's like, what are we doing? I'm not here to. What is a woman gonna tell me, especially a sister gonna tell me? What? It's either she's working for the state and she's working through her selfish reasons.
But that's not fair though, Izuli.
That is
Where's
fair.
the balance? You're gonna be able to talk to me and tell me, but I can't talk to you and tell you, because just like what you said, a lot of men are state property too. A lot of men
Well,
get hurt in their feelings too. A lot of men
well,
don't do what they're supposed to do also. So how is it fair that you're gonna tell me what to do, but not per se I'm telling you what to do, but I'm making suggestions or we're
because
just even
because
having a
you know why?
conversation.
Most men, when they want to tell you something, sometimes it's what's best for the whole family or the or the community. When you want to tell me what to do, it's what's best for you and what's best for your what's best for the man who got his foot on my neck. So
What
what
man got his foot on your
what
neck,
Whoa,
Izuli?
before we continue though, see, wow, immediately, see, the men have already turned on you. The men have already turned on you quick.
that's
You
a,
see that, right?
that's a,
Man,
he
No
likes big girls,
brotherhood.
so he's state
No
property. We all know that.
yeah,
brotherhood.
Kaizo is
No
like,
brotherhood.
okay. Now you're a, what is it called? You're whipped. And then Bona Haguziki is like, now you're a simp, the biggest simp in the universe, not just a mini simp, but
The
you're super,
universe.
super, like extra simp is simp.
And you see what you're doing. You
Man.
see what you're doing. You're trying to, instead of focusing on what we're talking about,
Okay, but it's
you
true.
want to
I take it
you want
back.
to focus you want
Yes,
to focus
that's
on the
been a turn on
division,
you.
which is so that could benefit you to keep on with your state property mentality.
You're right, as we may continue.
Like, I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on. The main idea is, like I said, when I said the woman is to be impressed upon, the woman cannot impress upon me because she's not created to impress upon me. Especially if I'm aligned to what I'm supposed to do as a man. A woman can't tell me nothing. Maybe if I'm not, you know who could tell me what to do and I'll listen? Maybe what's her name? Yeah, Asentewa from back in the days. Shorties who was fighting real, they could tell me. I'll follow. Not y'all. Not these new women nowadays. Women who like Nganza and Zunga, what's the name? Queen Amadarinas. Maybe them. But what I'm trying to say is a lot of you guys, a lot of women are have already been impressed upon. That's why when men say we want a younger woman, it's because she's not as impressed upon as you guys are. You,
That's what I said, though. That's
but
what I
no,
said.
you're looking at it as a bad thing.
No, it's not, because it's not a bad thing. What I was saying was, usually, generally speaking, men want or desire younger women because they're more to impress upon. Like what I said, because they're coming from their parents' home, so they have less trauma from the world that was, laid or burden on them.
But
And
I'm
it
gonna
could be
play
the
devil.
same for a man too, coming from his parents' house. But that don't mean that that girl is going to be, after 6 months, a year, or even 2 years, gonna be with you. You have to impress upon her your
No,
characteristics,
no, 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 no,
yeah.
no, 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 no. You see,
Yes,
this is
because
what it's
she's coming in being her parents' child. She's not coming in being your wife.
see,
She's
this is
not
what
your wife as of yet. She's going to be learning how to be your wife. That
no, no,
husband is
no,
going to
no,
be
no, no,
learning how to be your husband. Yes, it
no,
is.
no,
What are
no,
you
no. See,
talking about?
what you're
She's got to
talking,
learn how to cook your food.
what
She's
you're
got to learn how to
no,
do
what
what
are you
you
talking
doing.
about?
Okay, go
If
ahead.
if I'm Haitian, if I marry a Haitian woman, she knows what Haitian men want, right? I don't have to impress upon her nothing because
That's
she
not
knows the
true.
culture.
That's not true. What do you
Yes,
mean,
it
just
is.
because you and her come from the same culture, she's going to know what you want? Maybe her
Yes.
parents didn't taught her that. People
Well, that's her
no,
parents'
it's
fault.
well, that's what I'm saying. You automatically assume
You're not
just
listening to me.
because
Okay, let me finish. Let me let you finish. So go ahead.
you're saying it because of your culture, you're going to get a woman that's going to come in and she's going to automatically know what you want. That is very true to a certain degree, but you are a different person. Okay. Every individual is different. As she goes along with you, living with you, being with you, you are going to be impressing on her you a little bit of your character, your morals, and you're going to be setting up the house, what you expect, what you don't expect. You know, tell her mother might cook, that good damn black Haitian rice differently than how you're used to it being
Okay, so
cooked.
how is he going
So
to do this impressing thing? Is he going to give you a list? Are you going to sit down and talk about it? Are you
all
going
of the
to?
above, all of the above, and that takes place with time, even though there's no such thing as time, but the day in and day out of your daily routines, getting to really know each other. That's where that comes in.
Yes,
Okay,
You
okay,
guys are
okay.
that's
Right,
giving and
exactly
right.
so.
taking
To be
to
a wife,
balance.
Yona, you don't. Who do you learn to be a wife from? You're from your father or from your mother? From your mother, right?
From your mother, yes.
Okay, so how would you teach, let's say, a young girl to be a wife? Because that's not something that her husband is going to teach her, right?
No, it's something that a husband would teach her how to be his wife.
Okay, but you have to all first know how to be a wife before you learn how to be his wife, right?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so how would you, as a woman, send a 19-year-old young woman off and say, this is how to be a wife, and then you learn how to be his wife later on?
Well, you don't just send her off just like that. Remember, there's years leading up to that. And that is, she has to know how to be obedient. That's one. She has to know how to carry herself as a woman. That's two.
Mm-hmm.
She has to know how to carry
Obedient,
herself.
okay.
She has to
Carry
know how to
yourself as
carry
a woman.
herself as a wife, because
Mm-hmm.
being a wife and being a lady is two different things. Let me
Okay.
tell you. Okay? It's two different things. Yeah. You got to know how to balance that out. But you know, the women out there who's been wise know what I'm talking about. You got to know how to, you know what, Gas? I ain't talking to you right now. Right? I'm gonna go there with you right now, gas them up. I'm not. Say whatever you want in the comments. Keep it there because you're not coming up here. But anyway,
Ah,
you got
yes,
you
yes,
got
yes. Continue, continue.
these men. I'm telling you, they have no smoke but to be keyboard bullies, whatever. But yeah, you gotta teach your young ladies how it's not just about cooking and cleaning. You gotta teach them understanding, let them know
Mhm,
when to shut the freak up.
mhm.
Okay. If you
Okay.
have to go sit your ass in the corner, you gotta let them know. Like these different things of what a man would expect from you, what the society expects from you, and you gotta teach them how to have also, what is it called? Inner self-esteem. Not to say they're gonna be going out there sleeping with Tom, Dick, and Harry or plotting their husband murder once they don't get along for some reason he didn't wash the dishes last night or throw the garbage out. You gotta let them know there's patience that needs to be learned, and that's just one aspect of it. Because once they go into the home with the man is going to now condition her to be his wife.
Okay.
It's a
So,
different
so
thing.
it's really, as a man, how would you teach a woman how to be a wife?
First of all, I completely disagree with everything Ayana said. I want to put that on the record so people could know. Judge, I'll put that on the record. But secondly, who teaches the woman to be a wife is the parents and the society. If the society, the status quo has to be in place. The parent comes in, and then teach the
I'm
not
sorry,
even teach,
Azuli.
by watching her
Mhm.
parents interact, then she'll know. You teach her hands on. An apprenticeship. You got to be an apprentice to your mother and an apprentice to your father. Yeah,
Mhm.
I know what you're talking about, gas them up, but I know they're not gonna listen to shit. But I just, for the record, I'm gonna put it out there. At the end of the day, it's not the mother that teaches it's the status quo of the community, then the parents. Your father, the way your father interact with
Nah,
you.
it starts at home, Azuli. What are you saying? It starts at home.
Are you gonna let me talk, or you just
I'm
want to
sorry.
talk?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I just said what? Who? Okay. Every parents learn from their parents, learn from their parents, and learn from the society or for the community, from the elders. You have to, if your father didn't teach you how to be a wife or mother, I can't teach you how to be a wife. And what I'm saying is, to be a wife, to me, you you have a woman who's in my society should be able to be a wife, should be able to be a wife to me, or be a wife to the next man or to the next man. There's nothing to, there's particular stuff that each man like certain little, oh, don't put too much spice on my food. But at the end of the day, a wife is a wife. It's when we get this shit all conflated with Hollywood bullshit.
No.
That's why
No.
you know who to be a woman, how to be a woman and wife, Hollywood, and those fucking simp ass niggas who made songs in the '80s talking putting you on a pedestal.
I get what you're
And
saying,
all the
but
modern women now, they all know how to be a wife from Hollywood, BS
yes.
books, and music.
And Facebook, social media,
And that's why they're
Instagram.
so selfish. Because the music, the movie always say woman first, men last. And it should never be like that. State property. That
That's all you gotta say, Zuli.
what you want me to say?
Listen, I
What you want me to say?
no, no. Listen,
You want me to say
I
what you
get.
want me to say?
Okay, okay.
No,
So,
I know
so,
what
so,
you're saying,
state
but
property.
see that. Oh my god.
What can the men do, and what can be done then? What can the men do with these state properties?
There's nothing you could do with them unless you get them young.
I agree.
There's nothing, and even the young ones nowadays, they already programmed because they start programming in. That's why all these things, all these weird teachings are in high school. All these weird teachings start from the first year of high school. That's that's why this guy always angry whenever women talk. Yeah, and you sound like a bitch. So I get it. Uh,
He's just passionate. He's not
he
angry.
has
Yeah,
the
it's
nerve
really
to have.
is just
This
That's
man has the
that
nerve.
it's really
Haitian.
is always angry.
This
That's
man
one
has
thing
this
about
man has
him.
the nerve to have Sankara and Patrice in his name. What a simp! Shut up. Like I'm.
Is always angry.
I don't know
Look,
what we can do
look,
about it. I think
Kaizo, you're always negative and hating. First of all,
Kaiser, why are you here? Why don't you go conquer the rest of Kenya? That's what you wanted to do, right? Why are you even here? Go conquer and subjugate the east side of Africa. Shut up.
okay, get who is young now and too
What I'm saying,
experienced to be
what I'm
taken
saying,
for a ride.
the,
I
it's
think it's really
go ahead.
okay. Go ahead.
No,
Get
I'm
who's
saying
young.
it
Mhm.
has to start in the home. The father and the mother have to teach the son and the daughter how to be proper mates for each other. And it all starts with and I know guys don't like that, like, the 42 laws of Ma'at, that was something that was there for the community to look. The community has to create the standard. And then through that, the parents teach that standard to the woman, to the kids, and that's how we have better citizens. If your standard to the community is trash, which is what that's why Sierra could do what she does, because the community now thinks it's okay for a married woman to be showing her property like that.
That's big
So
facts.
what's gonna
Yes.
happen is
Yes.
young girls see this, and then they're gonna imitate that. If the standard of the society is low, the child the parents are gonna teach low standards, and then the kids are gonna have low standards.
Okay, here we go. Okay, Kaizo, before you come up, let's keep things civil. You know what I mean. So,
Yo, if he's not coming here to talk about the subject, he shouldn't
mhm.
be up here.
Okay, go ahead. And then we
Man,
have
I've never met any man who
Oni.
whines and whines and whines, man. Come on, man. This is what you call about a broken man. Like, come on, bro. None of that stuff matters. Listen, a woman respects me. Why? Because I'm the emperor. No woman disrespects me. I don't even have to have this conversation. The fact you're out here having it is
You're the
insane,
emperor.
brother. It's
The
insane. You keep talking
emperor.
about being a state, what do you call it? A state property. But now you're talking about society and mothers and fathers teaching stuff. Listen, if you're already on that whole vibe of being taught stuff, you are the state property, right? I'm a free man. I'm an emperor.
What does that mean?
It means I don't really have these conversations with women. First of all, you don't listen to women, right? Women are okay. What you do is you understand what a woman feels, but you don't listen to what she says. She doesn't know
Mm,
what she's saying, right? But she
mm.
knows how she feels. So you listen. You have to be intuitive enough to see what she wants, apply the best to give her what she wants, but at the same time you just ignore the rest of the stuff. You don't try to reason with the woman because she's different. It's the same way a woman shouldn't try to reason with a man in certain other ways. So point here is you just live life, you make it work, and that's it.
You
There's
sound like a
no
crock of shit, seriously, because there has to be some sort of balance. It sounds like your life is very cold and barren, and there's nothing there but the planet of Neptune. You can't live your life like that. You need
but I
people,
can.
and with people, you need to talk to people, whether they're a woman or a man. So, what are you saying?
Okay, before he says what he's saying, Oni, do you want to say?
Well, I was just like, damn. I mean, I wasn't gonna clown, but I got out clowned, you know. So like, damn. Don't know what this is about, but I'm just tuning in. I don't know where do I pay
Okay,
where do I
the
pay
first
for the
thing is
circus though? Where do I get
okay.
these
The
tickets
first
from?
thing, let's try to get on target, as we say, put it. So, morality. Who decides? And how we do decide what is a good moral woman and a good moral man? Who should train a man? Who should um, you know, how should we define what is a good woman and a good man? Basically, who's qualified for marriage? Because for me, I would think that marriage is, the ideal state of man and woman, So you would have to qualify for, some kind of, some kind of standard in order to enter that arrangement, especially when you're bringing children into the world. So there has to be a qualification for what is a good man and a good woman from both sides. So
You
on the
mind if I
first,
interject, Tan?
yeah, go ahead.
So unfortunately, a lot of the religious books contribute to the idea of what a good marriage amounts to. So, a lot of the instructions that people get in terms of what constitutes a good husband versus what constitutes a good wife comes from religious instructions. Now, I think a lot of people are pointing out that in Western societies, we tend to be less religious, less doctrinaire, and a lot of those religions were formed in totally different circumstances. So realistically, even imposing that religious standard is a challenge. But the reality is that people can, like, if you wanted a quote unquote traditional woman, right? Either a woman of a certain, spiritual background or a certain religious background. There are plenty of them in Africa, like just plenty of them. And the same with a man. If you wanted a traditional man, you could. There are plenty of them in Africa. The thing is that in the West, you will have like it's like the erosion of if you will say morals or morality or sensibilities. Um, that is a thing that you can expect in the West.
Okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
I don't know what to add to that, but so if somebody wants to take the question of what is still considered, you know, let's say that okay, fine, I'll indulge your delusions for a bit, Kaiser. So in your empire, how do you define marriage? What would be the qualifications? Would we just
Perfect.
mhm.
First of all, the men need to be taught how to be men, not like what we've seen earlier, 6 minutes ago. A man shouldn't be emotionally right, roosed up, or whatever, rised up by women. A man needs to go and have a discovery, an initiation into being into manhood, right? What that means is a man needs to know his responsibilities, and then a woman also needs to be initiated, not taught, right? She needs to see what the other women are doing, which is in accordance to the society. That's it. It's not complicated. Everyone has a role. this whole idea of balance and this nonsense. No, men and women are not supposed to be for balance. Now, individual men and women can choose to balance themselves, right? But that's a choice based on people who think they're outside of the norm, which is fine. But the average individual doesn't need balance. They need direction, discipline, and expectation. So yeah, in the Kazorian Empire, there's no space for example, women first. You know why I say women first, my Haitian brother? It's because women are more valuable than men. Women can have children. One man can impregnate a whole camp, right? So you don't need that many men, right? That's why we're more expendable again as a culture. That's reality. So when women are more valuable, you got to obviously allow them to go first so that they survive, your culture survives. So point here is simple rules. Man needs to go initiation, simple stuff, be strong, all the characteristics that we know strength is. Women needs to understand to be submissive and listen to a man, simple as that. But only if the man is worthy of it, right? If your man is dusty, leave him. If your man is crying and trying to be equal to you, leave him. A woman and man are not equal. Women are superior to men just because of biological imperative, and men are supposed. We're basically supposed to be women's servants. Simple as that. You don't argue with her. The moment you argue a woman, you stoop down to her level, and you don't do that. You are her servant. You're not equal to her.
You sound like I've never seen such a
Bro, it's that simple. You're the woman's
Did you
servant, and
just
as a
say?
servant,
Did you
you have
just?
control
Did
over
you just
her.
say?
The
Did you just
police is
say?
your servant, brother, for example, right? But the police is the one that has control over you because that's the police's job.
Okay, you're right. Go ahead, you got it, bro.
Thanks.
Hmm.
Okay. Interesting. Simp Empire. The Simp
Well, I
period.
must say I wasn't expecting that from you. Yeah, that's. I don't know if you're trolling right
I
now
don't
real
understand.
bad
I
because
don't
I
understand.
don't believe you halfway. I think.
It should be called Kasempian, Kaiso Sempian Empire. Motherfucker. Shit, what is women are the most important thing in the world. They're better than you. That's why you have to go first. Shut your ass up.
You see what I mean? Right? You're being offended by the truth,
He
brother.
makes
Listen.
sense. He makes sense. Yes. I agree with that 1000%.
Yes, you're right. You're right. That's how what he said makes sense so much that's why Africans are winning. That's why because Caribbean black people are winning. Put the woman first. She's the best. She's everything. We just their servant. What a
We're nobody's servant.
oh my god. Mm.
He's simping. He's simping. That's all that is. I think he's simping.
Okay, so reveal your true face. We know that that's not really what you mean, right, Kaiser?
No, I really mean it. Like, look, okay, the police, right? Isn't the police the one who police you, the judge and everything? However, they're your servant. You put them to work. So there's a level. It has to be that way, right? I'm not even trolling or anything. The reality is, women are um more valuable than us for like to like. It's a truth biologically. Even if you look at diseases,
How are women more valuable when your seed is the one that ignites her
because
egg?
one seed can impregnate a village of 1,000 women.
No, I'm okay.
So only so it's
How
less
is that more
valuable. One
valuable?
egg is way
That's,
more valuable than one seed.
so because she creates what you're saying is because she's the incubator for the seed. She's more valuable than men.
Yeah, because like, as I said, I as a Kaiserian emperor, I can impregnate
No.
thousands of
It's a
women.
Sampian, Kaiso Sampian empire. Go ahead.
Yes, okay. Me as a seed creator, I can impregnate many women. However, a woman in general can be pregnant by one man in general at a time. That means she is a limiting factor for our future, right? So you have to protect her. Like what you thought, you just thought the Victorians. Shout out to Gaston up, bringing up the whole Victorian eugenics stuff. But Gaston, come up. There's truth to it, brother, and you know it, right? Like if you start a civilization, you treat men and women equally in every aspect, that civilization will stop being a civilization and become non-existent. So yeah, we have to respect the natural order of things, brothers. Like, women are what they are, and that is definitely superior to us.
I know, superior to you. The way your voice is. Did you even get puberty yet? You sound pubescent.
Now
Okay.
let's not make it personal. Okay, now
No,
it's
it's okay.
we said we're all going
I
to
don't
have
mind.
our turn at our ideal state. Um so Yonabi, it's on you. How would your ideal state be?
My brother
How
just
would my
nice
what? I
words.
was busy laughing. What did you say? How would
Your
my what?
ideal state. If you had your own, little well, not empire, little,
I'll kill all the
guidelines.
men. I'll kill
Mhm.
all the men. I'll
Whoa, whoa,
start
whoa,
with that.
whoa.
I'll kill all the men and just leave the male child and start all over, you
Yeah.
know, and just, indoctrinate, indoctrinate, indoctrinate. Have them be like a Kaizo to come up on here
Oh,
and
oh,
just
Yana, you're a veteran.
Okay, so
worship
you're just
us.
trolling as well. Okay, fine. Okay, let's ha ha ha. Let's be serious now.
How can I follow that though, Tan? Seriously. That
No, no,
was
no, no, no.
brilliant.
By being, by he laid out his, his vision.
That was brilliant. It was brilliant. I
Okay,
mean,
well
I,
then do
I
yours. Hey, Philip Lindsay, welcome, welcome. I think this is your first time. You're most welcome.
I mean, I would start off with hello, Mr. Philip, how you doing? I would start off by just piggybacking a little bit on what he said. I mean, the women, to a certain degree, the men are like servant to us because they provide, protect, whatever, and all that good stuff. But I don't know. I think I spoke about this before last week. Listen, we have a long way to go as a people, and I'm sorry, I guess what he's saying does make sense to a certain degree, but there has to be some sort of balance. There's balance in nature, is balance in human beings, and is balance in um, what do you call it, the plants and trees and everything else. So for him to say that, I'm sorry, Azuli to say the men shouldn't listen to the women and whatever, we all need to listen to each other. That's the main focus of what this show is about. Who are the vanguards? The vanguards are us, the women and the men. We are the vanguards of morality in our community. We are the vanguards for ourselves. We're vanguards for our children. So if we can't get that together and understand that, there has to be a balance. Balance comes in different ways, shape, and form. But there has to be a balance where we all listen to each other and we all can sit and communicate with each other as a man, a woman, a husband, and as a wife. That's it.
Okay, so sis, one question: are you attracted to a man that is doesn't understand the game? You know exactly what I mean, or are you more attracted to a man that knows the game?
I mean, what type of question is that?
Exactly,
If I'm
right
if
now.
I'm attracted to a man, I'm attracted to a man, not because of what he knows or he don't know.
Hmm. But okay, so a man who seems insecure, is talking about here, you know exactly what I mean. But an insecure man or an emperor, what is more usually attractive to you?
What is with this guy?
An insecure man or an emperor. Who's to say the emperor is not also insecure?
But you know what I mean, right, sis?
I know
You know,
what you mean, but who's to say the emperor is not also insecure? Not
true,
all
true, true,
emperors are equal.
true. That is true. But generally, you know what I mean, right? Do you want a broken man?
I feel as
Uh,
if I'm eavesdropping on a private conversation.
Hey, get it.
But. Okay, so for Jose, you want metro. I don't know how to say it. Like a woman-centered society, a metrocentric society. I wouldn't say a matrilineal or matriarchal because women can still be the center of a society without having the power of society. So you can still have, I would call it a metrocentric society like the Zulus or some of those West African tribes where women have, a lot of power. And a lot of this society is built upon, women's needs and you know, so yeah, so for you, you'd focus on women's needs and then just treat men as, somewhat, disposable. And for Ezuli, I think his idea would be more, the man is fast, and then he
No,
dictates.
no, 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 no.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that I'm not saying one is better than the other. What I'm saying is one, there's gender roles. Okay? I'm not saying, all I know is the evidence shows that the whole matriarchal society that we have didn't work for us. So what we're saying that, oh, Africa had a matriarch,
I agree.
what happened to them? What happened? Conquered. So you could say that what I'm saying is the men, the way you teach the children, the society has to come up with the standard. If the standard is not there, like by the standard, I mean the elders, whoever the elders were, you have to create the standard of what is acceptable in a society and what is not. And the society, the community says, hey, a woman does this and a man does this. And if the parents learn, not like not like there's a school to teach them, but people learn by watching other people. Kids learn how to be. Sometimes a boy learn how to do certain stuff by watching his father. His father gets up in the morning and then builds the shed. The mother gets up and cooks for the father. So the son looks at that. He's like, I would want to have a woman that does that. The same way a woman be saying, "Oh, my daddy treated me great, so I'm not gonna accept anything less." So does a man. If a man woke up and his mother was cooking for him and washing his clothes and doing all of that, you best to believe his wife has to do the
So
same thing.
can I add there, brother? So for me, in my case, how come I didn't listen to anything my dusty parents said? I never woke up in the morning to to clean the house, to make my bed or anything. I don't even leave my house. I just stay at home. I'm an incel in my bedroom, making 10-hour live YouTube streams, talking about how I'm an emperor. Uh, you know, so how come I defied all the instructions from the parents and culture and society? How did I become an emperor, brother?
I don't even know.
What the fuck is going on?
I don't even know. I don't even understand that question. But if you're an emperor, that's fine. Yo, what do you want me to say? You're the only one that did it. Congratulations, you're the emperor. What I'm
Right,
saying
because
is,
for me, I cook, I clean for my girlfriends, right? No, it's not clean. I cook for them. Cleaning, I just don't like it. But you see, there's no sense of insecurity from me because I don't mind doing that stuff, right? Cooking for my woman is great, right? For her to do all this stuff. You see, when you're an emperor, you don't have to go around talking about society, culture, what you saw your dad doing and your mom. Trust me, I don't do anything similar to what I saw my dad doing, right? And I don't do
let me ask you
anything.
a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
If you take a duck and you raise him around cat, you know what the duck starts doing? Cat
Uh,
stuff.
okay.
If you raise certain animal, if you take a lion and raise it around elephants, you know what they're gonna start doing?
Wow.
Elephant stuff. What I'm
If that lion
saying,
is a G, like me, will eat the elephant. But yeah, go ahead.
what I'm saying is everybody, especially humans, we learn by watching.
See,
So
brother, in
I'm
general, go ahead. Let you finish. Yeah, sorry. Go
what
ahead,
I'm
brother.
saying in America, the way we are combating, if you look at the society in America, there's no such thing as, oh, you do this, I do that. It's everybody could do whatever they want. So this is why we're in the state that the black women and the black men stay fighting with each other. If the society's at war, the people, the children are going to be at war, and the mother and the fathers are going to be at war. So that's what I'm saying, man. But hey, go ahead, bro.
But
See,
before he
oh,
goes
go ahead.
ahead, but Kaizo, that's such a sad thing to say that, you didn't learn from your father. Do you have anything that you would teach your son when you have one?
Definitely not. You see, okay, so you said sad, right? Okay, so if I
Yeah.
was gonna learn from my father, right? My father was an alcoholic. Was I supposed to become an alcoholic? You see,
No,
that's
I'm not saying, take
right,
everything from
right.
him.
But
Not
as a child,
the negative things, but I'm
right?
sure there were some good things that you learned from him.
But you see, as a child, right? You have to reject everything and recreate your own mentality if you see things that might.
Oh, man.
Otherwise, you'll be stuck in the matrix. So for me, I rejected everything, and then I recreated my own image in myself as an emperor. You can't allow yourself to have, because otherwise I'd have been broken. I'd have some sentiments here and there. So I rejected everything from them, and I recreated my own values. But great question there. So Would I teach my son anything? No, definitely not.
Mhm.
What I will do though is I'll provide my son, inshallah, I find a son. Um, I will provide my son the best environment to discover himself. And what that means is I'll create everything. Obviously, the money in the house, high level intellectual discourse, right? Okay, I don't want to say teach, but I'll program them, right, um, into actually reasoning to get solutions. But I won't be stupid thinking everybody reasons. I'll also program him to fight when the time is right. Because the issue is some of these broken men, they get tailored, or as the Haitian brother said, they get taught, they see their parents do things one way. I don't want to get my kids stuck in a perspective, in a dialectical perspective, as I
I
see the
swear to
brother
God, you
Israelite.
sound like Annie's dad.
Ah, okay, interesting.
Remember from Attack of Titan?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly. So for me, I want them to be fully encompassed in different perspectives to discover things themselves. There are some things which I will sort of impass, like don't break the law. Why? Well, you don't want to end up in the bad side of the law, and I'll make sure that I understand certain things. But in general, I don't want to teach them anything. I want life to teach them, and I want them to rediscover their own perspective in life. I don't have any weird moral stuff. I don't care if they become a LG XYZ. I really don't care. I mean, it doesn't affect my life, right? That's a lack of insecurity. You see, that's a real man. These other men, they'll be like, oh yeah, think about it, right, sis? There's so much things that can go wrong, right? Your child can come out, there's all sorts of ways your chromosomes could be messed up, and you're caring about how this person does XYZ. You see, that's lack of security. That's the insecure black male.
Well, let me actually interject there. Well, two things. First, I did want to say earlier that learning from people could also mean learning what not to do. You know, so as to say that
That's a fact.
people can represent for you what you don't want to be. You know, so like if you see your father as a druggie or a drug addict, or I guess you said alcoholic, right, and you see how destructive that is for his life, you might say to yourself, like the lesson there is do not drink alcohol to excess. You know, kind of like I recently saw a video of this woman who started taking drugs, and she just like she just deteriorated, and then she died.
Great point there, actually. Yeah,
Yeah,
that is a lesson I did learn. Like I learned not, because I know I have a addictive personality disorder, right? So I know I'm addicted to things.
no idea.
So, but what I realized, unfortunately, well, fortunately for me, is as a polymath, I'm addicted to everything. Meaning, I can't become an alcoholic or some kind of. I'm not. I'm too high level to be addicted to one thing. I'm addicted to everything, and because I'm addicted to everything, it's quantitative easing, right? Just like the way the U.S. can print dollars, because everyone uses it as a reserve currency. I have the same. So my addictions are spread throughout so many different areas that I could never be caught up in that. So I thank God for making me like that.
The
Okay.
other
Before,
thing I
before
would
we
say.
start, before we continue, we start thanking God. Let's go back to what Philip Lindsay was talking about, which is very good. We should talk about the definition of morality, since that is the subject of today. So he talks about what are the four types of morality. In discussing the application, there's four aspects. There's religious, which is social. There's religious morality. There's nature, which is still to me social, outside of man. There's individual morality, which is, I would think, maybe like the conscious, or yes, and then there's social morality. So you see, in all these moralities, all of them are to do with social, with other people. With religious, it's you, and whether it's a god or spirit or deity, something outside of yourself. With social is something outside yourself. So morality is not just I'm going to make my own way, because it sounds as if be what they will, whatever, whatever they say, or whatever, you're alone unto yourself. And that may be convenient and nice, but unfortunately, you're not by yourself. You're with people. Even if you're that religious, I don't know if you're Muslim or not, but but even if you are, you're still out of consideration for other people. There's still things that you cannot just do. And in every more religious system, there's always that, honor the father and the mother, respect for your elders, that sort of thing. So it always entails that. So I don't know what kind of morality you can subscribe to, if it's simply, it's how me saying what is right or wrong. And then Again, Philip Lindsay said, and thank you for that, Philip Lindsay, says the character of being in accord with the principle or standards of right conduct, sometimes specifically virtue in sexual conduct. So that would include, marriage, sexual conduct before and after marriage. Okay, Jamaican women, yes, they are beautiful. Like I agree. Philip Lindsay says, okay,
I agree too.
of course you would.
Wagwan.
Wagwan, my guy.
Okay. So, Jose, Philip Lindsay says, what's up to Jose? And okay, you guys are just going on. Oh, so somebody said about Bonahaguziki was coming at you. See, this man ain't okay. I won't start. I won't start. Fight. Walter. Okay, Jose is in the house. Yeah, but yeah, they were saying, okay, that whole degenerate stuff. So. Okay, welcome, Jose.
Hello, ladies
Hello.
and gentlemen.
Hi,
Hello.
Jose.
Bonjour,
Oh,
is it?
don't even try. Don't even try. It's okay.
C'est
It's
qui
like
ça?
me trying a Brooklyn accent or a Boston one. What the hell you're doing? I know. See?
Oh, Chan, no.
Yeah.
Well, so, oh yeah, guys, I got a slight little comment. The Kazarian Empire finally got monetized. The white man saw it fit to allow me to profit from his ads. So shout out to us.
Okay. Fine. I hope he's happy. Mm-hmm. I mean, what am I supposed to say?
I listened to you and gassed them up. You guys were like, guys, you can't be too dusty. You have to. I listened. I played cool for 2.5 months until
Uh-huh.
I was able to leverage my new status. So shout out to him.
Okay. Cool. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Kaizo, you're something else. Wow. Okay.
Wait, sorry, I missed the announcement. What was the announcement?
Um.
Oh, the white man got me monetized finally, so I can make money passively income. I don't have to work hard every day making streams anymore.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Good for you. Good for you.
I
Man, no.
don't get it.
Okay. Look.
I
Look.
don't get I don't
Yeah.
get it.
Go ahead and press it. You. Um. Mr. Lee Beings. Yes. Um,
Yeah, peasants. Press the like button. Press the like button.
you should be grateful.
Chan is funny.
Okay. But on the other hand, it's cool. So Philip Lindsay says here's the 10 essential moral values that build character and instill positive behavior in children: respect, honesty, compassion, hard work, kindness, gratitude, sharing, cooperation. What is Solomon Eden saying? No, I mean, what are your values? What do you like? You know, man, Bona
No, he was referring to my thing when he said
what?
thanks the white man. My news.
Okay. I didn't get that. Okay. Ah, man. Okay, so you guys are on that now. Okay, let us
I
continue.
was wondering where Gas was with that one.
I know. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. I can just hear. Yeah, you know what, man.
Oh wow.
That has been impressioned. What do you guys? How do you guys always say it? Imprisoned,
Impressed upon. Impressed
impressed
upon.
upon. Oh,
The
there you go.
Haitian sensation word. Impressed upon.
Impressed upon. Okay. Responsibility, generosity. Yeah, there you go. So
So
for me,
Felipe, if I drop Tanzan's cash up, can you be generous? Let's
no,
see that
yeah,
morality in
yeah, yeah,
action.
yeah. Look. I don't deign to speak for you, so you shouldn't speak for me. Yeah, we respect each other. So we're good. And what I was saying was this: me, I would just have a simple rule. I would have a draconian, kingdom where queendom or whatever. Let's just imagine I'm God, so I'm neither male nor female. I'm just power.
So you trans,
Blasphemy.
Huh?
so you trans.
No. Okay. Okay. Let's go back to me just being a woman God. Fine. Yeah. I don't even want to go there at all.
He
Okay.
said, so
The
you
So
tranny
trans.
god.
nah. Okay. You know what?
Y'all the worst.
Do
Let him
your tranny
finish.
voice. You did it before.
Let him
Fine,
finish.
whatever. Just shut up. Let's continue.
Let
I'll
him
mute
finish.
you all. I'll use my infinite power to
My
just mute you
God.
all in a second. Let me see. One, two, three. Who's going first?
Oh
Whoever
my
speaks first,
God.
whoever gets muted first.
Azuli?
You get muted first. So, in my kingdom, there will be only one consideration, and that would be who? The children. So the first thing is this: that in order to qualify for children, you have to be married. That's it. That would be solve the whole problem of single mothers. So if you're found, you know, trespassing, that should be solved. Trespassing, then you'd be forbidden. So that would be. You know what? I'm going to just block that whole comment. I'm not even going to show it. I have power, but yeah, that would be the first thing. Yeah, that would solve everything. So yeah, I have solved the problem. You may continue. Whoa, did everyone just fall asleep or fall off?
No, we did not.
It was a boring solution.
But a correct one, nevertheless.
Okay,
Level two.
Transan.
You know what? If you say that again, I'm going to do something drastic.
Yeah, there's no democracy in the House of Tanzan.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
going to do something drastic.
So 10. So 10. 10.
Again?
10.
Yes.
What is marriage?
Marriage is the union between a man and a woman.
So me personally,
Mm-hmm.
I think marriage is
Mm-hmm.
that one finger receives a ring,
Uh-huh.
and at receiving that ring, the ring snaps, and that's marriage.
What
Wow.
does that mean?
Interesting.
I have one middle finger, my 11th finger. I'm not going to reveal the size of that finger.
Uh-huh.
It's good. The size is good. I mean, crazy bitches get addicted. But that's marriage. If that happens, after that, be it she is pregnant or not, but after that, she is my wife. I am her husband. Again, the question to you,
Mm-hmm.
both of y'all this time. What is marriage?
That's interesting. But marriage is, I guess, that's a union between two people. And for me, it's something that's different. So, what you said with the whole finger thing, my mind went whole left field. But Jose, with the whole
You such a daddy,
listen,
daddy.
listen.
If you
He
have
said,
no ring to offer me, you will not be my wife. If your ring has already snapped, you are not my wife.
What if
I
your ring is too loose? It comes out too easy.
oh Lord. Mm,
You
okay.
know, I'm confused as fuck.
I can't say I'm
We gotta
I
keep it.
know.
We
I
gotta keep it PG. Keep it PG.
yes, but I
Are you
think I sort of
saying you have to
understand
be?
it. Which okay,
Are you
okay,
saying? Are you saying you have to be a virgin? Is that what we're talking about right now? Because I'm confused.
They started sounding like that.
yeah.
So Jose, you're saying that she's supposed to provide you with a ring? Is that what
Yep.
you're?
Yep.
So a woman is supposed to propose to a man? Is that what you're saying?
No.
No.
No, he's saying
Listen,
a
If
woman got to be
she
a
offers
virgin.
me, if she offers me her virginity,
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
She can be my wife.
Okay, okay. I understand.
You see, the finger breaks the ring.
If she does not offer me her virginity, she can be my temporary wife. I can divorce her easily, way more easily as when she offered me her ring.
I mean,
I'm going to be loyal to a virgin. I am not going to take shit. I'm going to take shit from a virgin. I am not going to take shit for a pass around.
damn, damn.
And and that's why, as Oli was saying, start young. You know,
Not
it's
gonna
not.
hold you. I'm not
Uh,
gonna hold you. I married a virgin, and it was like the worst freaking marriage of my life. Well, the only marriage of my life, but like probably the worst relationship I ever had. So yeah, I'm not saying. I mean, it's probably different in other countries,
Because
but
you was crooked. Only
I
you was
was crooked.
crooked.
No, I was
You was
pretty good.
crooked.
I was pretty good back in the day. I was a young man, not yet exposed to the elements. I was pretty cool. But yeah, yeah, like all the negative qualities. I mean, kind of like I did take a lot of shit. Not gonna hold you, but yeah, it's like nah. Realistically, I don't think you should take shit from a woman. You know, like not
But
long term.
only that happened to you because she probably was not programmed properly by by a good society or by her parents.
That's what I'm
So
saying. Like I'm just saying that the ring is not enough. You know what I mean? Like there's more to it. Obviously, like I said, I've been there, done that, got the T-shirt, and it wasn't worth it. Like I mean, it was nice because I had a kid from it, but that's
well,
about it.
let's take
Oni, how old were you? How old was she and how old were you? It was
I
in the
don't know.
West, right? It was in the West.
somebody
Yeah,
has
yeah.
an echo, so can you mute your mics if you're not speaking?
Okay, so what age?
And and
Both?
then
I
we'll
want to
take
say I was 25 or something when she was 22 or something, or 23,
Oh
maybe.
wow. So 23 in the West and a virgin? Damn, you got lucky.
Nah, I got unlucky, bros. But yeah.
yes, but all in all, let's just say that the percentage of a virgin letting you down versus a non-virgin letting you down is wait, it's better to take your chances with the virgin. She might still let you down, but
No, I
you're
mean,
taking a better
how do you
chance with
know
her.
she was the real virgin though?
Oh no, I saw the blood and everything. Yeah.
Oh, dude, let me tell you, I lost my virginity like 3, 4
The
times.
ring broke
Okay,
when your
so
finger.
stop.
Well, I mean, she was a virgin. Like,
Okay,
So
fine.
she,
I,
We'll
so
take
she
your word
said,
for it. We'll take your word for it. We're
yeah,
not going to question.
yeah. So
I'm
she
just
said,
saying that it's better to be with one than without. Yeah. So that's all.
Why are non-virgins like that about virgins? I try to understand it.
Like what?
You've been a virgin, and now every virgin has to be doubted. Why is that? Why do women do that?
because
But
women
we're not
lie.
doubting it. I said we'll take his word for it.
Yeah, we'll take his word for it, but women lie. Women lie. That's why.
Yeah, but we take
Okay,
his
but
word for it. But
I'm saying that is
men, are we counting the yeah buts, the possibly, and the maybe, and the could be's? Are we counting them, men?
exactly. There's statistics. Like obviously, a lot of women lie, but you can't say all women lie about everything. That's just extreme.
I'm taking her word for it. Let's just say that I'm taking her word for it. So
all I'm all
and
I'm
and and
saying is
yes, it's better to be with one than without, and your statistical probability is with a younger woman than an older woman. So I would say that we should be encouraging young women to get married really early and
it's
not
not,
be telling them to
but
wait until. Huh?
10. It's not just younger women. You have to okay. It's not just the women. You have to. This is what the society. When a young man, I'm gonna give you an example. When a young man, let's say he's 15,
Uh-huh.
let's say he finds a girl attractive and he wants to date her. A lot of time, older men and even their mothers will tell them, "Boy, you're not even seasoned yet. Don't get. There's too many girls. There's too many women out there. Oh, you have to sow your wild oats." It's both of the sex. You have to the sex. They have to find somebody early, meaning that the boys are not allowed to go make harlots out of the young girls until they find their main wives.
I like that word, harlots.
You don't get to go sleep around with mad girls, and then when you find your, oh, this is my woman. Meanwhile, I got to date the woman that you slept with because you turned them into harlot.
Well, you know what?
Hold up,
And
hold
in
up.
this, there's a double, standard because uh, I've never heard of women saying that they want a virgin man. Have you, Yona?
Not that I know of.
That's because you can be a second wife.
But why do you care, Tan?
No, 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 no.
This is
I'm
how you
just
expose
saying that.
yourself. You're not joking. Why you always want to be like, do women ask, are men getting penetrated?
No,
Women,
penetrated.
when women
Who's
have sex,
talking
hold
about
up.
penetration?
When women have sex with a man, they get attached to that man most of the time.
Okay.
Not all of them.
No, no, no. Stick,
I don't
stick to the
understand why.
penetrate. Stick to the penetrate. Was the package opened when you
I
married
don't.
her? Was
But
was
I don't
was the
understand
box
why you
open
gotta
when you
say.
married her?
I don't understand. Yeah, I get it, but I don't understand why all of us you gotta be. Oh, do the women ask that? Why is it that if you do it and I can do it? You see the state property problem?
It makes no sense.
I
No,
don't
Makes no
understand
sense.
that.
she's asking something that's a valid point. Most
No,
No,
it
she's
women
ain't.
don't.
not. No,
It
she's
is
No,
not.
not.
can I
All right,
finish?
it's not,
Can
it's
I
not, it's
No,
not
finish?
valid. Let's leave
no.
it
No.
alone.
So
Let's leave it
yeah, okay,
alone.
go
Let's
ahead,
leave it
Chad.
alone.
Go ahead.
Um, yeah, I don't know. We didn't even go north, left field. We've just gone like I don't know where we
I'm
are
just
right
Ah,
saying.
now.
you're both strong women. Set your
I
foot in
just
the
don't
ground
understand
and
how.
resist.
No,
Why?
Resist.
Why are
Defend
we
your
doing that?
points. Defend your points, or they are not defendable.
I don't
Defend your
understand why are
points.
you. Why do we do the? Oh, are the women like? Oh, what is it a comparison?
okay,
Everybody
fine.
have every no every and this is the problem in this society. If you want to live in a society where men could do what women do and women, fine, let's just all do that. But then all of a sudden, oh, I want to be. Why would you ask that question?
Okay, what I was saying, the question was this, that men are more concerned about a woman not having another man than women are about men having other women.
You know
Like
why
men
men prefer
automatically. Let me
virgins?
finish. Let me finish.
No, no,
You
no,
have
no,
already
no, no,
given
no,
me the
no, no.
third, the third and fifth degree. So can I just finish? So I'm saying this, that women don't care about how many other women their men have been with. They don't want, like, oh, I'm green, like, oh, you're my first woman and all that stuff. That doesn't do anything for women. It's not like a how do you say it? It's not a compliment. It's not the same way that men look at it, like, oh, she's the first one with me. Women don't care how many women you've been with. Like, you could be with
Agree. Agree 100%. 200%. But females be wanting niggas that pull chicks.
oh, that too, yes. But I'm saying, with this aspect of, like being like, oh, you're my first, lady, and so on and so forth, like, you know, go practice somewhere else, that sort of thing. So women are usually more, what I was saying is that women just, they don't care how many other women you've been with.
Do you know why? Do
Why?
you know why men prefer virgins?
Hmm.
If I have sex with a virgin and she gets pregnant, I know it's mine. This is what
You're
this is,
right,
this is what
melanated. I do not like conflict at all. Like,
okay.
oof, yeah.
This is this is the problem. Virginity ex- ensures that that's my baby. We didn't have DNA tests back then. We didn't have all of that. But if I
Yes.
sleep with a virgin, 99% that's my baby. A woman does not have to worry about that because she knows she's the mother of the baby. What are we? Why are we always saying? Oh, because you know, a man. If I have sex with a virgin, it more likely if she's a real virgin, then it's gonna be, oh, that's my baby. I know gas him up. It's a waste of time because if it wasn't a waste of time, why would she bring that up? They're not. Yeah, oh, state property. My statement.
I'm a public announcement to gas them up. The men in the panel are not crazy. We are full of coffee, and I have I have about 1 kilogram of peanuts right next to me. So no, we're not crazy. We have time.
Well,
We have time today.
well, I can say this though.
Okay.
As so as I was traveling around Africa, what was interesting is that some women thought I was philandering or something of that sort. Basically they thought that I had a handful of women because of my swagger, my confidence, all that, whatever. Right?
The degeneracy.
Come again?
The degeneracy.
No, 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 no. It's philandering. Anyway, so what happened was, yeah, some of them were like, "Hey, I know you're like." Some of them were like, "Hey, I know you're talking to other women, and I just want to be one of them," type thing. One of them under the reasoning of Islam. Like, "Hey, I could be one of your multiple wives or something," and another one like, "Hey, all that kind of stuff." So it's in a sense, people like your honesty. But what I want to say is that when we try to generalize what is the formula for relationships throughout, or even to the extreme of either killing all the men or are in the fashion of requiring people to be married before they have kids, um, we have to realize that on an individual level, people set up their own preferences, however they may be, and however they are in whatever sort of timeline that they're going to be in. So, for instance, when I was there in Africa, it was like, yeah, a lot of like some women um, were willing to marry me, notwithstanding their belief that I was insatiable, right? Granted, here in America, it's a different vibe altogether. But that said, it's like perfect there's no perfect uh, recipe for relationships. It really comes down to you as an individual meeting with another individual and just seeing how you two, like, seeing whether you two can realistically build a family, or at least cohabit indefinitely, you know.
One thing though, Oni, 99% of the females in Senegal want to marry me, and I will never grant that to my swag. I'll grant that to my euro dollar.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, swag and euro, swag and euro and dollar, they synonyms.
Yeah, you're right. In the mind of a woman, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Continue.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I mean, yeah, that's what it is though. It's like yeah, I mean that's another thing too. Like women do, like especially in those countries, women want money desperately. And then in the West, women don't really want money desperately in the same degree. Or at least women who are, you know, so kind of put together, they don't necessarily require a man to pay for things. Now there are women who are looking for money in the West, and they are like, ugh, like they're like the worst. But
Crowd support.
yeah, that too, right? But the women who have things together, they're not looking for money per se, and then that is where a lot of conflict happens between particularly black men and black women. I can't remember who wrote it, but I remember somebody saying that like they were visiting from Africa or something, and they noticed that a lot of African American men were being paid for by their women, which is something that he would not have seen anywhere on the planet. And it really is not something typical on the planet, really. So that kind of situation is always going to cause a lot of friction when the woman has more economic resources than the man. It's always going to cause some sort of friction. Whereas in Africa, where like a visiting man or even a visiting woman will likely have more than the locals. Like they can like choose their pick, um, and so forth.
Okay.
I like how Bwana is calling me a degenerate, but also says I sound normal. I don't see how I'm a degenerate, you know?
Oh yes, yes, yes. Melanated goddess. Yeah, you're simping heavy for Oni over here. Like, oh, you know, he sounds so decent. You know, yeah, I would give him I would talk to him. I would mind, man.
Wait, what is wrong with that, Tanzan? Tanzan, we're not all into Attack on Titan.
Hey, hey, that's the greatest show ever.
Oh, wow,
Yona, you
wow,
too? Oh,
Mercy,
damn. Damn.
mercy.
Damn. Damn.
I hear him. No, he sounds like a gentleman. He sounds like a Russell Wilson. He lets me be me, who I want to be. Look, I can't do accents. I'm sorry. Look, I can't even say the N word without
What
sounding like.
language is this? What is she saying?
No, she's saying that you're not. That you're a
No, you. What are you saying? You
fellow.
just the accent or whatever.
Okay, sorry. It got lost in the accent, so we'll leave it at that. Yes, women pay all the time. Okay, so we're pimping. So women pay all the time. Yeah, so I guess women do pay all the time, you know? And
One way or another, we do
yeah.
pay.
Okay, okay. All right, okay, melanated goddess. I'll be nice. I'll be nice. See, it's rubbing off on me. We should, be good to each other. You're not, simping, but you really haven't seen what Oni was up to all this time, man. Okay, I'll give you the benefit of doubt. Fine, I'll leave it alone. So Ezuli said, and you're coming for me, melanated goddess. All these men have said all this stuff, but you are coming for me. Can I turn this on you for a second now? Yona, we're in a fight with melanated goddess. Are you going to be on my side, her side, or are you just going to run away? Like I would run away, honestly. I'm just telling you. Like,
Then,
I wouldn't run away to leave you alone. I would run away to go get help, you know.
then the, the,
Thanks a
the,
lot,
the
Tan.
female
Thanks a
equivalent of
lot.
simp, the female equivalent of simp is slut.
Ah, wow. No, 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 no. I'm just whilst hip hopping over here. So don't be mad, melanated goddess. You know. Yeah. Yeah. So Azoli says he's decent in America, but in the motherland, he's a five-star degenerate. See, it's not me. Look, I'm just following
That's
what.
coming from Razuli, though. Come on. State property Razuli.
Well, I guess I'm Azuli state property right now when it comes to that. So I'm just following him. If he says that, then that's what I have to believe. You know, I
You got whatever Razuli says, you gotta believe the opposite.
Nah, nah. Azuli speaks only the truth, the Haitian truth. All
Stop
right.
simping.
Okay, okay, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I do not like conflict at all. Like, somebody is mad at me. Like, oh, how can they sleep? I'll get to sleep eventually, but I feel bad for them. But yeah. Go ahead. Okay, Gaston Mapis is also saying that the men on the panel are crazy. They're all waiting for a virgin that resembles their mama. So they all want a vaginal ring instead of the most important thing, finances. Oh, okay. I can't defend you on this one. So you're all on your own over here.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the thing, though. I do want to say that it really will stress a relationship if a
Uh-huh.
woman makes more money than you. You know,
Okay.
well, if she makes more money than you, obviously, if you make more money than her, and she also makes a significant amount of money, then that's okay. But if you do not make as much money as her, then it's going to stress you because here's one of the things about what I've learned from dating women, especially women who have more than you. They want you to do the housework. You know what I mean? Like if they're making more money than you, they either want you to do the housework or they want you to share in doing the housework. Which is, I mean, like if you're okay with that, that's fine. But if you're not okay with that, or if you're not as cleanly as her, then you're going to have some dramatics between you and her. The other part is that like if you're not the breadwinner, you might not be able to um like just enjoy your you time. You know what I mean? Like you might not be able to play that video game, or you might not be able to watch that series or that show or what have you. Um and so there's a lot that goes into like what money does, because money really has like an emotional psychological impact on us, in the sense of what money does is it's something that's emotional for us. And what happens is if the woman has the brunt of the financial responsibilities, or if a woman just has her own, and it's better than yours, like that's going to cause some sort of not only emotional disturbance with you, but also some sort of friction between the two of you. So um why is Buana such a hater? Like, why is all right? So that's pretty much it.
I think I
What is
think
cut ass?
I think that's roommate type of life. A woman and a woman and a man in my one ring, in my one ring theory. A woman and a man, they sacrifice themselves for their children. So I'm not going to protect my wife. I'm going to protect my children. I'm going to provide for my children. And if she does the same, the children have two adults providing and protecting them. If I have this bitch constantly drawing the attention to her, my children are not protected and provided. You know, and money doesn't need to be mentioned. You got each other's back, right? And since the back of a man is stronger, he can carry more, right? And if a woman wants to compete, just step back and let her show how much she can carry. Most of the times it ain't shit.
Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
it is shit. It is shit. Diapers.
No, that's true. I think that one thing that we also want to remember too is that sometimes in your relationship you do not have kids yet. You know what I mean? And not just that, then when the kids do come, that also imposes another factor into the relationship, as to say, like she might not earn as much any longer, or she might choose to stop earning, um, because she wants to be with the child. You know, there's a lot that goes into relationships as well as childbearing that people don't take into account in their dating stages, or in their like engagement stage, or in their marriage. A lot of people are like, because I think somebody else pointed out that there's no initiation for a lot of us. So a lot of us are very underprepared for relationships,
That's what
especially
I
in the
said
West.
in the beginning.
Yeah, especially in the West. Because
Yeah,
I
I think
actually,
it's you who has an echo, or maybe it's me.
you think it's me who has an echo? You said
It might be me. No,
okay.
let's see. Let me mute it and see.
Okay, so what I was going to say was that one of the women I dated in was a teacher, and she was from a particular they call them tribes, ethnicity, like who are warriors and all that kind of stuff. But what she pointed out was that before her marriage, there was a kitchen party, something I think they call it, where the women will come together and teach a woman before she's married how to please a man, how to do this, how to do that, how to so on and so forth. Right? Her marriage still didn't go well because the man she married had his own, psychological problems to deal with. Plus, she's not even that, whatever. But all the same, what I'm saying is that because people in the West do not have that sort of preparation, the reality is that when the child comes in, that can already strain a strained relationship. That can already stress a stressed relationship. And that's like all that to
Let's
say
talk
that
about
that's a lot.
before the child comes in. I this is the first time I have ever got had this term about cut as before. I don't even know what it means or where it came from. But I'll just say this, and no, I'm not starting trying to be divisive or anything, but you know, yeah, maybe it's the way men are supposed to be and so on, staunch and all this stuff. But I find it, yeah, Gus is always saying, oh, the women don't care and so on and so forth. But I find that the men don't care about each other too, in a way, because when men get when men look. I'm not trying to, make fun of it. It is just a silly video of a woman, a really large woman who was beating on this very fragile man, and it was really sad. But at the same time, it was very funny. But men also, dismiss the pain of other men, especially when it comes to, to other women. And especially their women, when a man is being abused by a woman, other men are not going to take him seriously. And this goes for, the trials and the pains that men undergo in general. So men are not very sympathetic to other men when it comes to things like that, and even to to boys now. We can see how boys are being taken advantage of by women, but it was, in comedies and all these things they used to have, like this men, these boys having crushes on their teenage, I mean on their older women teachers, and then if they got the attention and things like that, that was supposed to be a score, and people just made it into like a joke and things like that. So when it happens to boys, people don't really take it seriously. But also other men, they also don't want to look at, that aspect of it, and they just turn their backs on it and say, oh no, that didn't happen, or that can't happen, and so on. So I think that, for men, they should also, understand the pain of other men, and see that this is also a problem for them, because women certainly, give the sympathy card to other women when it comes to
Then,
women problems. Yes.
then
Yes.
I'm sorry, but you're thinking like a woman. And us men, we
Mhm.
laugh at each other. When the laughing should harden, men harden each other,
Mm.
right? You must have heard the anecdote of the father that took his son out, and they went digging and digging and digging, and and at a certain moment the son was in the hole, deep in the hole, digging, and he looked up and his father wasn't there anymore, and it started raining, etc., etc. You probably know the story. When the boy finally got home and found his father watching the game, he was disappointed, but it hardened him. He understood that you, as men, are on your own, or you are not on your own, but you're the last man standing. Everything comes on your shoulder. So as a man, you should never feel alone, feel dismissed, feel just feel. As men, feeling is not as useful as a woman feeling. A woman is on a stage, and her spectators are the children. A man is on a stage, and his spectators are other men. Men go out in groups, right? They go chase for millions of years. Men go out in a group, and they go dig canals and walls around the community for hundreds, thousands of years. Men do that. And so the theater of men are men, and the theater of women are children. The spectators, excuse me, the spectators of the theater of women are children and other women. But that's competition,
Can I say
because
something?
women compete with each other for the for the fruit, for the for the food that they gather around the house or around the village. and men go out for miles and miles and miles to do their things. So yes, you have a point when you say men nowadays in the West are not supportive of each other, especially black men, because they hear their whole damn life that black men ain't shit. So they're not going to count on other black men, and that's thanks to the primary educators. But I digress.
Well, I want to say something. The thing, man, that you Chen said something about a woman beating a man. Do you know how many times his friends told him not to mess with that woman because that woman is too big for him? Men are different. We don't just because we might laugh at each other. That doesn't mean we don't care. That doesn't mean we don't give them advice. That doesn't mean men are just less. What's the word? If we warned you twice, I'm not gonna warn you a third time. I'm not gonna be here for your pity party. If my boy calls me and tells me about a woman and I tell him two times that woman is not good for him and something happened, he can't come back to me and cry on my shoulder.
Yeah,
So so men operate. Sorry, Oni. Men operate differently. It's not that we laugh at each other's pain or whatever. It's just like Jose said. A lot is on our shoulder. When we go drink, when we go play ball, when we go sit with each other and drink a little bit, we console with each other. I don't understand how women think men don't console each other. It's a lot of us in the West. We don't do that anymore because a lot of us are raised by our mothers, and a lot of us carry that trait. We don't. I could call my homie and be, let's go shoot some basketball. And while we're playing basketball, we're talking about life. We don't have to be all smooshy. Like, I don't understand. You and Yona was laughing at that boy getting his ass whooped. Me and Gas and Jose was like, wow.
Sure was. Sure was.
wait, who? What boy?
No, I'm
Sure
saying
was.
there was a video where this big woman was like just wailing on this slim dude, beating him bad. And 10 seems to say that
Wait, it wasn't me, right?
no, no,
I
that
mean, no,
wasn't
never mind, never mind.
no, no, that wasn't you. 10, no, no, oh my god, oh my, 10 you seems to say that we didn't care about the guy or whatever. Meanwhile, they were laughing at the guy. We wasn't the same way that when the guy came and saw his wife in a hotel with another guy, you guys were laughing at him, and yo, men talk to each other. Real men talk to each other. We console each other. But the only thing is, we're not gonna keep going back and forth with you, telling you, and then when you don't listen to us and they go left, you're not gonna come here and cry on our shoulder. We're gonna be like, all right, you made your decision. Hold your nuts now, bro.
Yeah, Azuli has a good point. I don't like to let's say like at one point there was this guy who there was this guy who was messing with this woman. She told him she had a disease or something, right? So then he went to uh the group of his group of acquaintances to say, I don't know what to do. And um the guys just started singing to him, "One man can't satisfy." Some troll shit. But like, yeah, like it's just a different way of communication that men have um towards other men. That maybe women might say, "Hey, that's toxic," or maybe women might say, "Oh, that's not cool," or whatever. But guys communicate differently. We're not, and that's a thing that I realized inside of my marriage too, was that women and men process things differently and with different emotional ranges. That's why I'm actually of the opinion. Look at these guys. I'm actually of the opinion that, yeah, like I guess I could say I agree with Gas in the sense of, I really wouldn't mess with a Western woman any longer. I mean, maybe, but like my experience coming back to America has been a lot of these women are psychopathic. And I imagine a lot of the men are psychopaths too, but a lot of the women are psychopaths. And whereas the women in Africa, I'm not going to say. I mean, I didn't really see any psychopaths per se. I do see people who really like money, or who really want money
That's
and will do it.
psychopathic. That's
I
psychopathic.
I wouldn't. No, I mean the psychopathic. I mean here in the West is more like a woman would just randomly ghost you. You know, like you could be vibing and having a nice conversation, and then she just ghosts you. You
Well,
know,
she just
just
don't like you. That's not
nah. That's what I'm
psychopathic.
saying. That's the weird part. It's like not even that. It's like it's just really weird. Like there's a lot of weird things that happen in the West, or even like you might find someone who's just
I agree.
excessively out of shape, you know,
I agree.
just unreasonably out of shape, where it's like you like why are you so out of shape, you know, like there's like I'm not gonna say I'm in perfect shape, I'm not gonna say I have like 0% body fat, but there are like people who are just like okay, I'm like they're like 90% body fat. And it's like at some point you have to say to yourself, come on. And the thing is that like a woman who's like 90% body fat would say, if you don't like how I look, that's on you. I don't care. You know? And it's just like, wait a second. Come on. Like, why would somebody like how you look? You know? When you're 90%, you know? Buddha said only almost lost a foot in Africa. Yeah, exactly. But actually they did amputate my leg. But no, I'm just messing. I'm just messing. But
A
yeah.
foot
Like
and a window.
10. Why are you such a hater? But anyway, but what I'm saying is that yeah. So realistically, like guys are and like how we process things emotionally. So I would say that like realistically, if a guy wants a nice balanced relationship, I would say get money. And then I would also say like get with like I think kind of you would just get with a woman who can fit your budget. You know what I mean? Like get with a woman who can fit your budget. Uh some of these women are out of your budget and you just have to like know that, you know? I can actually give an example. In fact, I'll just do this really quickly. I came back to America. I dated actually it was a Jamaican girl, a Jamaican lady in New York, and she was just out of my budget. You know, like we I met her, I took her, picked her up at her place, then we went to a black owned restaurant and she just kept ordering drinks. She didn't want to finish her meal. The bill came out to $100 and I paid it. And then I just like, we went to get some drinks. I got some more drinks. And then I just didn't talk to her again. Yeah, you might say I ghosted her or something, but it was like, no, she let me know I can't afford her. You know what I mean? Like I could do that once. I can't do that again. And that's what it is. Now, a woman in Africa could also have that same sentiment. She could be like, no, take me to a good restaurant, give me a good meal. But that good restaurant, good meal is coming up to $40. You know what I mean? And then she's also willing to, open a spread, clothespin, squeeze her head and legs open type stuff, right? She's also able to do that from that $40 meal or what have you. And that's completely like it's just within your budget. You know what I mean? No, Buana. United. The $100 was just like because this one was actually rich, by the way. She was like working in finance in New York, so she had money. She was just going on vacation, in 3 days to go just chill in some, one of these Caribbean islands. Like
Okay,
she
only,
had
only,
money.
only, only.
Yeah.
Can you answer? You got tips of questions saying, I know I am new here, but why is someone that's rapping RBG? That's you sounding like a passport bros, some manosphere crap.
I don't know why he thinks I'm sounding like a RB. It's password, bro. What is that? No, password, bro. No, I just went to Africa. And I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I think people like what we have to do. I think what people have to do is open themselves to exploring the world and just being around different people and looking at different demographics. what Pan-Africanism does not mean, it does not mean simply, getting some Western sensibility and then imposing it on the rest of Africa. Because that's one of the things that we could pick up on in this conversation, is that a lot of us are, we do develop some Western sensibility, and then we do want to impose it on other people. When I was in Africa, I was not imposing my values on on anybody. What happened was that there were women, a lot of women, who like what Jose said, or Jose said, was that a lot of women do look at you like, hey, you're euros, or hey, you're dollars, and hey, what can I do to get those dollars? What can I do to get those euros? Right? And whereas I'm not saying that that's a great thing, I'm also not saying that it's a bad thing, because what happens is that if you're trying to engage people, you just have to be realistic with the circumstances in which you meet them. And if you're trying to okay, see what I'm saying? Like right here, he says now he defines Pan-Africanism while practicing Euro. Like, what is Eurocentric about sex? Or what is Eurocentric about? Yeah, what is Eurocentric here? You're like that. The thing is that what's Eurocentric in this conversation is this idea that, oh,
I'm not
the white
dodging
man,
any comments, by the way. I thought I'd got them all. Just
the white
continue.
man described, like the white man, like what's Eurocentric is calling it Eurocentric in a sense, because nobody is being Eurocentric. What happened realistically, I'll tell you guys the truth. When I went to Africa, I met with this woman. I, put some game on her, and I did not give her anything like monetarily. And then she ghosted me, uh, because essentially in that cultural framework, for whatever reason, that like you're supposed to be transactional, you know. I didn't agree with it. At first I was repulsed. At first I wanted to leave the country. If anybody remembers, I was like, oh, I don't want to be here. But then sometimes you also have to say to yourself, well, it's about meeting people where they are, especially within the paradigm of where you can of what you can afford. But essentially that's like the reality, and it's the reality all over the world. It's the reality here in the West. Like I said, you date a woman, she says, look, $100 a meal and you can't do shit or whatever, that's fine, right? You know what I mean? Like, but then it also just says, okay, I can't afford that. And then you just move on. But there are men who can afford that easily, or who would want that easily. Like what Gas is saying, that woman had money. Like, she worked in finances, right? She would have made a excellent partner in some capacity, just not for me, but yeah, I don't want us to think that there's something Eurocentric about like going to another country and absorbing their values, even if their values are skewed. You cannot I'm not even saying even if their values are skewed, but just saying that you can't just go to another people and tell them that their values are bad, or try to link it up with Europe or Europeans. Like, realistically, this is the economic situation that a lot of people find themselves in. And whereas I've also invested in businesses without any sort of sexual gratification, um, uh, like the reality is that like people are existing in a different situation. This Eurocentrism in terms of sexuality means to not degrade our women or to covet them solely for sexual access. Mandates you union and sister for building a family. Again, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't know. Is this person in Africa? Does this person been to Africa? Because a lot of what, like I said, a lot of this is just unrealistic. Um, like, who's degrading women by having sex with them? Like again, like when we talk about what Eurocentrism is, right? We have to talk about the prudes, you know, and the prudes are the people, the Puritans, that type of thing. The people who say that having sex with a woman is degrading her, or covet, like covet is like a word straight out of the Bible. Realistically, I don't think anybody uses that outside of the Bible. And then
Did you
like,
really just say that though?
isn't it
You
though?
re-
Like,
you
who
really just said that. You really
covet,
just said that.
covet? Like,
That
really? Manhood
Wow.
mandates you union with a sister for building a family. And it's like, what do you mean building a family? I was there for 3 months. I'm not going to build a family in 3 months.
What what
And
what
then,
what
yeah.
what, what I think they're saying is that, and that's anybody, and that's a lot. That's why a lot of people look at the passport bros. Yo, women in America, let's say black women in America are making a lot of money. So you can't impress them with that because they're making their money. So when you go down to another country and you're making more than the women, and then I guess that's why he's saying, or people are saying, but what you're saying is that it's transactional. You didn't want to do it, but that's what the women there are asking for. But the whole thing is, are they asking for that because the society they're so impoverished that they have to act like that, or is that them not, or is that them naturally?
Well, that's the thing. Everybody, I don't know if we understand this. I mean, I think it's something that people have to come to terms with. But like all of us get our paper money from the paper printers, right? The difference between people in Africa and the people in America is that we live right next to the paper printers, and they have jobs for us easy, and they give us the paper printing like that easy, right? So we're going to just have greater access to the paper printing, to the paper, because the paper printer is right next door. Like literally, my neighbor is a white woman, right? Um, that said, uh, we are just in that situation. Now people in Africa are not in that situation. They have the same source. So yeah, the women there do have lesser. No, not just that. It's like a real general cultural, like it became a cultural phenomenon. Like to the point where there's like a Tanzanian like teenage drama, okay, like a regular teenage drama. The man and the woman, like the woman is set to marry somebody for some reason or whatever, and she's like, I guess she has a boyfriend or something, I don't know. The point is this: she's asking this person for money. In fact, I should even say this: guys would ask me for money on the street. Like a guy would be like, hey, I'm hungry. Like I was at a bar and a dude was like, "Hey, I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten today. Could you know what I mean?" Like people were begging in that country. And it's not like this guy was a beggar. This guy was like a motorcycle driver or something. Um Boda, I guess. But he was a motorcycle driver.
You
He was
mean
hanging out.
he was scamming for a meal? That's all that was.
He was scamming for a man, you said?
A meal.
Oh, well, the thing is though that like no man in America, unless he's like completely sitting on the streets, is going to beg you for money. Like no man. It's just like the weirdest thing for a man to ask you for money. It's just weird. I was
That's
actually in a
not true.
pharmacy.
That's
Well,
not
I've never
true.
seen it.
You
I've never
don't
seen it.
you don't go on the trains. You're not in the buses. You're not
Yeah,
at
those are
34th
bums.
Street and see grown men, but they're still men asking for
No,
money.
I mean like if you're I'm talking about not I'm talking about people who are not bums. Like this is like a regular guy. Like even when I
A
was in the
lot of those
pharmacy.
people, not to cut you, but a lot of those
Mhm.
people aren't bums either. That's how they make their living. You know how many people go on the trains, the buses out here in New York, stand on 34th Street, 42nd Street, Times Square. That's how
No,
they
that's
make
what I'm
their
saying.
money.
This is not one of those guys. But my overall point is that this culture, like in Tanzania, it was different. Like it's not like I wanted to give people money. It's more like you are like people like that's just that was just what the vibe was there. Like even to the point where one guy begged me for money because he saw me with so many women. I guess he was like the doorman, and I put up the letter on on
But
YouTube.
only
It was
before
like,
you continue, if somebody asked you for money here, in America, would you just give it to them?
well, when I came back from Ghana, I did, and then I got lectured. They were like, "Ew, like that guy's been begging all day. He's
No,
lying."
no, no. I'm saying if somebody on the streets of, whichever state you're in, asks you for money, would you just give them your money like that?
Well, I mean, depends. Like, how much money do I have on me? But like, maybe. I mean, like, I'm pretty generous generally. You know, like I'm generous here in America too. Like I said, I bought this lady $100 um dinner, and I was like, I'm not gonna sleep with her. You know what I mean? I didn't just like leave or some shit.
So wait a
Um,
minute. You bought a woman here in America $100 dinner and not sleep with her, but you went to Africa and didn't give a woman no money but slept with her and mad because she ghosted you?
no, 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 no. I mean, that was when I first came in. No, so no, so generally you don't pay for sex in America. I mean, you don't pay for sex, period. But what I'm saying is that in that country, you were like obligated to, but I had no idea. You know what I mean? Like I had no idea
Obligatory
initially.
prostitution. Okay. Um. All right. Let's see what the comment people are saying. So when Haguziki says true, I'm just saying, okay, you know what? I love what some of them, you know. So Koku said, okay, so before we go to the funny ones, we have to go to the nice ones. Say, so thank you, South Sudanese Junubi. Everything is so intellectually inclined before we started talking about who slept with whom. So I don't know who slept with who, but still intellectual, you know. Let's get a bit more. Philip Lindsay says, it's a remnant of servitude to Mzungus, the former enslaved African women who have been groomed to find the economic worth in looking at what Mzungu women have and comparing it. Um, yeah, you know, so Black American women worked in the homes in large numbers. They were constantly comparing the life and possessions to what the Mzungu women have, and it was torturing them. Um, you know, it's true. You know, for a lot of, and this is, we didn't get to it. I don't know if we're going to get to it today, but we were talking about this. We're supposed to be talking about this bleaching thing with Yona, but we didn't get to it because the men just, oh my goodness, they just, you know, it was just right and left, just being pummeled, you know. You know, you think you're saying something peaceful, and they here comes, you're like, oh, you know. But you know, we haven't really learned to get along with each other, and we're still trying to compete with each
Wait,
other.
wait, wait, wait. Hold up, Tad. Hold
Yes,
up.
go ahead.
For one is like, does Yana bleach? Listen, black and beautiful all day, every day. Okay, I don't bleach. I don't even know what the hell that is. No, Moana, I do not bleach.
Okay, there
You're
you
not stop
go.
lying. They my bleach.
Ah,
They my
it's
bleach.
really,
Why
yeah,
you
nobody
why you
bleaches,
saying
it's
why
just
you saying you
yes.
don't know what bleaching is? Are you no. You're
No, I mean I don't know what it is as far as putting it on myself. I don't
oh
need
because I
to.
know Jamaica has an anthem about them my bleach. Yeah, bleach.
Yes, but not
Okay.
me. I do not bleach. I'm black and
Well,
very, very
you know,
beautiful.
when it
Love
comes
my
to, let me
melanin.
also, before we continue, but let me also address, you know, this point and counterpoint that Oni and you got tripped off for talking about earlier, and then we'll continue. And you know, everyone in the comments, I think the issue is this, that you know, when you go looking for relationships, or you know, for women and so on, what is the final intention? Because if it's just to have a good time, you can do that anyway. You don't need to go, you know, somewhere else and you know, do that. And if you understand that these women are simply doing it, you know, for the money, then yeah, it's transactional, there's nothing wrong with it. But that's just, you know, all you're going to get from that. But if you're really serious and you want to have something that is more permanent, or is something that is, and I think that's what he's saying, that as a, you know, as a Pan-African, you I don't know, should, that's why the whole thing, what the whole discussion was about, the vanguards of morality, who should say what other people should do. Because you know, for I think his view of Pan-Africanism is supposed to be, you know, family first. If you're supposed to seek relations with people, it's supposed to build permanent relations, not just, I think, with relationship, but also with friendships. If you're supposed to seek relationships with, you know, Africa, Caribbean, and all these black people, you should want to build something more permanent. Especially what is more even permanent than marriage is, you know, businesses, is, you know, owning property, owning lands, you know, having exchanges. You know, your children should, you know, talk to children of other places. is you should go outside and find meaningful, connections and networks and all that. But it seems that all we do when we get together is just either engage in, rivalries or, petty, interactions, and then we go back and nothing gets done. None, the tree is not planted. And, what Kaiser was saying, oh, everybody has to start over from the beginning. That's a ridiculous way of running society, that everybody has to figure it all out by themselves. You're a child for the first 10 years of your life. What the hell are you going to figure out for the first 10, 20 years of your life? You have no idea what to do. And then to think, at what point do you think that, oh, I have learned enough to go and do it on my own? And you're not going to do it on your own. You're going to need people. You're going to need a network. Nobody just goes out there and supermans it all by themselves. So this idea that, and I'm not talking about him, I don't want to talk about people when they're not here. I'm just talking about the individualistic mindset, that somebody's just going to go and do it on their own or start something all over from scratch. Nothing is started from scratch. You still have to build on what somebody else has built. And we have to have a system where if you take risks, those risks are going to, pay off if they're worthy. But anyway, sorry, I got off on my rant. So what I'm saying is this, that if you're going to live by a principle, we also have to have, maybe we cannot try to do it in practice. Yes, it's very true. We're not living in the clouds. I know sometimes I go off in the clouds, but you have to have an ideal. You have to have something that you're working towards. It's not going to happen perhaps in your lifetime, but for me, if I had the ideal, it would be family, it would be a community, to be a group of people working together and making sure that everyone was taken care of. There wouldn't be, orphans or widows or, incels and, all this stuff. People would, but in any case, it would be, to fulfill your role, as men, women, and to as children. But anyway, yeah, that's me on my pedestal. I will step off and let's
Well,
see.
Tanzan, let me ask you this,
Yeah.
since you want to be on the pedestal.
Mhm.
So basically, you're like, so the idea is this: there is a cultural, like, say you go to Kenya, let's
Uh-huh.
say Kenyan men date different from American men, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you like if you're going to? Well, I guess Kenya, because you come from Kenya, it's a little different. So let's say you go to Nigeria, right? Nigerian men date different um, from American men, right? Or from Kenyan men, right? That said, if you're trying to, like, if you're exploring Nigeria, to what extent do you do you like to what extent do you tolerate the cultural norms in Nigeria, um, for your own, like if you're, like, say if you're interested or willing in dating anybody, like to what extent do you say, you know what, I do want to engage the people, or do you just put your nose up and say, oh no, these people are degenerates, I can't deal with this?
I think it's not, whatever their culture or custom says. I think it's what your principles are. So it doesn't matter if, because let's just say, oh, in their culture, they're not supposed to do one, two, three, or the other. But if you're there, they see the opportunity to, to get something. Let's just say that, as you said, firstly, you're traveling with, some financial means. You're from a different place, so that means you're pretty loaded. So hey, so it's not so much about what they, want or expect. It's more of, what you want to do. You can go there and just, want to do whatever. That's fine too. But I think it's like, you know it, it's not I don't see anything pan-African in it. It's just you doing you. But I would say that the pan-African concept ideal, like I said, is not the realistic, it's not the, but the ideal should be towards making permanent connections.
Yeah, of course. Now that's the thing though. It's like when I went to Africa, I will say this, right? I didn't know the language, and you could actually attest that I still don't know the language. I didn't have any friends in Tanzania. I didn't even know the locations. I could tell you guys the cities that I went to in Tanzania. Well, actually, oh, the first was Goba. Oh my gosh, people in Tanzania were like, "Why in the freak did you go to Goba?" I mean, where I went, like the restaurant had like flies all over, like just straight up. I mean, every restaurant for some reason had flies all over, but this restaurant was just like a colony of flies with your food. It had high protein, but it was ridiculous. Um, like I'm saying all this to say that a lot of people I mean, I don't really judge other people's experiences, but what I could say is that a lot of people can try to pass judgment on things, and I would say that if I didn't make the trip myself, I probably would pass judgment too. But as an individual who takes a chance to go to another country, let alone for 3 months, right? Which is not something that everybody can do, but an individual goes to another country for 3 months, and the idea that they should not pick up, like they should keep towards their American culture, and their American sensibilities, and I can't believe a woman will have sex, that is, I feel, us kind of like, I feel like that would be the Eurocentric stance.
Can I say
To
something?
Yes.
Okay, this I'm gonna disagree with you because I'm not the women there. We all know they're having sex. Some of them are doing that because of money. The problem is their government did not create an economic system where they don't have to do this shit. You, what I'm saying? Why are you saying it's a European way of looking at it? If you go to France and shit like that, a lot of women are not gonna do that. If you go to a developing country, a lot of women might give you a more genuine interaction than wanting to get bread from your pocket.
No, that's the thing. I want people to clarify. These women are not disingenuine. Like these are still very genuine women. They
But,
they
but you're not,
just
but
they just culturally do not expect a man to not give money. You get what I'm saying? So like some of them justify it through religion. They say, well, the man is the protector, the man is the provider, ergo he should, so on and so forth.
but
It's not a matter of, oh, they're just looking for your money. It's more like they have authentic, genuine relationships with you, or they are generally interested in you. But
so why did she
um,
ghost you?
the first woman,
Why she if they have genuine? Why did she ghost you?
oh, again, because that's like basically it's an insult to a woman to not pay her in a sense.
Not pay her for what? How? For her sex?
Yeah, for some reason. Again,
That's
that's
prostitution. That's
that's the
prostitution.
culture. I mean, I'll say it this way. So here's something that people are not really processing too. I'll say it this way. All right. So in order for this woman to visit me, right, in my apartment, she had to spend $60. Okay. No, sorry. Let me see. $30. She had to spend $30 in order to visit me. Right. The average I want to say the amount of money that people make a month is $300. So she spent 1/10 of her monthly salary, or whatever, her monthly wages, in order to see me. And no, sorry. So let me see. $150 would be the average. So she spent 1/5 of her month, like basically a week's salary, in order to see me. And then I told her, okay, thanks, bye. You get what I'm saying?
Man, you
Um,
sold.
yeah,
That's
exactly. So it's like the equivalent in America would be if a woman if a woman like flew across the country to see you, and you told her to pay, and you didn't buy her anything. You know what I mean? Like in that way, she would probably ghost you.
But you don't need. I don't understand, bro. Like, so you trying to tell me that all of that
No,
shit?
no, no. Wait,
Hold
hold on
on,
a second.
hold
Let me
on,
just
hold
collect for
on.
Buana. It was 30,000 Tanzanian shillings, or
So
like, yeah.
you trying to tell me that all of that was lost in translation? You didn't feel that she was coming for money. You didn't.
Yeah,
Instead,
well, I mean, look, I kind of like well, actually,
bro,
what happened was that
don't play the victim. You playing
this
the
brother
victim. I
in
already know.
you said I'm playing the victim.
Yeah, you playing like, oh,
No, no, no. This brother in America was like, man, you probably paying for sex, you loser. And I was like, nah, I ain't paying for shit. So when she so when she came over, Like I was going by the American standard. The American standard is, um, uh, you could buy them dinner, but you're not going to give them money directly. You get what I'm saying? So I bought her dinner the day before, and then it was vibing, all that kind of stuff. And then she was like, "I'm going to come over and whatever." Um, and then like yeah, we did that, and then I did ask her, am I supposed to do anything after that? Like, am I supposed to do anything else? Because it kind of felt weird and uncomfortable because she was, paying for her own transportation. And she was like, no, you don't have to do anything. And so I was like, okay. Like I
Well,
did want to, but she was like, no, you don't have to.
I don't blame you. I blame the men in that society, her father, the people who are supposed to create an economic system where she doesn't have to do that, or where the society should create a system where she. Cause I bet you she's if she has to pay. I don't understand if she's paying all that money to come over. Would you in America? If a girl was coming from New Jersey and came to there, you would not go get them or whatever.
Yeah, I would pay exactly.
So
But that's
how
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like again, I was just I was fresh off the boat. I didn't understand the culture. I just knew somebody in America was clowning me from the prospect of me even paying, and I would like never paid for sex. So
But you
I
see, let me interrupt you
or
guys
paid
for one
directly.
second. This is where I go back to like what the show is all about. And I say like, where where are the freaking vanguards for our society going into what Azuli was saying? Like he blames the men of the society of men. Like when did we as African people on in these American streets or Caribbean or whatever, and now in Africa, it seems in Africa, when did we started coming up with this concept of dating? This dating bullshit just roughly started like in the 1950s, I believe it is. When did that become a thing on the continent that people are dating or just hooking up to have, sex and all of this? When did that when did the men in our society, the fathers, the husbands, the brothers, the uncles, the nephews, when did they stop putting down the machete and the gun? We love murdering each other with these guns. Back home, we love the cutlass. You know what I'm saying? We in the African continent, a lot of places they love the voodoo. So when did we stop doing that to allow certain behavior and the morale of our community, our society, to be so degenerate like this? It's like we all in the fucking quantum realm. We're living like Riri's down there in the quantum realm. I don't understand it.
this
When did we started adapting this bull crap as, oh, we're dating, where in other societies they're still holding on to, okay, we're gonna do arranged marriage. We're gonna do it like how we've
because
been doing it for millions of years out of duty, to passing down the culture, to passing down the heritage and the DNA and all this other stuff. I don't understand. I get what you're saying, but I'm trying to understand in your mind, Oni, that you have a certain way of doing things here, and then you go over there and thinking that it's a different way of doing things. That's kind of like, like that's not cool on your
well,
behalf.
I don't blame well, I could blame him because I could say something about him, but again, like somebody's like Sam said, you have to go by your own morality, and he doesn't go by that. But the main person to blame are the men of that society, the women of that society, and the social construct. How is it a man could fly out from another country and come have sex with your with your daughters
That's what I'm saying.
and
What
just
happened to
leave?
the vanguards? What happened? Like what the topic of this show is? Where are the vanguards? Who do we look up to now? Who do we look to speak and to do for our communities, for the
This
generations
person
that's
said,
coming up?
Well, let
what
me
do you
say this. Let
think?
me clarify this quickly. So I was going to Africa thinking, hey, look, let me find some wife material. You get what I'm saying? And yeah, the woman was pretty good, according to you guys. Yeah, she was pretty good. But again, there was a cultural barrier that I could not understand. In fact, there was a cultural barrier that I could not understand from the West because nobody from the West was really talking about this. Now, check this out. There are papers on what is called transactional sex that goes on in different African countries, East African in particular, I guess, but not just in particular. Sorry, different African cultures all over. A lot of us do not talk about that, and because we don't, we end up with, no disrespect to you, got ripped off, but we end up with this kind of Puritan. I would say that's the Eurocentric viewpoint where we don't understand that, hey, part of the issue that goes on in the economic collapse in Africa is is that because the laws are not the same, in the sense that prostitution is not illegal per se, right? Because the laws are not the same, you're going to have a different moral system. You're going to have a different cultural system. That said, a Westerner like me who's going there, particularly to say, hey, let me settle down with a woman, he's going to be in a shock for his life because he's like, wait a second, is this what some of the women are doing? Um, and eventually at some point you do like you get rid of your Western sensibility that really didn't make any sense anyway, because again, people are like we speak this from the vantage of you can go anywhere you want for $6, whereas people in Africa cannot, a lot of people in Africa cannot go anywhere they want for $6 per se. I mean, you could take the bus, but you'd
Yeah,
have to
but
like
that's where you
walk or
have to
some shit.
learn the cultural norm for there. Like you from Jamaica, right? You know you can't go to Jamaica and do certain things or even say certain things or go to certain neighborhoods or whatever. So what makes you think that it will be any different in Africa? You should have gotten online on Facebook, on Instagram or whatever and send out a blast and say, hey, I'm coming to Tanzania. What are the norms there? What are traditions? What's to do? What's not to do? But I
No,
get what
no,
you
you can't trust people online. You
now,
can't.
whether you trust them or not, it's just information you'll be looking for. It's not a trust thing. You're just looking for information to verify, or get access to certain things. So I don't understand why, in particularly Black people, they do that. When they go to Europe or they go to Greece or wherever the heck they go to, they have everything down packed, what they need, what they might need, and everything else. But when traveling to like somewhere like even in the Caribbean or in Africa, it's just a fly by night shit. Just, I'm a wing it. I'm a wing it. I don't get that. I really don't.
No, I wanted to have an adventure. I mean, I was I was just a man with
Negro, where you live? You live in Brooklyn? That's an
oh,
adventure right there. Come on, stop playing.
no, it ain't no adventure. But anyway, but no, I'm yeah, I wanted to have an adventure, so I was going blind. But I mean, again, like I don't like again, like none of the women are complaining except for one of them. but none of the women are complaining. So it really comes down to what is the point of us lecturing and moralizing while we have
Okay, okay,
disposable
okay,
income?
okay, okay, okay,
You
okay.
know?
Okay, only fine. I think, we understand your situation. You went to a place where it was
No,
cheaper.
we did go to build. Sorry.
Okay, but you found yourself in a situation where it was, cheaper to get them, like cheaper to keep her. No, it was cheaper to get with them and be about your way. I hope you're honest with them. I'm not saying that you went and lied to them or whatever. I hope you didn't. I hope you paid them their fair share and they got a good time and you all got happy and so on. But on the other hand, this whole aspect of it, let's not romanticize it. Is basically just that, it's a transactional thing. But what you were saying is that if you want to really build something, it's not going to be something like on a one time thing. Yeah, you're going to go on a tourist vacation and it's going to be a good time, but it's not really going to lead to too much. And for me, I'm not against the people traveling and finding out what they can find. It's just that why go for something that you can just find over here. Yeah, it might be cheaper to that transaction, but you still had to pay for the air ticket to get there. Whereas in your own neighborhood, you might find something easier. So what, like Gus was saying, the women in Africa are not any better. If they're willing to do that, then that automatically lowers their value. It's not as if they are the queens that you thought them to be. And if definitely a woman is willing to do
But
that with you
but
just for money, then she's not worthy.
not
Yeah,
to,
go ahead.
again, not to, if the women are doing that and they just give it up like that, and their mind, they didn't lower their value. The state, the state is not teaching them properly. Do you get what I'm saying? So if I go there to be a passport bro, and I'm like, you know what, I'm
Yes,
gonna have this with like 50, like all of them, they're gonna
go
give
ahead.
it to me, and they don't feel cheating. They don't feel like like prostitutes or whatever. It's just like when that what what's the women with the red thing they put in their hair,
Yes, we know. Yes.
so those women, I saw something where they said where the men offer their wife to visiting men. Like the morality of black people, and and that's what Oni is saying. Who are we to judge these people? I disagree with him, but the society. So that woman, you saying, oh, she's just she got what she want. She doesn't see herself as like she's devaluing herself.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Somebody said maybe she came with marriage in her mind. Look. I'm a Cape Verdean, right? And we have recently become a big tourist attraction, right? and and yeah, how does the Cape Verde island advertise tourism? Well, the beautiful people, and you're attracting Dutch people and British, the most filthy ass motherfuckers. So you're gonna get fucked. Your beautiful people are going to get used sexually, right? And they are going to look, and what I often see when I come back from Senegal, and I take the Banjul route, right? Gambia. These motherfuckers be telling each other the stories and looking at you how you react, right? And all that, when I witness that, I sit in the airplane and I'll be cooking, right? I'll be steam coming out of my ears. But you know what's on my mind? What's on my mind is the stories that people of my age, right? The children or friends of my parents be bragging when they come back from the Cape Verde Islands, be bragging about how much they fucked. Bitch, have you been fucking my niece? And what I want to say is our people, and I'm speaking of the Cape Verde Islands, our people groomed our people back home into sex tourism, right? So just now, just in the past 5 minutes, the as they say here, the quarter finally dropped, right? The quarter finally hit the table, and I got, oh, wait a minute, there is that what Vanguard means? And yo, there's a point. Where are the vanguards, right? There's a vanguard in the home, right? And we, I'm talking role play and not in the bedroom. There's a vanguard in the home with a role of vanguardism at home, and there's a vanguard at the border of your community, and one is man and the other is woman. And I leave it to you grown folks to figure out which one is at the border of the community protecting the community and which one is at the door of the house protecting the house. Go ahead, continue your
The,
funny
the,
remarks, in the chat about my nieces, my sisters, and my grandchildren.
the vanguard who needs to protect is the society. The vanguard is the men. The vanguard is the society itself, because the society teaches the woman, and the woman teaches her daughter. This is not to sell her body part just like that. But what happened is that I think we were talking about, it's the scarcity. People are selling themselves for money.
brother, you are an immigrant, right?
Yeah.
What happens is they see the immigrants leave. They see the immigrants live a certain lifestyle. They see the immigrants brag about what they have and what they can do and where they can travel and all of that, and they want that too. So when I go to Senegal, Gambia, Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, even South Africa, right? I go there and they see me, and what they see is a ticket around the world, a nice house, nice clothing, and yeah, if I have to give up the Uchi for that, I'll give them a few babies too. But that's the life I want, the life that I see in these advertisements, etc.
But Jose, that's what I'm talking about. What needs to be done, the protection of the mind needs to be.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. You guys have this Western privilege,
That's
It is
and
bullshit.
not
I want to
Western,
protect.
bro. What the fuck are you talking
I want
about?
to protect my sisters, my daughters against predators.
What the fuck are you talking about?
exactly. The thing is that these guys have money.
Somebody has an ugly echo going on.
Tenzin, that's you with your echo. Shut up.
Yeah, Tanzan, mute your mic. Anyway, but no, the thing is that these people
Protecting
come
your
up.
daughter from predators, Western. How is that Western?
No, I'm talking about how we have more money, right? So it's kind of like how we were talking about women earlier, where we were saying if the women don't want you for money, she can navigate you differently than a woman who wants you for money, right? Or a woman who needs money, or a woman who's like pressed for money. That said, what we have in the West compared to people on the continent is this huge disposable income, especially if we're traveling. I mean, again, I don't know if people understand the context of what I keep saying, but I went to Africa with my son for 3 months. Like, how many people could just leave their work for 3 damn months? And how many people can afford a ticket, let alone a ticket with their son? It's just not a normal thing. That said, a lot of people in the West have, and I'm like broke in the West. I'm not even like, I'm not even moneyed in the West. That said, a lot of people in the West just have a lot of money, right? And then we go over to people with less money, and we say how like we put our noses up at them and say, how could you be doing that? It's kind of like if you go into the hood and you're like, how dare you sell drugs? Ugh, you're so pathetic. Get a job, right? And it's like, yeah, we can easily go beg this white boy for a job easily, but not everybody has that luxury. And that's what I mean by that Western privilege. Not all of us have that Western luxury where we can just get good money from this white boy and then use that money to put our noses up at people.
I have a question. May I pose the question?
Of course.
It's a rhetorical question, and people don't tend to answer rhetorical questions, right? Do you think that if you proposed marriage to that woman, that she would marry you and stay loyal? Again, it's a question. It's a rhetorical question. Y'all know the answer.
Well, I'll say this. A lot of those women believe that they're fucking, like, some of the women believe they're still married to me or believe that like, a lot of these women want to marry me. Will they be loyal? I think a lot of women do not like the lifestyle. They feel like, I'll say this way. Some of these women feel like one of them heard a story of a guy who promised to give money, ended up robbing her on top of having sex with her. And a lot of them feel like it's a really dangerous type of lifestyle, because again, they're not like, a lot of them are not prostitutes. They're not prostitutes. I made fun of them and saying, oh man, you guys are just basically prostitutes, but they're not prostitutes in the sense of they don't have pimps. They don't have anybody watching over them. They're really just people who like have real financial troubles and like they cannot secure good incomes in the same, and like the incomes that they do secure are like nothing compared to what like anybody else could, like for instance, that $100 that I might have spent on dinner is like as much as somebody would make in a month like normally. So it's just like, yeah,
I'm going to introduce a word, right? Happiness, right? If a woman is not happy with what she has, she wants another lifestyle. So in the West, you keep referring to a woman in the West that don't want money. Women in the West that earn $200,000 a year want a man that earns more, and she wants him to pay the bills.
of
Okay,
course.
that's A and B. So these women, their problem is not their finance. Their problem is happiness. Women worldwide are told to be happy when they have the washing machine, when they have this dress, when they wear this makeup, etc., etc. So a lot of unhappy women are created, and that results into finance, right? For the big for the for the producers, for commerce,
When you
right?
say
because
violence,
because people will try to buy their happiness. And I believe these women in Gambia, in Jamaica, in whatever poor country, they want to buy happiness. And having sex is not happiness. Happiness to them are fed children, educated children, university graduated children. That's happiness to them. That's what I believe, honestly.
yeah, of course. I think
That,
that the values are better.
that I think that some
Who
Caribbean.
invited this tether?
I, hey, only I wanted to talk to you about that thing that you mentioned, by the way. But I think that some of what Jose is saying is absolutely true. I think that some people from deprived countries, they do want healthy children. They want university graduates. They want to have a good quality of life. I agree with that. So, but that I think that some women want that. I don't think that that goes for every woman. Some women just want to have a good old time, and at the end of it, they want a good billfold in their purse. And I think that there is a difference. There is a difference. And as far as the Vanguard thing that we was talking about earlier, you see, there are people who come to my country. There was a very popular fashion designer, in fact. His name was Peter Nygaard. I don't know if y'all guys heard about him. Billionaire. He came to the country and he was able to acquire land and a home property or whatever. And he was sleeping with a lot of Bahamian girls, some of them very young. Now, I'm in a position, okay, because people look at say, well, what are the men of the society doing? So I'm in a position. So I say to myself, okay, I don't like the fact that this is going on. So I could drive up to this man home and blow his head off,
What the fuck?
or wait, just wait for a minute. Just wait for a minute. Because this is what vanguards do. They protect the kids, the young girls, the women of the community from the predators, external and internal predators, even if it means resorting to violence. So I wanted to qualify that. Or you provide them with institutions, financial institutions, where they could come into your institutions and make monies for themselves so they'll be able to pay bills. Because I don't have Peter Nygaard's money. He is given in the acts he is committing on them, he is giving them rent money. Sometimes enough money to sustain them for the year, you know, after performing these acts. I don't have the alternative institution where I could do that without resorting to them doing that. Now I'm working on it. But while I'm working on it, I can't do that to him to to be the vanguard because he has the politicians, even the prime ministers in his pocket. He's protected. So Woody, in that instance, the only way for me to vanguard that situation is really to overthrow them because they protected him. The conversation become very complex because if I don't provide a tangible alternative for them to be able for me to hire these people, to provide these guys with financial capabilities for where they could
Oh,
provide.
who is this guy? Like, what the hell? I'm
Right?
reading the comments
I'll get
and it
back to
just
that.
sounds like a we.
I'll get back to that. I'll get back because I can answer that.
Bahama, you weak, boy.
No, I'll get back to that. But if I can't provide these women and men, because they don't talk about that. Because some men play prostitutes to a lot of women who come here, and because a lot of the wealthy white women
Rent a
come
Rasta.
here. Yes, sir, a lot of wealthy white women come here and be buying out these women, but they getting money from all over the world. This is what they do. But I am trying I feel for me, Vanguard, my approach, if it's not resorting to a violent one or violent means, is resorting to an alternative means where I create institutions where I could hire these men who are unemployable because they don't have any employable skill, or women, so they could come to my business. Hopefully, they won't fuck up my business, so I could employ them to where they don't need to use their bodies to resort to doing the things that they have to do to provide and sustain themselves and their children and grandchildren, etc., etc. That's the first thing. The second thing is there are some women who look they don't look in the field of prostitution like how the brothers on and sisters on the panel that may look at prostitution. They see it as a business. Some of them, like I say, they don't mind doing that. For some of them, that's the most money they'll ever make. They become very wealthy being horse. Now that sounds strange to some people, but they would rather be whores than work a job. There are some women who would rather be whores than work a job because why? They can make more money being whores, and this is the way to justify their lives.
Well,
You
let me
know,
let me correct this a little bit. So, I mean, maybe there are some women like that, but
absolutely.
most women are really kind of like what Jose was describing, or
That's
Jose was
that's a
describing,
stretch. That's a
in the
stretch.
sense of, well, at least most women that I engage with, in the sense that
Okay.
they actually have, um, like higher standards and higher desires. It's just a matter of, in fact, some of them weren't even like into that kind of stuff. But what I want to say is that it's just a matter of like I said, a lot of us are not factoring in the different cost of living over there. And not just the different cost of living, but just what, like, how much more money is worth um in there. Because like I could like it's just like, I think it's very unreasonable for us. And as far as like, I want the other thing to be just made clear that I definitely did go to Africa to build. I definitely went there, with a bag to spend on the on people and so on and so forth. I did buy a farm. I did support several businesses on other things of that nature. But and I also did want to meet women, and not like meet multiple women. I did want to meet a woman to settle with. um it's just not that easy when there's like a language gap, and then there's also the cultural gap. I think some people are saying, hey, why don't you just turn down every woman that wanted money? um and the reality is that that's not a thing. Like even if, like, if you were, because I also spoke with men about the about the the vibe there, and even they were like, the rich women, right, were asking their rich men for money. So it's just like, again, like, sometimes you just, like, you cannot make a blanket statement about what the cultural or moral norms are. And because you can't, like, it becomes a real question of, well, how much do you want to be in this country? You know? Uh and so, me personally, Tanzania is the country of Nyerere. It's a country of Swahili speakers. And it's a vibe. It's a good country. For that, it's like, yeah, I do want to go there. So in that sense, I mean, whereas I personally do not think that a woman who would sell her body is like top shelf. Um, at the same time, I'm also like, hey, you know what? Like, apparently, I don't know if people know this, but they say either between this country and Rwanda, it's like the country of the most promiscuous women. It's either Rwanda or Tanzania is the country of the most promiscuous women in East Africa. Um, so it's like, yeah, if I wanted a nice Western woman and nice Western morality and nice Western sensibilities and nice, I could have just dated a woman in the West. You know, I really, like, I really wanted to, like, I really do want a Swahili family. And it just so happens that a lot of the women that I met did not meet the standard that I wanted generally. But at the same time, it's not like you know, like one of the things that I learned from my marriage, because like I said, I married a virgin. Um, and when you marry a virgin, like this woman was like, hey, I could be abstinent again, you know? So one of the things you wanna, like, I personally wouldn't want to marry a virgin again, because like sexual compatibility is probably one of the most important things to have in a relationship. And so a lot of, like, some of the women I messed with in Tanzania did not have sexual compatibility, you know, among other things. So it's like, or
Bro,
some of them, like one of them was
All right,
like she
Tevin,
was,
stop talking.
yeah,
bro,
man.
you talking about you walking 5-star degenerate? What are
Yeah,
you?
this yeah,
Yo,
This Tevin talking too
this
long.
is the
Anyways, Willie, let me finish because
yo, that
because
guy's a real degenerate, bro.
yeah,
Why?
I don't know why this big little Tevin keep talking. But like I was saying, right, like I was saying, I wanted to answer Philip Lindsay's statement, okay, because he made a statement in terms of harvesting eggs. There was a program that the Bahamian government wanted to work with Peter Nygard for this experimental thing because they wanted to have like stem cell research on the island. But before they was actually able to implement that, because I believe that he bought them all off to have the whole so-called stem cell research, where they would have probably used population, the Bahamian population, to the highest bidder, the highest bidder, to really extract, certain cells from the Bahamian population. Now, that didn't in fact occur. However, like I say, there are many young women going up to his fortress where he was. So who knows what would have went on there? No one really knows because it's not necessarily documented. But they did have a program where they wanted to put a so-called stem cell research lab into the Bahamas, and I believe that that would have been the ruin of this country because it would have created massive amounts of problem. When you have that kind of wealth and people who are willing to exploit people who are willing to exploit that kind of wealth, and you have very, very poor people who are desperate, they would take a trip out there, and who knows, they'd have been harvesting limbs and doing all kind of shit. But before that was actually implemented, he was the Interpol and people were really after him. So that didn't necessarily, in fact, well, we don't have any evidence of that actually occurring. So if you have evidence of that, you could just let me know. But I don't have any evidence of that here because that would have been a hue and cry if that in fact started to occur. But I'll leave it there. And I'm out, guys. I'm gonna continue to listen in the chat. Go ahead, Teva.
But
Thank you for joining, Bonahagziki. Thank
Juana, I just saw something where they say he was busted for sexual assault on the border. So there's articles of him doing sexual assault on people
Yeah,
allegedly.
no. He was sleeping with the girls now. You know what getting him there?
No.
Yeah,
Buana, he's
yeah.
sleeping with the girls, and there's sexual assault allegations. That's what
Oh,
I'm saying.
you know why he got those allegations? It was because the young girls was actually the Bahamian women was actually saying, well, this guy is actually assaulting us, doing certain things. The Bahamian government is a very funny government because with a wealthy tourist like that, they would keep that under wraps. You know where that got national attention when he started sexually assaulting white women, white
Mm,
international women. That's where that
okay.
exposure came out, and then they went and they start interviewing some women from the Bahamas itself.
Yo, they said the Canadian fashion executive has been charged with sex trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, and other crime. So this
Against who? Against who? Who?
no. No, I'm just probably
Yeah.
what you're saying. But
Yes.
this guy was a sexual deviant.
He was a complete. He was worse than Oni. He was a complete deviant.
He was a
Damn, that's the standard.
Wow.
I thought you was leaving, boss.
yo
Wow.
Buana,
This
I got to too, though.
this guy was a 10-star degenerate.
He was a
And
he
then
was a
again,
he was a 10-star degenerate man. But
and again,
yeah,
You sure
Buana, what you
stars just
said
like a little bit worse for me?
again, what you said, the Vanguards wasn't there to protect the children.
yeah, man. It's hard, and like
That's
I say, but
terrible, man.
this is the reason why people like myself is here. My intention is one of the reasons why I came back is to create a situation where I can hire enough people to provide, well, that's a whole nother matter. That's a whole nother matter. All I'm saying
I'm
is,
saying like
all I'm
people are
saying is,
saying
unless I am in the position, to provide another kind of financial alternative, then people are gonna resort to doing what they need to do to pay their fucking bills. Or that's what it is.
exactly. People are not
It
realizing
is
that
what it
if
is.
you're not in Africa, right, then shut up. Like if you're not, because even like, and it's not just that. If you are not building capital, then just shut up. Because you're moralizing, sure, but if you're not doing the work, if you're not a part of the vanguard, if you will, then just shut up.
So so
Like
so
that's
so, so
really
what you're saying? So what you're saying, Oni? Let you be a 5-star degenerate in peace.
look. What I'm saying is this: I went to Africa to build, right? But I also did want to make connections, and if making connections means that a woman, you want to date a woman, sure, like you date women and you talk to women, sure, but like again, there's a difference between sitting down in America, with your fat check, your fat paycheck, working for this white boy, whoring to the white boy, if you will, right, and then being like, oh man, somebody needs to go protect Africa. Yeah, that's you. You know what I mean? And if you're not getting up to do the work and see what it's really
No, no,
like,
no, 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 no. That's not me. That's their government to do. But you know what I'm not gonna do? I'm not gonna go there to add to the degeneracy.
oh, but boss, you're not even. But
But you
look.
say, how is that me? How is that me? Just because I'm saying I don't think women should be
That's what I'm
involved.
saying. You're not even getting the culture. When I went there, I'm like talking politics. People are like, "Yo, don't talk politics. These motherfuckers would kill you." You understand? It's not even like we're talking about a completely different culture. It's not even a free country like that.
Bro, that's the norm everywhere. You don't go nowhere you're not from talking no damn politics. You don't
No,
do that.
that's what I'm saying. I'm from the US. My point is that again, I mean, you might say that's from everywhere, but again, I'm not. I mean, do I travel the world? Sure, but like this was like my longer vacation, generally speaking, and I was really trying to immerse myself in the culture and not come with any preconceived notions. This country, what came on my radar because of Nyerere, who was just amazing in terms of African presidents, probably the best American president. I mean, sorry, best president Africa's had in the modern age, right? So you don't expect his country to be this way, but it was. So it's a shock for me. You know what I mean? I have to get over a cultural shock, and then I have to say, okay, how can I navigate this country? How can I make connections? How
But
can
you
I so on
see,
and so
what
forth?
what what you're saying is
Damn, it's
like
after one. It's after thing, right? Okay.
what you're saying is like okay, I get what you're saying, but it's the same thing. You have a millionaire or a billionaire that comes to America flashing money in the clubs and doing, you're gonna have the same attention. You're gonna have women that's falling over you. You're gonna have women that's busting it open for you. So you can't say, oh, that's the culture there or whatever it is, especially if you're an outsider. It's like that everywhere. If you
Well,
go
that's
to if hold on a second, if you go to Jamaica and you go to Jamaica with say 2 million US dollars, these chicks, even whoever, is they're gonna be busting it open for you. You're gonna get a lot of attention. You're gonna get a lot of pom pom. So it's like that anywhere, especially in a place. If it can happen anywhere, if it could happen here in America, where somebody's coming with millions. Look at how these girls act for these dumbass celebrities. Are you kidding me? They do every and anything to get laid and get some money, their hair done, or just to have some clout. Say, hey, I slept with Drake. It's the same thing. So you saying you going over there and you have all this money and you flashing it, of course you're gonna get attention from women, but you can't say just by you spending however many a months you spend over there that that's their culture. Anybody who sees somebody with some money, especially if they're a female and they're not under the ruling or the leadership of a man, and sometimes even if they are, they're going to want some of that action. So I don't think that is fair that you're saying that you didn't expect it to be like that, where in reality it's just human nature. You have money, you're going to get attention.
no,
That's just how
again,
it is.
so yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is that the impression that one would have based off of knowing who Nyerere is that it would have been different. Okay, Nyerere was a really prominent power, like really intelligent, really skillful socialist president, right? So as to say that you don't expect the quote unquote capitalistic mindset to be something there. Now, when you go there, and again, it's not like again, the whole transactional bit is not as extreme as people are making it. It's not the same as, again, the transaction is not the same as in America. Like I think the connotation and the denotation is being skewed by our Western, mentality, right? But essentially, again, it's not so much that essentially it's not like I was doing something different from the other men. You get what I'm saying? It's not like I was it's not like I was doing something different from the other men. It was more like if I didn't pay, I would be doing something different from the other men. Right? And that's where things fell apart. So essentially, like even in America, I was able to talk my way into pom pom, right? Yeah, like pretty like especially like right before I went there, I had a pretty good evening where I like I had a pretty good weekend where I like dated like 3 women the same week again, and one of them ended up like all right, anyway, but like
I
it's and
know,
that was in
right,
America.
Fiona?
Huh? Wait, what?
I
So
know, right?
all right, anyway,
Sorry,
so
Julie agreed with me for once. Oh my goodness.
wait, what happened? Oh wait, I missed it. Oh, but anyway, so what I want to say is that essentially, yeah, when you're there, it's just a different cultural norm. It's not really so much. It's not really like sex tourism is kind of like if you go into the like if you go and you like hook up with the prostitutes in a sense, right? Like you go looking for prostitutes. Sex tour. I mean, but this was more like this was just the cultural norm, and so it's like either you like you could like if you just refuse the cultural norm, then you would just be the oddball. You get what I'm saying? Like people would look at you like, what's wrong with you? And that's what happened with regard to the first lady, where it's like, why are you not doing that? So that's really what it comes down to. It's not so much that I went like it's not like I went there for sex. I mean, of course, I wanted to have sex, obviously, but it's not that I just went there to like hook up with prostitutes. It's more like everybody was involved. Like more or less, everybody thought that like men should give women money, or even men thought men should give them money.
So
So
if
it's
everybody, so you're only if everybody there was sleeping with 12-year-olds, you would have done the same thing because it's there.
no, I wouldn't have done that.
Exactly. So that's why we're trying. Because you know why? Because that's what we're saying. Just because they're doing it, that doesn't mean you have to participate in it. And if you felt uncomfortable and if you felt like the oddball, so what?
Nah, but that's what I'm saying.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. You just said that if you didn't want to participate in the sex tourism
Yeah,
slash,
but that's what I'm saying. You have to balance it according to your own sensibilities, and then you have to question your own sensibilities. As to say, is it really that important for me to hold on to my? Is it really important for me to hold on to $15?
no,
You
it's not
know,
$15. It's your integrity, my brother. That's your
what
problem.
like what integrity do you lose from $15? Because my
You,
mindset is
you,
that
oh,
realistically, if you're not like you would all like in America, you would buy this woman dinner, you would buy her lunch, you would pay for her transport, you would do something. But if you're not going to do that, then you might as well spend that same amount of money, but just give it to her if that's what she prefers. You know, it's not like again, there's no real loss of integrity. That's it's realistically saying, hey, you know what? If anybody's going to foot the cost of our engagement, it should be me. You know, just off of being a man, I don't really see why it's more dignified that I just buy her dinner and then have sex with her, and then it's like how is that? And if she just prefers to get the money directly, as opposed and like help her like pay for whatever needs she has around the house, I don't see why I should prefer to pay a restaurant instead of give her the money. You know,
How would you have felt otherwise if that was per se your sister, your daughter, or your mother
my sister, daughter, or mother for doing what?
for doing what you
For
just
getting the
said?
money directly. I feel like getting the money directly is better than getting the money indirectly. You
Okay,
know,
I get it.
I honestly don't think I think that women should want the money directly.
So what you're saying is if LeBron James came to New York City and your daughter was in there, your up to age daughter, and he took her to the hotel and banged it out off a GP and gave her like 200, you would have been okay with that.
Well, I think most people feel like
No, no,
because
no, no,
that's
no.
another thing too.
Don't think most people. And so what I'm just saying, because what Yana is saying that
If she got money as opposed to get nothing, then sure. I think getting money is better than getting nothing. Yeah.
so you don't have an issue with a woman just giving her pum pum away for money.
Well, I mean, it's either giving one pump away for money or giving pump away for free.
How about you don't
And if
give pum
she's
pum away?
broke,
How about you don't
if
give pum
she's
pum away?
broke
No, no,
and
no, no, no,
she
no, 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 no. We're operating on that. Your daughter is in college. LeBron James comes to town. Your brother, your daughter is working. Let's say your daughter's making 100K a year, but LeBron James comes to
okay
town. LeBron James is gonna fuck your daughter because
for
he
two
got
hundred
mad money,
bucks,
according to you.
and she only gets $200, I'll be like, you went cheap.
So there's no integrity. Oh my
Wait,
Yo.
god.
so hold on a second. She's making 100K, and then she's like, "Thank you for $200." That don't make no sense.
What I'm
And again, the comparison is not there. This is
what I'm
the
telling you.
comparison is not there. It's more like if LeBron James gave her 500K, or LeBron James
Oh,
gave her.
come on. First of all,
Um,
your daughter's pum pum is now worth 500K. If she
I don't
gave
have a daughter, so maybe no. No, sorry. The equivalent would be if LeBron James gave her 20K. If she's making 500K and he gave her a fifth of her income, yeah, I'll be like, yeah, okay. Like I don't see why, because she would just be like, yeah, I got 20K from Pum Pum.
so
Like you just said, your daughter's
you
not worth two to five. Like if she got 20K from that, sure, I'd be like, damn, girl, like that's pretty cool. You know? I mean, I wouldn't personally do it because
That's
I'm a
in
guy though.
theory.
that is
That's in
crazy,
theory.
bro. That is crazy.
That's he's talking in theory. I think. I
Wow,
don't think he's
that's
talking
crazy.
in
Well, I
real.
don't really have a daughter, but
Right,
Yo,
but
wait,
yo,
hold on a
yo.
second. So you're saying it's better for her to give her Pum Pum to LeBron James for free?
No, it's better. It's better for her not to give her pum pum for anything because
You
if she
just said
no, I'm trying to go with what you saying when you went to Gambia. I'm just trying to equate it to the value that you went to Gambia making your money. To them, you look like a LeBron James. I'm saying if LeBron James comes to your fucking Brooklyn and take and use his money to get your daughter's pum pum, is that okay? You just
well,
said
all right. So you're saying there's an option for her not to get paid and not to mess with LeBron James. But I mean, like, yo, realistically, LeBron
Well,
James.
well,
Yeah,
in your world,
somebody's new
it
here.
only has
I hope
four.
it's you got ripped off. Is it you got
But
ripped off?
let's welcome Koku from the Bitter Medicine podcast.
Oh, it's Coco. No, Coco, get out. Yeah, you got ripped off over here because I don't know why he's even saying I like R. Kelly. Like, what is with this guy? He's so angry.
Who are we talking?
Oh, you got ripped off. He's like, I'd be okay with R. Kelly pissing on a child. Why would I be okay with
Okay,
that?
we're not talking about that, but Koku dropped off. Let me see. Okay, try to get back on if you can. Okay, go ahead. I think it's really. Jose dropped off for Thanks, Jose, for being on. I know it's quite.
what I'm saying.
It kicked
What
you.
I'm saying
What?
is, bro.
Okay, try again.
What I'm saying is just what Yana just said.
Mm-hmm.
If a rich man, if an actor comes from LA, if Idris Elba comes to Brooklyn and goes to a club, the woman could be making 100K. He'll get to sleep with a lot of women because he's making so much more money. So what you're saying is that we're coming from a moral standpoint. It's the same thing in America. If Brad Pitt comes to a club in Manhattan, he there's women there that's making 200K. If there's 50 women making 200K, Brad Pitt will be able to sleep with at least 10 of them.
Okay, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to. So what is the
What was
complaint though? I mean,
what,
so Brad Pitt gets to sleep with a woman and he pays her money. What's the complaint?
okay?
She sleeps
You
with
know,
a sexy
I
man.
just
Well,
listen.
not sexy, but let's go back to
I
Idris
understand
Elba.
what you're saying. You
She
find
sleeps with a sexy man.
this is what I'm saying. You don't have no moral issue with a woman giving her vagina away for money. So I can't argue with you. So
Why
let's
would I?
agree
Like
to
again,
disagree. Let's
especially if a woman, like, why would I be mad at a woman getting money from having a relationship with a man that she desires? Like
Okay, let's
it's
try
like it's
again
like
with
what
hold
does
on,
she
hold on.
lose there?
Then
What does
let's
she
try
lose
again
there?
with hold on 1 second. Let's try with Coco. See if this works. Go ahead.
Head. Hey, peace, everyone.
Peace, peace, peace,
Peace,
great.
great. Yeah,
Peace, man.
peace, Sony. Peace, Zuli, peace, Yana.
yo, what up?
Peace, yo, what up, man? Peace, Joseph. Yeah, that dude said what up to me like he's angry or some shit. Like I bought.
Nah, man.
What up, man?
Always
like,
angry.
Always angry. Like I went to Haiti and bought some pom pom or something like that. No,
I'm finna do that.
Yeah.
No, I just want to say something that is very interesting that if you look at it closely, you'll pick up on it. To my brother Oni, I'll say this, man. I think Oni is a good dude and all that, but I think those those videos when you was on the continent, they didn't look too good, to be honest. And I'll tell you something. I'm listening to Oni talk, and Oni reminds me of an uncle I had who was a professor up here. He died like 10 years ago. Very smart guy, but certain things just didn't land with him. And I think that's kind of what's going on with Oni. And I mean this in the best way, right? I think Oni is seeing it however he sees it. And the truth is nothing anyone says will really change that. But the thing I would like Oni to pick up on, which he should have picked up on, is when Oni was putting up those videos and stuff from his time in the continent, if you look at some of the comments and stuff like that, like Sister Raw and them, they didn't like what they saw either. And I think it's because, you see, most of us on the panel right now, most of us in the chat, we're from like third world countries. And we've experienced this white boy come in, flashing his little money, right? Coming through, flashing his little money, and sleeping with women. By the way, sex tourism is not about prostitutes, because if it was about prostitutes, most of us wouldn't give a damn. If you were just going and sleeping with prostitutes, we would be like, okay, whatever. But it's the idea that you can go and actually sleep with another man's woman and all those kinds of things. That's the passport bro shit. And that's the thing we really don't vibe with. Like I said in the chat earlier, about 20 years ago, I'm working on this job, and this white boy says to me, "Hey, you from the Bahamas, right? Which island?" I tell him. He's like, "Oh yeah, when I graduated high school, me and some friends went down there on a trip." And then he's trying to remember the hotel he stayed in, and I finished the sentence for him, Crystal Palace. And he says, "Yeah, man." He says, "Man, we fucked a lot of Bahamian women." And something inside of me started to fucking bubble up, because, and it wasn't what I ate, it was what the fuck he said. There's something about that shit just irks the hell out of me, man. Just irks the hell. And most people in the islands who have something going on about themselves, that really bothers them. That shit right there, where you could just come and here's the crazy part. It's a white boy. This is why I said in the chat earlier, it's not about the super rich, because Buano was going on about super rich. It's not even about that. Sometimes you look at who these fellas are in America. These dudes have barely 2 dimes to rub together. They can't pull girls like that. For real, for real. You know what I mean? But because they have more money than the folks down in these places, and these places are real places. These are our homes, man. These are our women and stuff, man. These are our family members. Like Azuli was trying to get at. These are like our daughters and our sisters and nieces and aunts and all that kind of stuff. And like a dude could just come down there, some dude who's just a little basic plumber, for example, but could afford the ticket and the hotel, can come down there and pull when he wasn't doing that shit in America. That's the irking part, man. That's the part that'll piss you off. And so, all the other stuff about, all the other stuff about like, going to build and all that stuff, man. Respect to you. But I'll be honest, like I said in the chat too, we weren't sure you bought a farm. Real talk. We wasn't sure about the farm, but we were sure about the women. And so I think those optics and stuff like that is why, for some reason, that came up tonight during this talk about Vanguards of Morality. I think we expect, especially from a guy like yourself, I think we expect, whether we should or shouldn't, but I think we kind of think like you wouldn't do something that comes across as exploitative. And I think that's really what folks are saying, but either not saying it or can't find a way to say it. I think that's what it is. Like to see another black man.
Let me say
this. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me say this. They were exploiting me. You know what I'm saying? Like they were exploiting me.
There is a mutual exploitation. I'm sorry, maybe that was my mic. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, of course, there is a mutual exploitation. They getting money, but it's
I'll say it this way. I was in Brooklyn, went to this venue, got 4 numbers, right? Next week went on 3 dates, same day. And week after that, took a woman back to my place, and basically she became the girl, right? Basically, long story, like basically in 2 weeks, you can, I was bagging, right? Now, and that's like 2 weeks, that's like 2 dates, okay? Real, real manly shit. Got it? Now I go to Africa, right? I'm there for 3 months, right? I don't know anybody, whatever, so on and so forth. Am I supposed to be abstinent to prove to, Westerners that about a bunch of beautiful women, by the way, like a bunch of beautiful in shape women, and the woman that I bagged in whatever, I shouldn't say bagged, but the woman that I got in America, she was also gorgeous, gorgeous Haitian woman, in fact, right? But my thing is,
you exploit her.
and that's the thing too. I didn't even like pay her any money. Like we had no monetary exchange. It was just relationship.
The Gambia, the women that you were involved, were they from the rich class or from the poor class?
The who? What? Where? You said in Gambia? Or you said
where you went to?
Tanzania. Yeah. Were they from the rich or the poor class? Like it was a spread. Anyway, no pun intended, huh? But what I'm saying is that again, I go to Africa, I try the same thing, just be that guy, just be smooth, so on and so forth, and just give off that alpha male, whatever, right? And they love it, but if I'm not giving money, I can't. You understand? So it becomes. It's not even a matter.
Hold on, Oni. You said if you're not giving money, you can't what?
No, basically it's like why that echoes bad. But what I'm saying is that essentially, like it was like it's just culturally expected, regardless of the woman's socioeconomic class, regardless of her business status, whatever. Right? It's just socially expected that after sex, you would give money. And the thing is that I had a really hard time with this too. Okay, in the sense of if you look at my phone, you could see like me having conversations with different women. Like, wait a second, am I supposed to give women money? Is that like a thing here? Because in America, that's an insult. It's an insult to give a woman money, right? So and they're like, no, you shouldn't. But they're like, no, you don't have to give money. And I'm like, so what about you? If you mess with a man, does he give you money? She's like, yeah, I had a boyfriend. And occasionally, yeah, he would give money. They're like, oh, it's your choice to give money, but you have to, like, it's a complicated blah, 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 blah. But long story short, you are expected to, if a woman gives you sexual access, you are expected to like finance her life pretty much. You're expected to give her money regularly. It's not like it's a different culture. So in America, you are not expected to give a woman a dime unless you're married to her. But in Tanzania, if you are having sex with the woman, then you are to have money. Now the thing is that like a lot of guys are probably not understanding is that like you guys saying you're fishing for sexual access. No, in America, I would get sexual access. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not going to spend 3 months, in another country not having sex to prove some point that doesn't make any sense. It's like, okay, some people feel like people go there to, solicit sex from women who are unwilling or something along those lines. That's fine. But and I get that you might be hateful towards that. But like I said, if I'm already pulling women, right? And then not just that, if you look at how the men are there versus how I am, right? You have this entirely different, like it's like you can't be the alpha man that you want to be, right? You can't be. But at the same time, the women are entranced by you, not just because of your money, but also in part because of your money. And it's like, if you say to yourself, well, look, I just refuse to give any woman money, you can do that. But it could also be like what Jose is saying in the sense of, like, maybe I'll just have to be abstinent then. Like, maybe I'll just have to not get any pom pom. And it's like, why would I not want to have pom pom on my vacation? Not to say that that's the only thing I was there for, but it's just like, what is the point of saying no to pom pom?
Let me hop in there. I'm going to say this and then jump off into the chat because it seems like for some reason I have this echo. Again, I'm not me personally. I'm not attacking or anything like that. What I was talking about, the white boys who can't pull here. I was talking about the white boys in particular. I will say though that I think it's, I don't know what that tactic is called, but I don't like that tactic of saying people wanted you to be abstinent. That's not at all what folks are saying. But what I will challenge you to do, Oni, if you will oblige, is go back and look at some of those videos that you were putting up. And you will see it's not like, I'm surprised that this came up tonight, but I saw it. I witnessed it in the chats and in the comments and stuff. People weren't really vibing with that content. And I'm telling you why. We seen these white boys do that stuff, and we really don't want to see black men doing that to black women. I understand if you went to a place and they expect some handout or something like that. I could get that, but I was and Buana, I sometimes I have to give Buana a side eye too, man, because Buana was agreeing with me earlier in the chat. Now he's saying some other stuff here, but the idea.
Actually, let me ask Koku something. So, Koku, you saying this? You go back to Bahamas, you got all this money, right? And then you meet a nice girl down there, right? And you two hit it off, and then she asks you for some money to help her out. You just gonna say fuck you?
No. If we see the thing is, what you painted there is a different picture than I think the picture of what we saw when you were on the continent. And it's not moralizing, Buana, but at the same time, we do have to, the topic of this show is about vanguards, right? We do have to protect what's going on around us. You understand what I'm saying?
No, you didn't answer the question.
No, I'm getting to the answer. What I'm saying is that based on how you painted it, sure, I will help her out if I feel inclined to, or whatever. But
okay.
But if it's a case, see the picture again. That picture is a whole. If I'm wrong, I'll let someone else tell me I'm wrong. But that picture that you painted in that question is much, much different than the picture that we saw. Like I say, Oni, real talk. I know you was talking about buying a farm, I never was certain you bought a farm until tonight. But I
No, I
know
had a
you
video
were
of it.
there. Pardon me?
I had a video of me like touring the farm and everything. But my point is that if you're put into that situation where you are messing with a woman, or you a woman, a nice woman, right, a good woman, and then she says, "Oh, like, yeah,
That's not
let
the
me get a
same
little bit of
thing,
bread,"
Oni. That's not
right?
the same thing, Oni. The way that he told
How
you.
is it different from? That's exactly what I was in, though.
No, 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 no. That's not what you was in. Stop, stop. That's not what you was in, bro.
What was
That's
I in? You tell me
bro,
how. You tell me what I was doing.
bro. You said there's if you if he goes down there and he meets a young lady and he's dating the young lady and he's there and dating the young lady versus for a minute. Okay, if a girl asks to help her out with something, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, 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 no. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This is where, I mean, I know you guys is mad at me for this, alpha male thing, but and I guess that is a little bit Eurocentric. But what I'll tell you is this: that alpha men, if you will, or a lot of guys are not trying to be dating for weeks and months before they get the pom pom, right? And I could see how maybe people don't agree to that. But that's just, but like like I said, I was already in a relationship where I was involved with a woman who turned out to just want to be abstinent afterward. And that said, like, I need that sexual compatibility. I cannot, I can't not have the sexual compatibility. So I'm not going to play around for a week or two or a half, because some of those women that I messed with, they couldn't, I couldn't vibe with them in that way, right? And so I would have been a waste of my time. So what I'm saying is that I don't know if bitter medicine. I mean, it seems like maybe I don't know if. I mean, it sounds like you or Zuli does not, try to smash early, and that's fine. But like for guys who do, right? And I don't know if bitter meds. I don't know if bitter meds takes a sweet time with women, but if you're taking a sweet time with women, that's different. I'm not a guy who takes his sweet time with women. You get what I'm saying? I told you guys, I said it in America. I met a woman, and it was within the second date. The second date is at my house. You understand? And if a woman does not want me for the second or first date, then I'm like, whatever. I don't even care, because, well, not I don't care, but I mean, like, I could try, but I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not going to be there for 3 months and I'm just going to be dating, And the thing is this, I tried that. And I want to actually clarify it, because some people don't realize one of my earlier podcasts was actually me being really depressed, because of what that woman ghosted me. I didn't really say, because I don't like people knowing my private stuff, but she actually ghosted me on my birthday, and I sat at home the entire day for like 8 hours texting her, where she was like, "Oh, I'm going to show up. I'm going to show up." So it was like a really crappy experience for me. And it really was like, yeah, I kind of want to leave the country after that. Because I was like, how could people be that insensitive? And how could people like money that much? But I had to adapt, otherwise,
It
like, I
was
had to
well
adapt. So it's
deserved,
pretty
though.
pathetic, I know, but I had to adapt. And
Let's,
like,
let's say goodbye to Yana. She's about to get off.
Bye
Yana,
bye,
a
Yona.
last
Have a
word
good
before.
night.
Yes, thank you guys. It was a great show. I'm gonna listen off
Yeah,
air.
I
yeah.
might need to
Continue.
listen off air too. I thought I was gonna leave.
No, no, no. I don't want you. No, don't go, Uni. I just wanted to say that I don't think I'm. I think Coco and being unfair. I think they're being unfair to you.
Okay, well, sis,
And
it's
and
been great. Thank you. We won't hold you too much. I know it's late, but thank you so much for joining. And
Yes, no
Donna was talking,
problem.
Tan.
Good night, everyone.
good
yeah,
night.
Oh, sorry, my fault.
Good
yeah.
night.
Teth's opinions don't matter. But I don't think that only. I think that what happens is that I was teasing only, calling him a 5-star degenerate. And I think that people may have gotten a wrong message with that. I don't think that only went to Tanzania with a nefarious intent. I think that only is a young man, and he just is know what young men do, which is what chase skirts, and he does, as he said, he does it in New York City, and he did it in Tanzania. Now, if he happens to run up on beautiful women, what's wrong with showing beautiful women? The beautiful women you talk, I don't see the problem with that. Now, I don't. Now, you all say that it's coming off like it's exploited. I feel like Oni is just being a young man showing the beautiful women he was able to have contact with. You know what I mean? And in some instances, even yeah, it barely shits down. Is it wrong? Is it right? I think it's for the kids community like us to mention it. There's nothing wrong with that either. I don't think that he had nefarious intent like a Peter Knight guy. I think that he just was acting like a young man, as all of us did at the time. We had our time at cool, cool. And I mean, we did it in the Bahamas. I'm sure you did it in New York City when you first get down. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. But I just think that I don't think he had a nefarious intent. And I think in terms of money, there may have been women who he may have been trying to speak to, and some of the women who starting to ask for money. You know, he's like, what the hell is this? You know what I mean? So I just think he just felt, because there are women who think that this man is an American. He possibly has money. He has the money to rent a nice house. He has the money to travel freely. You know what I mean? So they already got attached a financial thing in their own heads about this particular gentleman, and he just may have wanted to have possibly relationships, possibly casual relationships, but he may have not wanted it to turn to anything that it was seemingly like some kind of prostitution or exploitative exercise. I don't think that was his intent. I could be wrong about that, and he'll have to correct me on that. But I don't think it was all about that. I think he was just being a young man in Tanzania as he is in New York City. Now, you could correct me if I'm wrong about that. And
Yeah.
I don't think it's nothing wrong about that. I don't think there's nothing wrong about that. I don't.
Look at this right here. So I had this friend who was I had this friend, she had a beautiful sister, right? So just, pretend, just joking, because this woman was gorgeous. And that's another thing that's just so unexpected, right? That these gorgeous women are just like throwing themselves at you. But anyway, she's gorgeous, right? But she's my friend's sister. So I do get her number, but then her friend is like, how could you get my sister's number? So I ghost the lady, right? I get sick. That point I got sick, I just kind of say, hey, let's meet up after I'm better. And I don't write her. So I don't write her from December 15th. Okay, March 4th, she writes me, hey, I'm like, hey, how are you? Whatever. Then she starts talking and she's like, hey, can you support this business I have? And it's going to cost this amount of shillings. And it's like, yeah, these women want money. Even if they don't get sex, they want money. Part of them are understanding that men do not want to just give money for free. Okay, but the reality is that we can't, again, we are going by this this idea, like we're coming from this standpoint of, hey, look, I got food, like I got a full fridge, I got a full, I got my 5 years planned ahead of me, I got life put together, everything is good for me, right? But not everybody has that luxury. And so even when you're not talking to women, right, they will contact you. I was on, like I said, I was on Tinder. I got like 200 matches or some shit like that, right? In America, I get like two a week maybe, right? In Africa, I was getting like 20 a week, right? And these women were hitting me up for whatever reason. They were even engaging me, saying hi, hey, what's up? Hey, I like your body type stuff, whatever, right? I can't, like, of course, a lot of pom-poms being thrown at me. And of course, you could always reject pom-pom, right? But that's another thing too. That's to say that, yeah, I mean, I am a younger man, and not just that. It's like I wasn't there to reject pom-pom. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't married. I was single. Just broke up with my girlfriend because she was like, I can't believe you want to go to Africa instead of, like stay in the West or some shit, but like, yeah, I just broke up with that lady, in fact, that I, got together with. But the whole point is that, yeah, I mean, I think that people, like, it's a question of realism versus idealism. And I mean, certainly I could see the parallel with what white tourists do, white foreigners do. And I mean, I get that this white boy created an economic system for us to be sexually accessible, but I cannot, as one individual who doesn't speak the language, combat that system by myself.
But owning. Hold on. See, this is the thing, because I'm glad you brought that up, because I was gonna ask Buana this question. So Buana, you cool with, young white boys who just doing what they do, and they coming through with a couple of floats in their pocket back home, and they just grinding men's wives and all this kind of stuff. So I guess you cool with that too.
I absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So
But
then, well, if you
but
ain't cool with that, if you ain't cool with that, then as Oni just admitted to, there is a parallel between these two activities. And what folks are talking about, what folks are responding to, is that distaste, that distaste that we have, that folks have for that type of activity, especially coming from one of our learned people, one of our smart folks, right? Like Azuli said earlier, don't add to the chaos, right? I'm not telling you to be I'm not telling you at all to not partake.
Well, what do you do?
What do you do? That's the question.
Well,
what's the actionable thing?
I think what you do is you just don't come across or look like what this white boy does as a passport.
What I'll say is this. Jose says he goes to Africa. Women are trying to get with him, and he just rejects them all. So is the answer to just reject them all? Because that's the answer that he's pushing. So what are you pushing?
I'm not pushing that answer at all.
Exactly.
So what are you pushing? What I'm pushing is the optics of it. And to be careful with the optics. That's really why I came.
That's a fair statement.
That's not real. What we have to remember is what is real. Like, what's real? What can you do? You can either not sleep with women or you can sleep with women. And
nah. There's a middle road too, man. You could do your thing and it doesn't come across as cringy and exploitative. And again, like I said, I was going to get off, but Buana asked me to stay for a few. But
I appreciate that.
That's really why I came up. I came up just to let you know, I'm not trying to shit on you or nothing like that. I don't think even other folks are really trying to shit on you. It's just that optic of it looks like just like what the passport bros do, and that is what I'm saying.
I don't even know passport though.
But Coco, Oni, the difference between Oni and a white boy.
Yeah, somebody has their, I think their.
It might be Coco.
It's Coco.
Okay.
The difference between Oni going to Tanzania and doing what he was doing is the likelihood of Oni meeting, possibly, after going through, the different women or whatever, meeting a girl he actually liked and even possibly marrying her. That possibility was high. It's much higher than one of these white boys coming to this country and just sleeping with the women of the population. That's really not gonna. The chances of him actually meeting a woman of their dreams, a black woman, because they think this place is Planet H, finding a woman of their dreams and actually marrying them is very low. The chances of that happening in Tanzania for only is extremely high. It's extremely high. That's one. That's one of the things I wanted to mention. Another thing I wanted to mention is the other side of this argument, because Oni went to Tanzania to make cultural connections. But it would seem to me like when the women of the female population and male population, because they looked at him and they just solely looked at him like he's the bank. He's the bank. It seemed to me like they wasn't trying to have any other relationship with him outside of give me money. That is problematic. So when you talk about exploitation, the exploitation is just not one way. And that's not what I'm hearing in the discussion.
Yeah, and that's another thing. It's like, is it really like that's what I'm saying? Like when I went on these I think they call them boda, the other one, but when I went on their little cabs or whatever, they would charge me double or triple the rate. Just regular drivers would charge me, men would just charge me triple the rate, and I just had to go along with it. The idea that because I'm going there, I'm exploiting people when they are voluntarily getting with me is just not really connected to the reality of the situation. Like Buana was saying, that I am going there to, like, I'm dating women with the hopes of making long-term connections with them. And I mean, and certainly, and again, this is like the most promiscuous women on the planet. And I'm not going to say I'm not promiscuous myself, right? But not on the planet, but in East Africa. But all the same, the idea is that, yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of like it's we are kind of. I think what we shouldn't do is try to attach what white people do and say that, oh well, it's detestable, right? Because realistically speaking, we do a lot of things that white people do, you know. But again, it's realistically what is an actionable thing for a young person to do if they are interested in getting a relationship. Like, what is it that a person should do? Should they should they just keep to themselves, right? Or and again, if I do try to establish a relationship with a woman and then that woman ghosts me, if you will, right? Or if these women are like, hey, you have to pay, why are you not paying? You should pay. Oh wait, you didn't pay her, maybe that's why she ghosted you, blah 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 blah, blah. If that's what's being grilled into you, right, are you supposed to say, well, all right, none of these women are quality, right, which would just be a terrible conclusion? Or are you supposed to say, okay, let me work with this system, let me adapt to this system, and just get out of it what I would want, long term? Because if you decide in advance, oh well, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a woman who doesn't participate in the system, you could probably find her, right? But it's kind of like asking. In America, like it's kind of like looking for that 25-year-old virgin. Like, I've done it, but it's still not as easy as like it's not a reasonable request at some point. Like I said, even the men are overcharging you. Even there were actually hotels where they would charge you a different rate because, like, if you were American. In fact, when I went to that island, I went to an island, a private island, and they said, oh, you're not East African, therefore we're going to charge you extra. We're going to charge you as much as a white person. It's like, again, it's like we have to have actionable solutions. And it's like, if a man is engaged in the dating scene, does he not like I mean, obviously, to Azuli's point, obviously if people are like, hey, I'm 14, you just say no, thank you. And like you just don't engage children in that way. But if it's like a woman who's old enough to consent, and she consents to, yeah, I would spend time with you for this, whatever, right? And if that's your only opportunity, then like just take it, because it doesn't even charge you that much. And if she yeah, it's like I don't see it as exploitative if it's not something that you yourself established. And I mean, as far as how I would feel about if a white guy does it, like, obviously I like, it's not like I don't have feelings one way or the other. I think it's kind of like, I don't like black women messing with white people, but that's the only thing that I don't like. I just don't like black women messing with white people. But I don't see like again, like, it's like if I were a rich man in America and I had a woman who was like, I know a guy, in fact, who's like rich and his wife doesn't work, and nobody's complaining like, ugh, wow, how dare you? How could you have a wife oh, she's a gold digger? Like, I don't see a problem with a woman trying to get with a man who makes a lot of money. Like, that seems like a smart thing for a woman to do. It doesn't seem like a dumb thing. What's dumb is when you get with a man who doesn't have a lot of money.
I would just say this. Like I said, I came on because I wanted to make the point that at least from me, it looks like You Got Ripped Off has a different thing, and maybe he's seen some things I've seen, but I just wanted to make
what
that.
do to make this so mad?
I have no idea, but I just wanted to make that distinction that it's not about the super rich. Average dudes are passport bros too, and they come and exploit women. And most of us, Buana, being a capitalist pig he is, I guess he don't care. Uh, uh, get it however you could get it, I guess. But for a lot of us, it's that there's a distaste there, and I would ask this question too. I would ask this question too. I would ask this question, and I will say this one thing, and then I'll bounce, and you guys could have it.
You can't treat me
You
rock
can't
and
treat me
roll.
rock and roll now.
No, no, I mean no. I've been promising to go for a while, but I'll say this. Um, One of the things, a big part of this that's not being discussed, and I brought it up, is the imagery, the optics that were being projected from the content. I'm not the only one who saw it, and I'll be curious to know. I guess Yana B is giving her take on it, but I'll be curious to know how women felt about that when they saw it. Right? How did women feel about that when they saw it? Because that's the part. A lot of times in these conversations, men just run off with the conversation and they don't talk about, well, how did women feel to see that stuff, right? But the last thing I'll say is the videos with the Nyash and all that stuff too. That doesn't help. That's what the white boys do too. They come back with these pictures. You give a white boy a chance, who's a passport boy, he'll have a folder full of naked women and all kind of stuff, and it's just again, I don't even understand how Buana doesn't even get that. It's a cringe-worthy thing, man. So I'll land my plane there, but is that, and I think that might be what you got ripped off on them is about. But I'd also like to hear more from the Yanabis and the other women who witnessed that stuff. And with that, I'll end it.
Thank you, Coco. But I
Thank you,
would say
Coco.
this. Last thing before I go. I appreciate Coco doing being big brother because I'm sure he's older. I am older than the brother, and he is older than the brother. So we have our own big brother perspective on this, and his perspective is a little bit different from mine. And I can't, his how he sees it. He calling it how he see it, and I respect that. But I see it a little bit differently, and I just my experience is a little different. I understand what he's saying. He's saying that by appearances is coming off a little bit creepy. He's considering the fact that the women's commentary wasn't the best that it could be, and that's his version of it. I mean, you either could take that or leave it alone. My perception of it is you a young man, you was behaving like a young man. Did you do some wrong things? Maybe there some things that you could have do different in pose in certain videos or whatever, maybe. But my perspective is I am not gonna, maybe I'll tap your wrist. I ain't gonna be so harsh on you. I understand it because I was a young man once. But we have our different perspectives, and you either could take our advice or you could just leave it alone. But I appreciate what Coco had to say, and I appreciate everyone else for coming on the panel, man. But I'll leave it there as well. So I'm out, guys. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you, Bwana Hagzeki. You have a good night too.
All right, peace.
Cheers. And thank you, Coco, as well. I know you said you have to get off. Thank you for joining us. And um, I'll address your question about how the women feel. See, it's this way. Like I was saying from the beginning with Yona, if you don't want, single mothers, guess what? As men, you have the power to stop, single mothers by not having sex with them. If you want virgins, you have the power to, expect and want virgins by not, making divirgining women, because after those women, you're done, dating them and leaving them, now they're spoiled for the next man, not spoiled, but you know what I mean. That's one more body count for them that they have to deal with. So, that's what we're saying. If you want to travel all the way to Africa just for some sex, you can get sex anywhere. You don't have to go there. If you're going to make that long trip, at least make it meaningful. Make it just, the search for the wife, which is what Yona was saying. What was your intention? If it's just to get, and even if it's to date, you don't have to, let me just say this. If you sleep with a woman, the chances of you have being your wife material is very low. Like, even if she's very, very desperate and she offers for you to pay for her. You're going to pay for it, for a temporary thing, but her value as a wife will go substantially down. So, so you're not just lowering their value in their eyes. And I'm not talking value with all this, stuff with the manners or whatever. I'm just saying, her worth, her even her self, confidence, and how she feels about herself. When a woman, does that, it's not just with the same thing. Oh, I'm just going to sleep with this guy and move on. That means something to her. And if you're sleeping with all these women, then you're basically just leaving all of them with, as Yazoli said, some imprint. And then if you're not going to give them anything in return except for that money, then you're just taking something from them that is very valuable. I'm not against, prostitution, I say, or hooking up or casual dating or all this. I'm not a Puritan at all. I'm just saying that when you do those things, you have to realize either you become, just callous and say, oh, it's just, physical, this and that, or you are going for something that is, substantial. Where when, if the aim of things is to have marriages, to produce families or networks or communities, that's not the way it's going to happen. It's going to be fun, it's going to be enjoyable, you can go, have your fun and so on, but it's not really going to produce some. And then even if you go back, you're going to have to, either, I don't know, anyway, all I'm saying is this: if you're going to Africa, I think it should or traveling. If it's just a passport bro traveling and you're tired of women or you just want to experience it, no problem at all. But if you're going to as a somebody who's going on a mission, I would think that you should have a higher mission than just to have something that you can have. If it's cheaper, and if that's the case, then you are then now just devaluing them now financially, because you're saying, oh, I'm going to go there because that is cheaper to buy than over here. But I'm just saying that, even when it comes to business, you can't just go and make money in Africa. The main thing is to build businesses, connections, and to treat people the way you'd also want to be treated. For me, I'm not against prostitution, but just like I had that conversation with Tezi, it's not something that any woman wishes to do. And even exchanging, money for sex is something that is out of desperation. It's not something that I would wish for any woman. And if a woman is in that position, hey, it's better to do that and, than to die if that's the choice, but it's not ideal. And we're talking about ideals, we're talking about what you want to create. Even if I'm not saying go there and stop the whole industry, but you don't have to add to it. So yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a huge misunderstanding here. Like, all right, so what happened was that Buana asked to see pictures of women. So I did show pictures of women, but that's because Buana asked. I mean, obviously I did take pictures of women too, but whatever. But again, people can can walk and chew gum. The issue is, and it comes up in what Tan was saying, is that Westerners have this pseudo spiritual, really religious, quasi religious view on sex, right? And because of this pseudo spiritual, quasi religious view on sex, they make it seem like something is wrong if you have sex with a woman, so when Tanzan says you leave an imprint in a woman for having sex, like, that's not a real scientific materialist viewpoint. It's pseudo spiritual, and it's quasi religious. It's just really Christian babble. But we say it, and then
Unbelievable.
it's true though, right? So what I'm saying is that
You gotta give me the quote in the Bible. Give me the quote in the Bible. All this
I don't read the Bible. I don't read the
all this
Bible.
Bible, yeah.
But I'm sure that
I can
you read the
hear
Bible.
that you don't read the Bible. I can hear.
Of course, I don't read the Bible. I'm not a Christian.
Yeah, but
why would I read the Bible?
From the beginning of the show, you refer to Bible, so you project something on people about something where you don't know nothing about.
I understand that. That's what I'm saying. Even in the conversation,
that's Western.
Even in the conversation,
I am anti flying to third world countries to fuck. I'm anti that.
Nobody's flying to third world countries to fuck. People fuck everywhere. Essentially, what you're saying is go to the third world country and not fuck.
Essentially, what I'm saying is what I'm saying. I'm not saying what you are saying that I am saying.
Okay, so what I'm saying is nobody went to Tanzania to fuck. Okay, nobody did that. Nobody said, hey, look, I'm not, like, essentially, like I said, I had a girlfriend who, like, one woman I was messing with, loyally, faithfully, regularly, right, in America. But I said, look, I want to go to Africa and build things, right? I want to go buy property. I want to, start a life. I want to get it, whatever. And so I went there to do those sort of things. But I also had sex. A man can walk and chew gum at the same time. The idea that you have to do one or the other isn't really what was the case. A man went there and bought farm, bought land, and he got property, he supported businesses, he did so on and so forth, and he had sex. And I mean, and it really is bizarre that people, but see, the thing is that when you get into this quasi spiritual, oh well, you're making imprints and you're taking up people's energy and you're doing like all of that, when you get into that, then it becomes, you pass a value or moralism on it. But the reality is that it's an amoral act. A woman says, like a woman could say, hey, let's have sex for nothing, and that's my preference, and I'm like, sure, that's fine by me. And a woman could also say, hey, let's have sex for something, and I say, okay, what is this something? And they're like, oh, something is this. And I say, okay, I don't really care. That's not much to me. But that's not the purpose of why somebody flew over there. And I think that's what's being misconstrued here. I took the trip. I bought the property. I bought the land. I supported the businesses. I helped the people. Right. And I had sex.
Okay. That's good. Where you had a lot of fun. Look, look. At the end of the day, and I'm with Coco.
Wait, hold on a second. Let me just say, you got ripped off. A lot of your scholars are Westerners. Like, that's the thing. Like, a lot of the people that we consider, Afrocentric or something like that, right? Like, we have to remember that they, like if you're not in Africa, then like, who cares? I hope your girls have your answer about Vanguard. I definitely have not changed my mind on these people. Yeah. What I could also say is that, like, even some of them to this day are hitting me up about money and all that kind of crap. And sometimes I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? Without any sexual access, based off of the principle of, you know what, I don't mind helping people out. And some of those guys who begged me for money, I gave them money too. But like, again, I think that people misinterpret people misinterpret their own, like, the real ethics, real African ethics. And then what happens is that it ends up in this, like, we're essentially having religious conversations. We're essentially having, like, essentially people are Christians, but they don't say they're Christians.
No, but this
they're
is
Christianized.
nothing. Even Koku just said earlier that this is not religious for him. This is just about. Actually, this is about Pan-Africanism for a lot of people.
That's what I'm saying. But what is Pan-Africanism? A lot of people don't realize. A lot of people do not realize that they're like, you exist in a Christian backdrop. Especially in the West, you exist, like, even when we're talking about marriage, right? Marriage, as we know it in the West, was a religious institution. A religious bonding. A lot of a lot of people have been detached from their cultural background, and so we do find meaning in other people's cultures, and then we also mask it with Pan-African lingo. But on the real, like this guy saying Baruti, like, I wouldn't even know. But anyway, but on the real, like it's like with that example with Baruti, on the real, you have to, a lot of us have to come to terms with, maybe we're coming at this from either like an antithetic, like kind of like when I was saying about the brother before, the Kaizo, where it's like you learn from somebody by defining yourself against them, right? A lot of us are coming at this from a paradigm of, let me define myself against this Westerner. Let me see, oh, look, I see that the white man does this, therefore it's bad, and therefore if we do it, it looks like we're also doing what the bad white man is doing, right? But sometimes you also have to look at it from the paradigm of, well, what is the environment there? The women there will tell you that they are sleeping with the men there. And if the man doesn't give money and then he ghosts her, she feels bad. She feels inadequate. She feels hurt. So women are saying, oh, we're asking for money because if the man does not commit to us, if we give our body and the man doesn't want us, then at least we got something. You get what I'm saying? Now, I don't necessarily agree with it. I didn't agree with it per se when I was there, but it was the system that I came across. And I mean, I think that it's for us to come to terms with the reality that not every system is going to be what you have in the West. What this white man set up for you. And that's fine. And I mean, maybe you could say the white man set up a different system for the black people in Tanzania, and I wouldn't necessarily say that, but maybe you can go and say that, right? All the same, like, what's the difference? You either follow the culture of America or you follow the culture of Tanzania. So what's it going to be in Tanzania? And a lot of people will tell me, hey, look, you're not in America anymore. You're not, because I would tell them, hey, in America, you never had to pay a woman for sex. And they would say, well, you're not in America. So what am I supposed to do? I think we have to stop with the idealism and get back to realism. We can't just be like, oh, well, Baruti wrote, so therefore it's the gospel, because that's not even true. Baruti is a man like anybody else. And as men, we have to make our own decisions, and that's just on us. You chose to participate instead of being a man and calling your sexuality. And again, like I said, like, this is the mindset that we have as Westerners, is that we are right and everybody else is wrong.
So let me ask you this about this whole culture thing. Yes, it's their culture and so on and so forth. They expect you to do it, and you have to, and you have no choice. But let me ask you this. Do you think that if they were not, they didn't need the money, or they didn't have to, do it to get the money, do you think that's what they would choose to do?
If they didn't need the money? Well, that's what I'm saying. According to the people there, they were saying that even the rich women are asking for money. The difference between the rich women and the poor women is that the rich women ask for more money.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
They do it because they like it. And how do the men feel about it?
The men feel like they need to make money in order to get women. Like, there was one guy, I put up a letter.
I asked, how do the men feel about the women doing what they're doing? Selling their bodies for money, or expecting money for their bodies. Let's just say that.
What do you mean, how do they feel about it? We talked about men don't really have feelings like that.
Huh?
Men don't have feelings like that, so I don't know.
No. Okay, fine. Let me ask you this. How would you feel if, let's say, the women in your community, whether Jamaican or American or whatever, if they were, sleeping with people for money because they needed the money, because they were desperate?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It sucks, but that's why. See, because the difference between me and the men, in fact, I can tell you this. So I go into a bar, right? I look like money, okay? Now I didn't like. So basically, this guy invites me out, right? Because I had a bad night or whatever. So this guy invites me out. We go to this particular bar with a probably higher clientele, right? Then I see this cute woman. Well, she looks cute from a distance, but she's sitting down, nursing her drink or whatever, right? And basically I go over to talk to her, and apparently she's a prostitute. I don't know, right? So she's sitting down in the bar waiting for some guy to talk to her, right? She tells me, oh, I'm like, okay. She's like, I think I buy her some drinks. Then she's dancing up on me. And then she's like, hey, she's a prostitute, by the way. So she's like, it's going to be 100,000 shillings, right? So I asked my friend, hey, she just said 100,000 shillings. What do you think about that? And I was like, I'm okay with that. I don't give a shit, right? I didn't mess with her that day anyway, but or I didn't mess with her at all. But he's like, no, she's too expensive. She's just charging you that much because blah blah blah. You got to tell her this amount, otherwise blah blah blah. Now I'm not a bartering type, but I decide let me do this cultural investigation. And so I try to barter, whatever. Point is that realistically, the men in the culture were buying too. So everybody was buying, right? But they were paying less. You understand? So they were so like essentially it's like culturally the men already expected to pay. Right? They already like they were already paying, but they were trying to be cheap about it. And the difference between me and them was that I didn't care to be cheap. And so the women liked me more for that reason, obviously. But like also that's like it kind of goes back to the whole exploitative thing in the sense that a woman says, hey, look, my body is for sale for this amount. And then I say, okay. Whereas most men would say no. Like another time I was with I think it's the same guy another night. And then he was like I saw this one woman who was thick, like, you know, biscuits and butter or whatever. I don't know. Right now, she then wanted to, like, I thought, you know, like I wanted to take her with me or whatever, because I don't know. I was just whatever. Right. I didn't though, because he essentially lectures her on how much she's charging. Right. Or how she could possibly set me up for some, you know, crime or something like that. But, and of course, I'm just hanging out with with a buddy. So that's what it was. But she's, like the whole thing is that he then lectures her saying, you like she's like, I don't know, let's say she's trying to charge me 100,000 or something like that, right? Which is like $50, right? He's like, no, you're not even worth 30,000, you know. And then he starts lecturing her about how if this guy doesn't, if you don't go home with this guy, you're gonna go home with another guy for 5,000, you know, kind of thing. So it's to say that yes, you do want to build up the economy, and that's something that I was there to do. But you also have to come to terms with the reality of the economy and how much and what you can expect from people. And I mean, I get that people might disagree with that sort of, like, I get that people can disagree with it, but it's like you have to be realistic as well. And that's the thing that a lot of people do not try to do. They want to do is they want to say, well, you know, like with the one character who's like, hey, if you don't follow what Baruchi said, you know, and it's like, well, Baruchi is living a different life. He's also another old man who has a wife. So yeah, if
Oh
you
man, you know what? No, now you just, parroting Kaiser right now with his, you know, in his own words, dusty father stuff. This saying, oh, they're old, they don't know, we know better, or we can do whatever we want.
no,
But
I'm just saying that you're old. You don't have testosterone. Testosterone's a real thing.
yes, I understand.
Like
They're
hormones are a
old,
real
they
thing.
don't know. You're a young man doing your young man stuff. So I would say this about one thing is that everybody can set their own rules. Everybody can say, look, even if these are the vanguards of morality, these are the people who are leading the charge, the guidelines, and the charge. I'm going to go my own way. Nobody can force you to do one thing or another. They can only tell you what is moral. Morality is not forced unless you enforce it. But that's only the only thing that the old have over the young, and children, parents have over the children. Once you lose that, then you just sever the link entirely. The other thing I would say is, um see, the way that Black women's femininity has been trashed is the same way that African women's purity has been commodified. In many of the cultures, they did prize a woman's virginity, not her sexuality or her pum pum, as you call it, which sounds ridiculous to me. It sounds like a plushy toy. But you know um yeah, people did not think of commodifying their bodies and haggling over the price of a woman's body. It sounds like a slave post, to me, like, oh yeah, yeah, she's worth 50. Damn, that sounds animalistic to me. But you know what?
I didn't
So
like it
yeah,
either.
that economy, that making value out of a woman instead of valuing her purity as a woman, that is what continued, and then it becomes simply as a biological function where a woman is only prized for her ability to give birth to children. And that's what in the days of forced slavery that was done. Women were simply forced to give birth, not being wives, but just being disposable wombs. So now they're just temporary pleasure holes. And I can tell you this, that no matter how much a woman justifies it, like, oh, I'm just doing it for that, it's still. And yeah, you can dismiss such aspects as what nonsense. But a woman cannot be the same if that whole body count thing is not just men just being high and mighty. It's also for women to also protect themselves. A woman who has slept with a lot of men, even for money or for whatever, something breaks inside of her, and she's not the same person. So this has also a devastating effect on the women as well. So whatever drives a woman to do something like that, instead of you know prizing herself, not just for monetary value, it has to be something very difficult, very desperate. And it works for, some men are willing to sell their wives and mothers, and they don't mind doing that. And some women are willing to do that, and everybody just calls it a culture. But this was not a part of culture that we had. This was not something before monetary value, before the economization of bodies. So the same way that people were destroyed here, politically, and also through just culturally, is the same way that it's being destroyed economically. So you can get people on their knees where the men do not have a say. The men, they'll sell their women and children for that money. And for me, I wouldn't feel comfortable taking advantage of somebody's position in that way. I think that, yeah, you can say, oh, I'm doing them a favor, they're getting more than they would get if they didn't do this and that. And that's okay. But you know and I'm not just talking about the women in Tanzania or Kenya or wherever. Even any woman who has to do that anywhere, here in America, here in whether in Brazil, whatever, any woman who has to do that, there's something deeply wrong with her, deeply, deeply wrong.
So what do you
And
do? Not give her anything? What do you do?
well, you don't look for a woman like that,
So just leave her to her poverty.
leave her alone. Find another
Okay. So
woman that
then, so if you feel
unless
like
you're
this
telling
woman
me
is
that the
going
whole
through
country,
poverty,
unless you're telling me that the whole country is just full of all this desperate hoes, like there's no.
yes, everybody
Oh
was asking for money.
wow, okay.
At least in this city. Yeah, everybody was asking for money, dude. I mean, not dude, but you get what I'm saying. Like everybody, like it's not
Okay,
like I.
then how about just none of them? If they're all like that, just leave
Why
them
would I
alone.
go somewhere and not have sex? That doesn't make any sense. Why would a single
Wow.
man?
Okay, so then you just go, oh, you know what? Okay. I think we will just end it there, because I think the priorities are different. Why would you go? I would think that why would you not go
It's not a
somewhere and make
priority. It's
money?
just a
Guess what?
reality. Why would I?
No,
Why would
no, no, no,
somebody?
no, no, no. I know it's a reality. I'm just saying that in all this, I would think that your priority would not just to be to go and spend
It's
money
not
with them.
about priority.
Okay, fine. You're right.
Wait,
You're
sis,
right.
you're just saying put this extra value on sex. Do not have sex. It's like food. The human beings,
No,
from a
I'm just
scientific
saying that
standpoint,
there's
human
more than
beings are
just that.
composed of chemicals.
Mm-hmm.
There's an actual chemistry to human beings. You should have orgasms. You should have that dopamine release. You
Oh my
should have
goodness.
a balance. And if you can manage to get it, then you should get it. You should not just say, I'm going to abstain because I feel like some people are going to disagree with the fact that I also help people out after having sex with them.
All right, have sex, have sex. I'm not against sex. So yeah, yeah, I
Yes,
guess.
there's a real, oh my gosh, this guy. I mean, like people, you guys have to understand there's a
No, no,
real
no. You got to keep. No, I
hormonal.
don't think it's all that. Let's not, be too much. I think that this is yeah.
You want to be said why would so many women? Well, let me just add to this. A lot of women were not up to par. Like, what can I tell you? Like, a lot of them are used to,
Well,
wham bam,
that's not
thank you, ma'am.
that's
Okay.
not even that's not even a question. I wouldn't even once you're determined to do it, it doesn't matter how many. You can have as many as you want. So it's not. It's simply the intention, not the number. But I would say that if there's no one good woman, then just don't go to Africa. I wouldn't go. If I was looking for a man, and then I went to a place where there was not a single good man there, like all of them were just the worst.
I
Like
thought they were good though. That's the
hmm?
difference between you and me. I thought they were good. I didn't mind.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I did not put a woman's value down because she had sex. I didn't say, "Oh, you had sex for money. Well, then you're worse." I don't do
Okay,
that. I
okay,
don't. I
okay.
don't
Since
attach
you
that
don't
kind of
do
thing.
that, would you still marry her?
Well, all right. So, well, yeah. I mean, some of these women, yeah, I wouldn't mind. I mean, if they checked all the boxes, I would have no problem with that. You
Okay,
know?
okay, okay. Well, okay. Let's say they checked all the boxes, but they had slept with you. Let's say within the first week that you met them, would you still marry them?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, all right.
I mean,
But
yeah, why not?
Oni, that if she did that with you, she probably did that with quite a few other people,
Of
right?
course. And I also know that, like, Yona B said, that I've had sex with a handful of women.
Okay,
It's not
okay.
like I'm. It's not like I'm a virgin.
As long as you all know what you're getting into, you're not thinking that, oh, she loves me so much, I'm simply the best and all of that stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
that's the
as long
thing.
as you
Again,
understand all that.
we have to be mature. So I'm gonna give you guys some game, I guess. These are the
Hmm.
four things that women want and the four things that men want, right?
Okay.
HOME, right? H stands for humor, O stands for orgasms, M stands for money, and E stands for envy, right? If you have these four things, right, you can have you can have a happy life with somebody, right? But you need to have these four things. And if you don't have these four things, a woman a woman will likely step out on you, or a man will likely step out on you. You know? And that's just the reality. Whether or not this woman waited for 3 months for you or 3 years for you, she's still gonna cheat on you if you're not giving her HOME. Okay? If you're not giving her that. And that's just realistically what it is. So what I'm doing is I'm meeting women, and I'm, learning more about women, learning more about the culture, but I'm also like bonding with people. Like the thing that people don't get about this is that you're actually bonding with other human beings while you're spending time with them. I mean, sure, are you paying for the occasion? But like, yeah, but that's what you always did anyway. You know what I mean?
Are you
Uh,
paying to bond? Sure.
no, I mean, but like, what I'm saying is that if you buy a woman breakfast, like you buy a woman dinner, you're still paying to bond with her. If you marry this
Yes,
woman, right,
yes.
you're still gonna pay to bond with her.
Mhm.
It's not like women are free. You get what I'm saying? Like you're always going to, as a man, and you should expect to, as a man, to provide for a woman. And if you like, the only difference here is that instead of paying the white man, right? Buying her dinner from a fancy restaurant or whatever, or a black restaurant, whatever, right? Instead of doing that, what you're doing is you're just giving her the money. And you just say, okay, if I'm going to give you the money, I'm just not going to buy you dinner. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't give a shit. Like, I mean, there's no big, and for me, it's like, it just seems more logical, you know? And this guy, I don't know what is with this. I never even listened to. The thing is this: I don't get people to understand this. I never even listened to this Andrew Tate guy. I never went to the Passport Bros. I never heard about them until I came back into America. So like like if you are yourself looking into the Passport Bros and you are yourself listening to Andrew Tate, then just like why are you projecting it on me? Like that's your vibe. That's not my vibe. I don't even know who this guy is. You know, I only heard about Andrew Tate when this white girl called him out. You know, like that's the first time I heard about him. Then he was arrested like the following week or something. This is African, HOME, happiness, money, all real Africanisms that need to be defended against Christianity, not white Christian ignorance. I got whited today about my African background. I don't know what's Jose's issue, but I can't even, you know. It's just weird. It's the click, love, not planning 80 generations. That RBD flag is just beautiful. Now, again, people don't seem to get that you cannot, like, you. What can I say? Like, if you're dating women, you're going to spend money. Like I don't know if, like, I think what happens is that I think it's like the alpha beta divide, you know. And I get that people don't like that language, alpha versus beta, but it's like the alpha beta divide. When I was more of a beta, I could never understand the alpha lifestyle. You know, I couldn't. So I could be critical of the Chads, you know, like the incels do. You know, they're like, oh man, Chad is getting all the women, and he's, you know, like, but like, and it's like, well, yeah, he's getting all the women because he earned it. You know, and I mean, I get that some people might say, well, I don't like when a white guy does it. Okay, but I'm not white. So,
Okay,
I mean,
can I ask you one thing so that we can just have a quick, you know,
yeah.
palate cleanser? So, how do you feel about polygamy?
About polygamy?
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, like I personally wouldn't do it, but that's what I'm saying. Again, life, I mean, when we go back to the question about morality really roots around this idea of volunteering. Are people volunteering to do something, or are they forced to do something? Now, somebody could in some capacity say, well, circumstances are forcing people to get with you, Oni, right? But that's not necessarily the case. Not that these women were so damn desperate that they just needed some money, and then I said, here's a penny, give me your body, right? That's not the case, right? So it's not really circumstance. I mean, it's not really any sort of force here, right? What volunteering means, and this is like consensual adults, right? What volunteering means here is that these women are I mean, yeah. So, like, what? Sorry. So, the principle of volunteer is that if a woman, like, I personally don't want multiple wives, right now. But if a woman wants to have multiple,
You
like,
just want
have
to run through
yeah,
multiple women right
yeah,
now.
if a woman wants to be inside of a situation where there's like, who am I to say no? You can't. It's your life. You understand? It's your life. And like the thing is that, like I said, like one of these women I was talking with was like a Muslim woman, and she was like, hey, I know you're with other women, and you know, I wouldn't mind being one of your wives. Like her whole reasoning was, I know men are insatiable. Whereas we women, we could hold it off or whatever, but I know men are insatiable. So if that's what you want, I'm okay with that. And I'm like, wow, that's cool. I didn't know about that about Islam, right? But it's like, yeah, it's just a different vibe, you know. Koku saying it's not alpha, but it's like we have to understand, like, all right. So one of the things that I say from the alpha group is abundance theory. Like that is what alphas do. Like alphas do
First
get
lady
many
should
women.
never have been with you, you know, alone if she was a proper, you know, Muslim lady. So
Who?
whoever that girl you're talking
You
about.
know how many Muslims I got? Please.
Yeah, but,
Like
but
I'm
I'm
saying, the
just
country
saying
is different.
that is why no. But that's why I'm saying that, you know, all this religious talk, you know, nobody here brought up any so much sort of religion. The people who are supposed to be bringing that up are obviously doing the very opposite, as you can see. You know, hypocrites tend to flock together. But you know, that's what we're saying. It's not about having multiple this and that. It's about having a proper relationship, you know, not just the sexual, but you know, the whole person. So, and even her, when she says that, you know, she's, you know, you're with other people, but she's still expecting you to marry her eventually, you know, in her
Yeah, and
crazy
provide for her.
confused,
Exactly.
in her crazy confused mind, and yours as well. But
No. But look,
that's
that's what I'm saying. A woman should look for a man who can provide for her.
but
Like she should do
only
that.
in the context that the man can. You cannot. If she just gives you her body for the night, what's the guarantee that you're going to provide for her if something happens? There's none.
That's why she takes money up front.
But that's not providing. That's a one-time transaction. Providing is
Yes, she
giving for
takes
you
money up front. That's
something
what I'm
that
saying.
is.
She's saying culturally they take money up front because they understand that if they were to sleep with the guy expecting him to provide for them in the future, and then he just breaks it off and goes to the next woman, then what do they get?
Well, you know what? Culturally, what they used to do. They used to get married. They used
Yeah,
to.
but that's not like. But again, you're talking about. It's like where are you? You
You
know,
don't
like
think
they
people
do that
still
in the
get
village.
married
They
in
do that in the
Africa?
village. You're not
Oh
in the
my
village.
goodness! Do you think that people don't get married in Africa?
No, I'm saying where are you in the sense of you're talking about village life, but
Not
we're in the
just village
city.
life. See, you're talking about the city life. You've only seen the transactional
Yes.
aspect of it. You have not tried to explore or have a proper relationship with people. You want a shortcut to that
No.
African
Okay. Look,
experience.
again, what people are not getting is that the city life, even in Europe, right? With Durkheim, the quote unquote founder of European sociology, is
my
telling you that city life is very, very different. So what you get with the values that you have in the village do not translate in the city. You're not meeting people to just marry you up front. They do want to marry you. They do like you. They do want you to provide for them, but they don't know you. You don't
Yeah,
have the
thank you.
long-standing
Thank
city
you.
village life.
You got tripped off. I hope you'll join us again. And yeah, oh my goodness, this was so exhausting. But yeah, but still a very interesting discussion. Oni, look, nobody is puritanical here. All I'm
Oh
saying
no, it
is,
is puritanical. Like, what is this? Woman doesn't value herself, then why should he? Like, it is. It's incredibly puritanical, and like the idea that it's not steeped in Christian morality is just bonkers. Like it's just like why would it? Like, where is it? Like you have to ask yourself if
so
a
what you're
woman comes
saying
up
is
to
that
me.
you're saying that before Christianity, that African women would sell themselves for money.
No, but you didn't have like that barter system, like that same sort of monetary system in certain places. So like you wouldn't find this in the village per se. Now, granted, you can find it in the village today, but you
Okay,
wouldn't
okay.
find it
So
in the
so so
village
so so so
in
where did this
pre-colonial
this
Africa.
new system come from? Where did this new system come from?
Now, again, so the sensibilities. So basically, essentially, again, you have an urban economy, right? That creates this sort of
Yeah, I'm
um,
just asking you.
prostitution.
So
But the
before
anti-prostitution
they didn't
mindset,
have themselves selling each other, because it was just they were just by themselves.
you
What
didn't have the
society?
economy, no. But that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. You have
okay.
the
When
economy, and
when
then
did
the
they start
resistance
selling
is
themselves? Let's just get some idea of when we talk about do you think they started selling themselves
of
as
course
a
after
culture?
colonization.
Okay, so we learned that this thing is what? A white thing. Okay.
No, that's no, again. So
Okay, so when you go over there saying that this is their culture, but you've just explained that this came with white culture.
no,
This
but
is
that's a
not
different
African culture.
no.
This is something
Again,
that came with
so
colonization. So you're going there to partake in colonization.
no, you're not everybody's partaking in
So
everybody's
yeah. So you're just going to participate in what has been done. You're just participating in perpetuating the
like
colonization.
look again, that's again, you
That's
have
not the
to
culture.
be
You're not participating in
no.
the culture. You're
Now you're
participating
just
in the
talking over me.
colonization of the culture.
Now you're just
No?
talking over me. No,
Okay.
again, so
No,
all
no, no, no,
right.
no, no, no. We've talked. Now it's my time to try to understand your logic.
Yeah,
We just said,
exactly. But you're not trying to understand it. Essentially, you're just
okay,
saying,
go ahead, go ahead.
yeah.
Let me
So
hear.
essentially, again, Africa was colonized. So was America. Everywhere has been colonized, right? So that's it. You cannot go back in time. It doesn't make any sense to go back in time and say, hey, you know what? Let's behave like pre-colonial Africans. It doesn't make any sense. You're not in the pre-colonization era, right? You're not participating in colonization by not being like you're not participating in colonization by not being pre-colonial, right? You cannot be pre-colonial. That's the point. Now, fast forward. So when you go somewhere, like if I go to Brooklyn, right, and I do whatever in Brooklyn, it's not to say that I am participating in colonization because I live like I do what people do in Brooklyn. It's not like I go to California and then I do what they do in California and I'm participating in colonization. No, what happens is that California does have a cultural norm, and Brooklyn does have a cultural norm, and you have to navigate it according to what the locals are navigating it as, right? It is not better or worse to engage in the same cultural paradigm that they are. Now you can say, well, that's not their ancestral culture. That's true. But if they're not operating on that ancestral culture, right, you can't operate on it. Because the reason why they're not operating on it is because it's not suitable to the economic system. And the thing is that, so it's like essentially what I did in America was I did sleep with women and I did not give them money. Okay? I formed relationships with them and I didn't give them money. What I did in Africa was I formed relationships with them, I slept with them, and then I gave them money. That's it. And I didn't choose them because I could buy them per se. It's just a matter of they wanted that extra, and that's it. It's I think what happens is that we tend to, and the only thing that really adds to this is that we seem to think, well, like we just happen to have this sort of belief in our head that's from this quote unquote, like I said, from this Christianity, where we just think that, oh, well, sex is this sacred thing, and therefore, if it's sacred, then a woman has sex, we so on and so forth. And it's like, if it's sacred, then if a woman has sex and she exchanges for money, therefore she's bad and she's worse. And it's like, that's not a real thing. And that's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right. I guess we'll end with that, unless someone has, some last words.
I chase everybody away.
No. We've been, yeah. You're talking about me being late. I might be late, but I also, stay late. So that's also a good thing. So if I'm a few minutes late, we're going to be 5 hours in, apparently. So, I still hold that even if I went to a place and they were practicing a tradition that I did not feel comfortable with, or something that I did not think that was I felt that was imposed on them, I wouldn't want to participate in it, only because if I can avoid it and not perpetuate it, why not? If it's something that would, no, I wouldn't do it. For me, I think it's a personal thing, but yeah, that's just me. If I went to, let's say, to a Black American place and they were, what's a bad thing that I think people can do?
Marijuana.
Okay, they were participating in marijuana and other things. I would just say no, like Ronald Reagan's wife. Just say no. Nobody should pressure you to do something that you don't want to do, and that you feel is detrimental to to somebody.
It's not detrimental though. Oh my gosh. Like that's the thing. It's like we get into this pseudo moralism. It's like, what is, I don't know what to say.
Okay,
it's like,
okay. We leave it alone. We leave it alone. That's just how I feel. So we found that one for you. It's not. Yes, Yoni, I can't
peace, I am
believe it
African.
either. Yes, that's Yoni. That's Yoni's. We are too. Yeah. We're running. Yeah, we're running in cycles now. Okay, let's leave it at that. yeah, it's been an interesting one, and thank you all for joining. Oh, it's so many people. Thank you, Jose, for being on the panel. Of course, Yonobi, Ezuli, Koku, Bwana Haguziki. You got tripped off in the comment section. Kaiser was up here as well. Who else was here? Yeah, we had a lot. Oh, Melanated Goddess was here as well. Man, it's been a good one. So thank you everyone who joined. And of course, Oni from the pro black perspective was here. So
Legend himself.
yes, yes, thank you all. And have your last words and then we'll close out completely. Don't make it
Okay,
too
I
long.
think I'll just say, let me see. I
Did I
think
say
Yona said
Vicky? Yes, if I didn't, I have.
this is
Okay.
not about Christian morals. Add other morals: egoism, virtue, relativism, and of course, utilitarianism. I don't know
Okay.
what that means. I feel like those are European, but
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I understand what you're saying, Tan. Me personally, I wanted to leave the country.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that if I left the country, like I had to stay in Tanzania. I was low key. I was convinced that America was going to nuke. I mean, sorry, Russia was going to nuke America, and I was like, I can't bring my son to that. So I was like, let me get out of America. I tried to get into Ghana. I tried to get into South Africa. I was rejected. I couldn't get a visa, so I had to stay inside of Tanzania. Um, it wasn't really much of a choice. And I agree. I did not want to participate in it, but like I spoke to multiple people and they said you got to do it. And so I just did it. So I mean I get the reluctance to participate in so on and so forth, but I also understand that sometimes you just have to experience life. You know, I can give an example of a friend I had. And I'm trying to be brief. A friend I had who was like, "Hey, I don't like dancing. I don't like drinking. I don't like so on and so forth." And then he goes out, dances, and drinks, and he's like, "Yeah, this was actually pretty good for me." And it's just like, realistically, a man who has sex regularly says, "Oh, I can have sex regularly, and I can meet amazing women and smart women and intelligent women and impressive women." And it's like whatever. I can just do what I've always done, with the exception that it might cost me $20, you know? And that's it. I don't think that, I mean, I get that people might find that disagreeable, but it's like, realistically, the thing about us in the West is that we have to stop passing judgment on others and stop trying to moralize and stop trying to make a one size fit all. Let's not try to kill everybody. Let's not try to be a god and force people to do something, so on and so forth. You can like, a lot of people are just kind of living to enjoy their lives, and not only that, it's like yeah, like the value system that
Oh
you were
man,
brought up
Oni,
on.
wrap up,
Yeah.
wrap up, wrap up.
Okay. Yeah.
And
The
and
value
and
system you were brought
yes,
up on. Blah blah blah
I
blah. And
forgot
that's
when
it.
I was doing my mention to, of course, Gas the Map was here as thank you, and Philip Lindsay, and of course Koku. Did I say Koku? And yeah, but please make it short because yeah, it's getting
All
late.
right, just be yourself, fam. Be yourself. You
Okay,
don't have to do
be
what I'm
yourself.
doing. Go be yourself.
Be
But
yourself.
like, I'm gonna be me. I'm not gonna be
Don't
you.
be
Oh,
Oni. Okay.
especially y'all
So,
old asses, mo. I'm trying to be
okay.
y'all. I got testosterone.
Okay. So for everybody on the KWAZ network, importance to make networking. We had our excellent discussion with Jose on the Black Pentagrammers on Friday, and then always Saturdays with Shoot the Breeze. And yeah, it's been a wonderful conversation. The legend. Oh, Koku, Koku, Koku. Yes, the legend. Okay. The legend. Oh man, be quiet. I'm not even going to put that up. Let's see. I did mention it. The last one to be mentioned is the first one to be thought. So shoot the breeze on Saturdays. So yeah, thank you everyone for joining. It was great, and it's been awesome. So yeah, you're all wrong, Oni, but it's been a good discussion. I'm glad everyone got to, you know, have their perspective, disagreeing or not. Yeah. So, all right. And we will close, as we always do, with a prayer to the ancestors, a prayer of gratitude for having a good discussion, learning about, so much, and learning from each other, sharing. And thank you as well to Jose J. Bronze from the Black Pentagrammers. It's been a lot, yes, indeed, to mull over, because people surprise you every day. And sometimes it's also a pleasant surprise. So have a lovely night or day, or for maybe some early morning. Jose. All right. Peace and thank you to the ancestors. Kwaherini. All right. Tuta onana.